Hello my fellow degenerates. Y'all already know how manga plots are full of isekai reincarnation glitches these days. Things like how MCs usually end up becoming an ultra-powerful Kiritoish edgelord, to getting 100 assassin girlfriends. However, I went into the depths of my extensive manga collection to find something different for you guys. And then I finally found a literary masterpiece. In this piece of possibly FBI-monitored art, the manga author turns the MC into a freaking femboy. I'm sure many of my subscribers can relate to him now. The manga source is called. Now that's a mouthful, and after reading this, you will conclude that the artist had some questionable preferences. Like, look at our main character. Man, he's way too zesty. Meet Prince Lloyd, who used to be a level 0 sorcerer with a 300 IQ but got killed by a noble and got reincarnated as your local femboy. I bet the noble regrets killing him now. This dude is so overpowered that his magic can bend reality, so why not his gender as well? Anyways, he is like One Punch Man if he had magic powers and was a Shota. I mean, the dude can literally blow a hole through the stratosphere, thermosphere, and exosphere while looking like an absolute twink. Other than these, he's got a loving family, and when I say loving I mean obsession. His father and brother doted on him so much that they even forgive him if he counted from 9 to 11. Usually the power of a protagonist is measured by his stats, but in this case you can measure it with the amount of girls he can reeze. How many other MCs do you know that have a thick curvy blue-haired maid like that? He casually rizzed her by saving her life in one of his casual night strolls. I mean, man, that was the best part of the manga. One of my favorite moments. I hope this plot motivates you all to go out of your Dorito stinking basements and take a stroll outside very often. And with that, let's begin this video. The story begins with a man getting squashed like some sort of mosquito. His blood paints the ground crimson. There, a roar of villainous laughter hits his ear like a slat with a dash full of snarky remarks because they have decided to give this peasant a parting gift. I mean, we have to applaud the MC for his dedication to glare back at them. Bring it on. Well, I am no expert on sorcery, but with the villain sprouting his nonsense, he sure seems to know his way around the sorcery. Bloodline, aptitude, and dedication sound are the 3 major tricks to pass the crash course of magic, courtesy of William Bordeaux. Looks like it is not our boy's cup of tea. As he thought he'd got a chance to live through the day, bomb. Tornado on his face as a parting gift from the nobles blessed in every damn possible way. Wait, let's not jump to conclusions with half-ass information. Let's fast forward this guy's misery to the start of his glory days. His eyes open to a bunch of girls noticing him like curious bees. All of a sudden, our broken down, dead boy comes alive and back into action. Kind of. Looks like this guy had it at last, but got the worst end of the deal. Imagine coming alive only to find out you've been reincarnated as Solom's 7th heir, known to be Prince Lloyd. Later on, a brand new day starts when morning brings magic filled with mystery. Grab your wands, cause that is gonna be one heck of a ride. Scrolling ahead to 10 years at Solomon Kingdom, MC sneaks off for his personal quest. Even knowing that Lloyd stands no chance of getting seated on the throne, His Highness cannot seem to overlook the fact of how virtuous his nature is. On top of that, born with a knack for understanding speech, the little guy seems to flip the library after binge reading all the books in his childhood days. Not gonna lie, Lloyd mastered casting spells faster at the age where he was supposed to spell his name. His Highness is betting him to be the reincarnated father of sorcery himself, but damn, he is so close to the truth. Running down the stairs as a prince, he remembers his time as an ordinary citizen of Solom in his previous life. Beats him to think how he ever shot this position to be 7th heir to Solom, whilst keeping his old memories intact. Drooling to see the books all over, he believes the prestige seems fleeting, whereas his ambitions still burn bright just as before. Even with reincarnation, his blood still pumps hotter by the day, with the thrill to explore the castle's mysteries. Frantically picking everything, he expresses his passion for this magic library, holding the same grounds as Magic Academy of Solom. Upon spotted by Sulfa, he faces the fact that the crown will never be his, so he believes the sword fighting to be of no practical value. Although athletics weren't his thing ever back then, but as Sulfa puts it, the royalty is not all about the crown. Moreover, as she says, a prince must know his way around a sword. Their training session starts and Lloyd seems to be having it easy. But he adds that Sulfa increases the difficulty every day, which proves that he seems to be hitting off the charts with time. As mischievous and hungry, Lloyd Sama can be for reading. Using a control class spell to trace her moves seems to give him an advantage over her. Realizing a gap between their strength, stamina, and height, he swears to jump to bridge this gap even with more cheating. Adding a bucket full of cheating, including biotic growth, physical enhancement, and levitation, he believes to finally bridge the gap. During a mirror match with herself, he thinks mischievously if she is encountered with an unexpected blow, he believes that will do it. But to his surprise, Silpha, even if not cut from the same cloth, still she is a mentor. Hence, she exclaims to let him know that she saw through everything he did so far. It's obvious to figure out this calls for cheating. To face her, Silpha is impressed to find him this skillful to activate 2 spells at once, which seems challenging for even a royal sorcerer. Upon noticing that she did not learn about the other 2 spells, he decides to not tell her. Afterward, Lloyd seems to be trapped in the maids' quarter bathing hall among his maids bathing around him, dying to learn teleportation spells so that he can vanish from this situation and dive into the Book of Magic. The maid, bathing and teasing the little prince, warns him to be a good boy or he will be devoured by the demon of the Forbidden Dome. One of them tells a tale of the demon, Grimoire, that brought Solon to the brink of death. Only then he was sealed inside the time by the sacrifice of a legion of sorcerers. Thinking that he could get scared from the demon, all the maids want to protect Lloyd by making him stay at their quarter. One of them suggests sleeping with him at night, but to their surprise, it is the books that he craves. But to their ignorance, little Lloyd seems to be fascinated by the mention of Forbidden Tome. Sneaking in with a concealment spell, Lloyd seems to get his way in the sealed archive where a demon sleeps among the myriad spells that could burn the nation to dust. Hearing if a thief does manage to get in, the force field made by the 10 sorcerers halt him down to his grave, but it seems it's nothing for Lloyd Sama. Entering the sealed underground archive and mind blown by the treasure before him, his sneaky ass desires to explore everything by using the excuse to develop the field again. Frantically browsing, the demon Grimoire finds a way to swoop outside and praises little Lloyd for breaking the seal. However, the demon is desperately trying to bargain for his life. Lloyd, having other plans for the demon, wishes to shove him back to go back to researching. But the demon is smart, as he finally bargained with the knowledge of old magic for his life, which makes Lloyd wonderstruck. With that, the blowhard Lloyd breaks the seal and gets attacked by the demon's dark ray, Arctis Obscura. But to his surprise, Lloyd is not such an easy bait, as he replies with an unusual spell. Not gonna lie, waking up as the Solon's destructor, this demon seems to be having his reputation on the line by this iconic brat. It's still time to swoop back inside for the poor demon. Putting a barrier on himself, the demon seems to find Lloyd's barrier as hard as balls. Although Lloyd seems to be in his world of curiosity as he touches the demon to see what could happen. Fascinated by the results, he blows on his finger. When challenged by Lloyd, the demon activates his dual incantation, Forta, while weaving 2 incantations in a single spell. Seems like demons can pull it off if their mouths work. Upon thinking that he is wasting time, the demon finds another barrier outside that is keeping the noise in, so he doesn't disturb the castle. Now to the real deal, Lloyd attacks with Perlance and Sinus, asking the demon to show some defensive spell. Sitting close to him, he complains that the demon did not use any defensive spell he asked for. Looks like the demon woke up on the wrong side of the bed. Getting greeted by Lloyd Sama fast-forwarded his death timer with 1 meeting. Levitating in the air before the demon, Grimoire, NC seems to be having the time of his life, changing the library's appearance. Proud to make the wrecked place become a sweet ancient library again, the demon praises Lloyd's skills to restore the room back to its originality. The room seems to be sparkling, but Lloyd seems to be intrigued to learn how much the demon can endure punishment. Hearing that, Grimoire kneels down to call Lloyd his master as he pledges his loyalty to his royal highness while asking to make him his familiar. Observing to be seen as a guinea pig ready to take to the slaughter. Looks like the demon will be dreading this day for a long time to come. However, accepting his request, Lloyd asks him to transform into a less notable shape. With a snap, he becomes a fluffy bunny whose purpose will be to take Lloyd to his cuddly death. After that, Lloyd asks him to hide under his cloak so he can smuggle him out, but the demon seems to be enjoying his stupidity, thinking that he will take over Lloyd's body. When he gets in, a strong force slaps the heck out at him as he realizes that he cannot get past this monstrous mass of mana. Later on, Albert, the second prince, spots Lloyd under the pile of sorcery books. Upon asking, Lloyd whispers to Grimoire that he is a brilliant scholar and athlete who has more chance to score the throne than anyone else. at the shooting range where Albert's perfect shots shooted the maids' hearts as well. Lloyd praises him for his accuracy, while telling him that he just used the shooting range as an excuse to use magic in the castle. Furthermore, holding potential for the throne, he lets him have a blast when having valid permission to use numerous facilities in the castle. He further expresses that with his siblings busy snatching the throne, Lloyd, with his firm dedication, is on a journey to unravel the mysteries of sorcery. Forget crown jewels, luxury lifestyle, and maids' bathing quarters. This boy is all about chasing the sorcery of the forbidden magic. When Lloyd curves the fireball, he grazes and hits the target with a spinning toss. Then the demon sees the crowd as knuckleheads to not notice he aced every damn shot. Look at the on-point accuracy as point-blank obvious, but not obvious enough for a drunken, dazzled crowd of dumbheads. Letting Lloyd have the space for himself, Albert goes to take a break, joined by maids. Afterward, Lloyd mentions doing a jewel incantation, but the demon informs that it is a piece of cake for the demons, who can form two mouths at once. But to his surprise, the demon gets off the charts bonkers when he finds himself infused in Lloyd's palm. Curious to find, Lloyd now possesses a mouth over his palm. The demons seem to go utterly bananas to find this crazy madness. He then orders Grimm to do a Perlance Insinis spell, but the demon brags about his mastery over this puny little spell that seems advanced for sorcerers. Something freaks the hell out of Grimm, as Lloyd informs him that it is just spell stack, a technique to compress incantations. Moreover, it works with several incantations read out loud altogether to shorten the time to cast the spell. Lloyd casually says that he just recited 100 spells in each line of the incantation, as it is nothing before him. By pulling them all together, it seems to wreck the demon's brains. Grimm expresses that the best he can do is a couple of lines, but Lloyd is overjoyed to find a mouth over his palm that can speak. Borrowing Grimm's mouth, he is about to recite 2 advanced incantations altogether, making the demon's mind go utterly bonkers. With focus, Lloyd manages to cast Perlance Insinis. Acculens Cascadia. The demon goes nuts, finding him hitting it off with 2 advanced spells at once as Lloyd reports the mana is at extreme peak. He feels the mana intensifying enough that he finds it not to be 1 and 1 making 2, but rather is 1 and 1 adding up to make 10 or even 100. Sweating while conjuring the power, he surely can see what was the fuss about the dual incantation's full power. Trying to play with this power, he reaches the point that the incantation becomes too powerful and reckless to fire off. On the break, Albert is having his tea party, where the butler finally musters courage to ask him about his special attachment with the 7th prince. Looking at them as he sips the tea, he calls them utterly blinded in front of him to not see his capabilities. But the butler seems to raise an eyebrow. To prove that, he mentions that the little Lloyd seems to graze all the targets, including the one which is furthermost to him, and blurs all of them. He expresses that his shots no doubt looked unstable for them, but it actually nicked all the targets, and he believes Lloyd to be controlling the movements as well. With holding the tea, he exclaims that Lloyd will surpass his limits as a genius, to become the Grand Sage someday in the future. Moreover, he believes him to become an utterly powerful sorcerer, one that no one has ever seen. As they are about to hit the shooting range again, the butlers try to butter their master to not judge his capabilities for reigning the Grand Sage. Laughing to hear the absurdity from their mouth, he assures them that he likes spending time with his little brother. Upon saying that, he explains that although he is not expecting much yet, he believes he might have taken care of all the targets. Look on their faces as Lloyd has already flipped the tables not just around but tossed around when they entered the scene. Silence takes all the space in the air as the gentle breeze dares to flicker everyone's hair for a dramatic struck pose. Before them all, the unimaginable moment has unfolded itself when they find Lloyd to wipe off the targets over the ground. Looks like this guy, Lloyd, went from couldn't hit water if he fell out of boat to sniping stars out of the space in like what? 10 minutes. Bro levels up faster for sure. Everyone's getting away the jaw-dropping pose as Albert walks to Lloyd with a smile of pride. None of them expected him to pull off such a feat as Lloyd screams with joy to finally do it. With that, Albert praises Lloyd for his outstanding display of accuracy for nicking all the targets, but Lloyd finds himself fatigued, so he calls it off for rest. Albert assures the celebration will take place later sometime at the dinner. The butler finds himself in deep thoughts as he looks to his clock, while Albert seems to be enjoying music. Afterward, the demon Grimm finds himself shivering, but at the same time drenched in sweat after witnessing Lloyd punch a hole in the atmosphere over the castle. Not too late for Grimm to plan his escape now, but he is too busy going bonkers experiencing a full-blown existential crisis before him. At this point, Grimm deserves a vacation. On top of that, freaked out to think what sort of thing he is, he claims to see every star in this night sky, made by his giant tear. The demon seems to be going madly crazy as he is trying to push Lloyd ahead, asking him to go back and see the sky. As he sweats like crazy, he exclaims that watching this gave him chills down his spine. Later the following day, the demon Grimm seems to be leaving it all on the field to see if he can budge his master away from the books. Looking at him diving into ancient greatness with his sweet cup of tea, Grimm could not even see it coming that Lloyd likes to spend time reading the magic documents. Mentioning the obvious, Lloyd assured him of passing his time as he has read every single book in the castle's library, so now he is just rereading and being creative with it. On top of that, he exclaims to find something interesting while pointing at the paper. Reading out loud, he tells the demon that an A-rank adventurers group seems to have slaughtered the high-ranking dungeon while coming back laden with the loot, including treasures and spoils. As the light bulb then, his teeny tiny head flickers, the demons get the gist of what disaster is going to befall him. All of a sudden, Lloyd makes up his mind to go on a dungeon hunting to test his grounds over the field. However, Grimm tries to shove some sense into this short-ass troublemaker, saying that the kingdom will not allow the 7th prince to wander around willy-nilly. Adding to that, he understands the craziness in his master's head after experiencing the last exhibition of his sorcery that slashed through the atmosphere. He is itching to do something horrific like that again, so the demon is aware that this kid on loose is worse than a demon on loose. Halting in the middle, he shows Grimm an acorn to cast a plant-class spell, mentioning that this is where the creativity kicks in while calling it a wooden replica. Wish. Lloyd, whom the demon finds not endearing at all, has now made an exact same replica. Not gonna lie, the replica seems much more adorable though. Trying to show off his artistic skills, he states that he even utilized the resins to form the musculature, bones, and skin. Whereas the roots come off as the blood vessels and nerves run through the body while making him able to move simply. The demon praises his cavalry nature to leave something like this behind to embark on adventures far greater than himself. With narrowed eyes as he recalls his fierce enemy number 1, Silpha, who would not let her little master trespass any territory except the castle itself. Recalling the last time he met her, she said he has gotten 0.7 millimeters taller than before. Her intellectual prowess is maddening. He exclaims that this pathetic, jiggly impostor will not be bought by Silpha at all. There he goes, the 7th prince with his great escape to discern the course to find a worthy dungeon and further unravel the mysteries of sorcery. Later on, Lloyd asks to gather some intel and see how the doppelganger seems to be doing if Grimm is getting a fine glimpse from his one eye. Looking inside the mirror while brushing, he informs him that he does not seem to wreck his act and might not have any problem being a stand-in. Recalling what kind of atrocious way he abuses the demon, at first Lloyd imbued his body in himself and pulled the soul to put into the doppelganger itself. The maids behind this scene are going bonkers to see Lloyd's hair all curled up as he tries to take care of his appearance while being an adorable baby. Being impressed, he warns her to stay away from the gaze of Silpha. Adding to that, he is proud of his skills as he made a dummy that has mana following in his body, including muscles, bone, and vessels. After they cut the connection, the demon's vicious soul is about to take this body down the dump, as Lloyd seems to be out of his way. But to his surprise, Lloyd suddenly mentions that he is glad to have him as his familiar, though he forgot to officially welcome him here. On top of that, he expresses that he is relying on him at home. As the silence fills the connection bridge, Lloyd seems to ask if he is okay. But it is weird to see Lloyd sweating out of the palm. Salute to this guy's tolerance of having a sweaty wet arm all the time when the demon Grimm gets hit by anxiety. Then through the connection, Grimm screams to ask him to come home as soon as possible. Putting the cart before the horse, Lloyd now needs to find the dungeon on his own now. Levitating in the air, he tries to find his way to the dungeon, but that does not seem like a piece of cake. Coming so far from the castle, there is no possibility of finding humans at all, but surely the demonic creatures would welcome you. All of a sudden, a woman comes thrashing from in between the monstrous creatures, picks on his chin asking if he is in danger. Lloyd cutely asks if they are orcs, but today is the day he just got ignored by a girl. Welcome to manhood, little Lloyd, hence, holding his chin while causing him to be wonderstruck at one place. He is stunned to spot such a strange occurrence in the midst of nowhere. All of a sudden, she turns and jumps in the air, ready to throw herself against the monstrous beast before her. However, she jumps with the speed that the rocks beneath her bounced in the air before crumbling into pieces. Such gruesome strength is possessed by a girl. He wonders what she can do against Silpha. Moreover, she thrashes her kick into the beast's guts far enough that her foot is spotted on the other side, trying to push out a way through it. The girls seem to be kicking the butts of the beasts and beating them into the pulp. She keeps on punching the beast's guts down the ground and slamming them brutally. The beasts are screaming in agony whilst their brothers are shrieking with anger, marching onto her with fury. This girl surely seems to have her way around some chop-chop moves. She is butchering these hideous beasts to make a mincemeat pie. Oh, that just made me hungry. While she crushes their face with her shoes, there is a monstrous bloodbath showering before Lloyd's eyes. After she was done butchering them alone, she introduces herself as B-rank adventurer, known to be Tap, martial artist with pride, to Prince Lloyd, who knew MC would be blessed with every darn possible thing, including luck. What are the chances that he could come across a B-rank adventurer that can surely take him for a walk to the danger zone, the dungeon? Man gotta teach me some of his sorcery madness to cook some luck potion for my sats. With sparkly eyes, he exclaims that he has never seen a martial artist before, while noticing her breathing techniques seem darn impressive. Furthermore, he mentions that he once came across a book about an exotic discipline that uses breathing techniques to channel energy chi into the body, giving them exceptional strength. He is surely giving a more villainous gist than a mad sorcerer chasing the ancient archive of knowledge. Looking over to the squashed bodies of orcs flattered in the pancakes, the girl exclaims that she went way too easy on them, so she asks them to come back when they have guts to win. Looks like this girl might take a lot of heart away, or some of them might even flatten like pancakes. Tao, a martial artist who seems to have a way around with some hardest kicks and blowing butts punches, whose favorite thing to start a day is slaying some shitheads, so good luck. The outside reckless adventures of MC began when he came across a paper about an adventurer beating a high-ranking dungeon. That just challenged his nerves to conquer one for himself and test to check how his new abilities are doing lately. This little guy is just finding excuses to turn the world upside down by using the Joules incantations. The demon's been having an existential crisis lately, asking himself who is the demon between them. Looking to see the sky bluishly plain with little smudges of cloud, she thinks it looks to be the time of an afternoon. Noticing something so far away on a rock's top as if it is sitting a few inches away, he thinks this girl sure seems to have a hawk eye to spot him that mile away. She asks who woke up today and chose danger as their first dish that almost got served. Snooping around in the forest might get you there one of these days. Preparing her gear to teach the kid a lesson, Lloyd does not wish to get slandered away in a mess, so he comes forward to reveal his business in this area. Adding to that, he desires to learn more about the dungeons and chief's secrets. All of a sudden, Grim pulls him behind, while calling him a buffoon to let his revealing identity be the reason for having a grave on mountain. Good for the tourist businesses though, having a grave on a mountain sure passes a divine vibe to it. She asks if you could not come with an answer yet, then she will see him as an enemy. Hence, noticing her getting ready to deal with him, he rushes off the top of the mountain, only to find her before him with just a snapping shift. Accepting his fate, he introduces himself as Loberto while stuttering through his greetings as he shows himself as a new adventurer. Recalling the time of realization of getting himself in a pickle, he casts an illusion class spell, Imitation. A spell to become anything you have laid eyes upon, but he wishes not to bring any trouble to his brother too, so he uses a Joules incantation to mix it up a little. Conjuring two images with a flick of his hands, he creates a completely original disguise. Being as melodramatic she can be while giving her back to him, she exclaims to be Tao, an adventurer and wielder of martial arts. Taking a sigh of relief, while noticing that his spells reeks of perfection, he expresses that it is a pleasure to meet her. All of a sudden, Tao seems to be in a blush of surprise to find a handsome, hot tizzy guy before her. Hence, she thinks after 18 years of gruesome training to become an adventurer, the time of romance has finally knocked her door. Therefore, her new adventure would be to make him her boyfriend and trap him in a love spell for eternity. Standing away while being ignored, Lloyd wishes to complete a dungeon, but as she seems uninterested, he is about to walk out. But to his surprise, she comes on board pretty damn fast. Looks like this pretty martial artist has joined the party of Lloyd Sama's reckless adventures. But he does not know, dungeon date's mega hype causing her to scroll through wedding cakes by now. Something is groaning from the cave as they stumble upon a B-rank dungeon. Upon entering, they do their own style of meet and greet with these magical beasts by smashing them to the walls like they are some kind of pests. Winking at him, Teo excitedly asks if Loberto seems to be impressed by her little entertaining show of crush and smash. Little did she know, This man is all about curiosity and collecting unusual-looking rocks. Her nerve hits bad when she realizes that the rocks seem to be more ravishing than her. Looking at her, he assures her that she did an amazing job slaying those beasts. Pouting her lips, she asks if he is scouting alone for quests, to which he adds that he couldn't come across anyone to join the crew for. Further on, she is astonished to learn that Roberto is aware of Chi's existence when nobody else on the mainland does. Moreover, he shares his opinion to look at it as if it is what mana is to sorcery. He states that the breathing is central to it, to which Tao praises him for his keen eye. Get it? Keen eye. It was not that lame, man. So to elaborate further, she mentions that having control over the breathing is what Chi is all about. Moreover, Chi flowing through the whole body is permitted through breathing in order to burst with superhuman strength. Instead of training to sense Chi while breaking a sweat, she exclaims Roberto would have an easier time finding the Chi of her heart. She finds Roberto trying to do a breathing technique, which makes her utterly surprised. Coughing to catch his breath, he expresses that he was just trying to copy her style of breathing, but it is not coming easy. To which she exclaims that without experience, his lungs could burst like balloons if he tried it again. Ignoring her rants, Roberto seems to find himself in the seventh sky of wonder to feel something different from mana in his body. He passionately believes for this power to be of use with sorcery. Crossing her arms, Tao seems to be holding the treasure map that Roberto seems to be drooling for. She then mentions that she might have to pass her teaching on to someone, so why not it can be Roberto. While being overjoyed like a 10-year-old kid, he thanks her as Roberto, to which she thinks that guys only seems to expect what they want. Afterward, the dummy is having his own tea party around the castle. A maid comes by to serve him tea. Thinking that Lloyd happens to be a funny kid with his dedicated anticipation to explore the sorcery world. She believes maybe that is why people are attracted to him. Soon, the dummy Grim notices her. All of a sudden, the flashback hits him badly, reminding him of being blasted by her chi attack. Later on, Roberto and Tao kick the ass of the final boss, the Grey Wolf of the dungeon that unlocked the treasure chest before them. Mentioning with disappointment, she states not to expect any good because the dungeons seem to have not grown a bit. Moreover, she adds that a place with a treasure that one can get hands on after defeating the final boss. Astonished by learning so much, he exclaims that the place is enough to get his curiosity pump running. It looks like he is more into the dungeon. She says that it is unlikely to see someone not interested in the treasure more. Jumping up in the air, calling him a jackpot, she is so impressed by Roberto's control over breathing that she is plotting to trap him in a student-teacher affair. Soon she believes he would have to wife her up, but he calls her attention to open the chest now. Asking him to not expect fancy stuff, she proceeds to unlock the treasure as Roberto's curiosity grows even more. As she slightly creaked open the chest box, Roberto swiftly takes her back, sensing danger in it as a demon stumbles out of it. Both are appalled to experience a cloaked Grim Reaper standing before them. Looks like the not-so-growing dungeons took it to heart and sprouted a full-grown Grim Reaper. Even the oven does not seem to bake something so fast. I mean, when it comes to spooky surprises, we don't need muscles, just throw some bones around and wrap them in a scarf. The horror. Looks like Tao seems to find herself a future husband, but there is time to wrap him around his finger. A little love potion might work, but what might work better is to have some way around the chi technique, as Roberto seems to think just about it. MC, on his adventure to explore the dungeon's mysteries, has shaken hands with Tao, the martial artist, and a B-rank adventurer. But with the courtesy of the demon, Grim, Lloyd Sama seems to hide his identity as a seventh heir to Solemn Kingdom, to not attract attention from the enemy. Conjuring an imitation spell, he has become a face mixed with two different images by using dual incantation and named himself Roberto. Upon learning about the chi breathing, Lloyd cannot keep himself from trying this breathing technique, because this man's hunger for knowledge is beyond the matter of his life. Soon, they walk to what they think is the final boss, and after seemingly smashing it to the wall far away, they believe the treasure belongs to them now. But to their surprise, they did not expect another guest lying around in a box, waiting for them to take a peek. It is like having to work hard to find the rewards, just to get another quest chilling inside. Standing before them is none other than fully fledged, cloaked Grim Reaper looking before them. Both find themselves to be clueless as they just have slayed the final boss, so then Teo calls him a lich when Roberto asks if it is the ultra-final boss. Clenching his fist, he asks her what kind of monster this lich seems to be. Winking at him, however, she asks him to leave this place because she will take care of this on her own. All of a sudden, she just thrashes Loberto in a way that it will not hurt him, but passes the message not to come between her and the lich. She manages to throw Loberto far away from her sight, so she can give her all out to Lich. Happy to know that Loberto is now out of the way with some few broken bones, she is prepared to take care of this malnutrition guy and send him to his tiny grave again. She seems to find herself up shit creek without a paddle before a lich. Trying to dodge his attacks, she asks herself why a lich would be roaming around in a low-life dungeon like this. Moreover, she believes it to be right up the alley of an A-rank adventurer, because as a B-ranker, it sure seems to be rubbing her the wrong way. Fighting her way through the lich, she desires to let Loberto reach somewhere safe, so until then she is standing her grounds while kicking the lich's butt to her last breath. Somewhere else, Lloyd seems to be trapped in a safe ball flying away from the dungeon, thinking that his cravings to learn more has not been satisfied enough. Ignoring how the beasts are desperately trying to attack him, he is lost in his thoughts of chi and dungeon mysteries. Lost in his thoughts, he asks Grimm for his opinion on the matter of going back, because she pushed him away with no further explanation, as it is already hard to understand women. A few seconds have passed since Grimm said anything. Upon asking him furiously, Grimm shaken enough, desperately begging him to come back home. With all her might, Taya finally believes there is no way out of this for her. Evaluating that Loberto would have been far away by now, she plans to retreat back to him slowly. All of a sudden, these malnutrition bones started talking, spooking the heck out of Tao. He exclaims that chi is what this girl is using, a foreign art seen a long time ago. He adds that he observed someone who used his chi long ago before him in the battle. He believes it to be nothing but an inferior concept to sorcery. So it looks like this bony stick has enough time to brag about his achievements. He continues to brag about how many lives of adventurers he just sucked away in a last. On top of that, he exclaims that he not only sucked their souls, but also absorbed their knowledge, talents, and skills. He is going on and on about how he is a top-notch, soul-sucking Grim Reaper. Tao, all of a sudden, halts him in between to remind him that his life is not worth listening to, so she asks him to stop the babbling. Yada yada. But he then remembers that the other man dodged his first blow, that even Tao never saw it coming. She exclaims that he is not even close to Loberto's shoe dust. Furthermore, she adds that it is true that he finds knowledge as exquisite as him, but Loberto seems to find a deeper meaning even in some plain weird rocks. Bleeding through her face, she expresses that it was so relieving to find someone who thinks of chi as an amazing thing to master. As compared to the people who do not seem to be familiar with its existence, she is happy to find Loberto so interested in this art. All of a sudden, she jumps and tries to give the Reaper a smack to his face, but he happens to block it so easily as if it's nothing. Furious to learn that he thinks chi is a low-life art, she smashes his barrier, not caring what damage it could do to her. Recalling back, she remembers how much of a sweat she used to break in order to enhance her breathing technique. She does not think this lifeless beast has any respect for such magnificent art. Rain or snow, summer or winter, she single-mindedly gave her all to control chi since the age of 5, without stopping for a dash of romance. She remembers how she gave away her romantic life to become powerful. While hitting the barrier with all she got, ignoring her prime time to have boyfriends, she was always training to crush beasts and get better every day in wielding this power. All of a sudden, she finally manages to break through the barrier glass, whilst proving that her power is as amazing as sorcery. All bloody but having a smirky face, she is trying to say that, don't be so quick to judge the book by its cover. Or maybe she exclaims that don't be harsh enough to make a woman beat your ass. Now she is no longer able to move, as her every muscle in the body, unlike the bony stick, is bursting with agony. She believes that she went all out with her last chi blast, and now she has left with no more power. So this is it, she states. She happens to finally run out of breath. Looking at her stage, the hovering Reapers thinks it is pitiful to even look at her. Not only that, he roasts her by mentioning that her best chi moves was just able to break through his barrier glass, yet it deems useless against me. Moreover, he laughs while saying that her toil has been for naught. As the Grim was about to call for her last attack to squash the so-called chi pest with his Morticia spell, Lloyd swiftly slides to her asking if she has given up already. Appalled to see Loberto able to break away her barrier and run back here, he asks her permission to let him have some fun. Although he mentions that he is in a hurry so it will be very quick. Furthermore, he asks her to relax and enjoy while he finds a recipe to cook for these bony guys who cannot seem to stop hoovering. Glaring at the Lich, Loberto calls him out to play with him too. The Lich seems to be impressed to have Loberto call him out for a battle. thinking that this little guy could entertain him better. Tao is betting her life on the line to a bony fashionista because she definitely has a bone to pick with him. In the depths of the dungeon, finding their way to the treasure chest has made Tao run for her money. Now this beast is not just a regular thing for a B ranker, because even her rankers could not stomach it, constantly roasting Tao's power of chi like they are just last century's big thing. While bragging about his achievements, he labels himself a sucking lich that absorbs everything of an adventurer, including their knowledge and skills. Talk about a bony-ass show, looks like this guy has no life. Being found trapped in some treasure chest has never even made it to my list of life chores. What people do for a living these days is beyond me. However, Tao, raging like a fire, would not let the bony stick mess with her mojo and throw her off her game. She desires to turn that bony piece into a bony meal and make a bone marrow soup after she is done beating the bones out of him. This is what you get for pushing someone's muscular buttons. Well, how would he know? A monster with bones. As he is still insulting her cheap powers, she finally manages to burst her anger into her power to make a man-like hole into the barrier glass. But to her loss, she was at the end of her strength, finally collapsed in front of the lich, who seemed to find it amusing. However, with his last blow to Tao, he is conjuring the spell, but the bonehead gets startled by a sudden entrance. So Lloyd-sama, or Loberto, has crashed this party as he shocks Tao by making her wonder how he breaks away from the barrier so easily. He has made it to the scene, so Lich is ready to take on this chopstick-faced beast. Alright folks, let's start the operation. Prayer power for him, cause he is about to go down pretty nasty. The Loberto seems to have formed a barrier to protect Tao from any further injuries. The fire is raging inside them to finish each other off at once. Suddenly, Loberto sprinting flashes before Lich's eyes, but Lich manages to smash him away so casually. Using an air-class spell of full sprinting just made Lich's mind go bonkers, as he did not expect Loberto to pull it off so easily. On top of that, he cannot recall when he recited the spell at all. Not only that, Lich is finding Loberto to be a bit fishy, as his barrier seems to be impenetrable when he is trying to blow it to bits. Too stunned to move, Tao cannot believe her eyes while spotting Loberto trying to use breathing style with sorcery, making a combo pie attack. He thinks that mixing chi and sorcery is difficult but not impossible because he is pretty close to a breakthrough. Suddenly, Loberto has broken the barrier because it is coming in his way to master the combo attack. Tao screams at him to be careful, whilst Lich is amused by Loberto's mockery of his power. Gathering all his power at this moment, he exclaims to Loberto that his sands of time have run out of time itself, so welcome his end. Fear stings her neck when she sees the Lich mustering a good deal of power to blast in Loberto's way. But suddenly connecting the dots, she realizes that the cage was not broken but dissolved by Loberto himself, so he can breathe away easily. Even more so, she sees him focusing hard to collect more chi with mana while putting immense pressure on his lungs. He finally conjures a combo ball of mana and chi mustered together to shove this up Lich's butt. Smiling like a true demon, courtesy to Grim Effect, Loberto calls the experiment "shove it in his butt" to be finally unleashed. Suddenly, he blows the move towards the Lich, but it happens to not even touch the Lich. Mockery at its finest, the chopstick face sure has a big mouth as he is insulting Loberto for his useless attempt to finish him. Moreover, he asks him to make his moves travel further and be thinner in a precise way, so that he can try hitting his poor body. But to his surprise, shaping it like a disc, Loberto seems to be having a fun experiment in finding little tricks to amuse himself. The time has come to finally test it out. Who is going to volunteer for the fun-filled experiment with a free ride to heaven? Oh wait, pick the Dementor hovering right there. He seems to be having a problem in staying at one place. Madness surges through his body as he attacks the Lich, who far away seems like he has seen a Grim Reaper ready to take his soul to hell. Loberto calls to let the experiment begin while attacking Lich without spelling incantation. The Lich seems to get utterly bonkers to figure out what he is using against him. Fearing he will die in this battle, he questions his sanity in seeing his sorcery equal to his chi manifestation. Drenched in her sweat, Tao is losing all the words to describe this situation because she cannot seem to understand how he managed to master it this fast. Not only that, he is kicking it up a notch whilst experimenting with it during the battle, making it even thinner and sharper enough to slash the Lich and behead him once and for all. As Loberto is about to hit him with his all, Lich calls upon his defensive barrier of Mana's shield. But that ain't stopping our little guy. Too late for apologies, cause this is about to become a showdown of bones of his muscles. He has managed to slash the barrier in equal halves. But as things get clear, Tao is awestruck to find Lich cut in half as well. Happy with his results, they then looked for the treasure just to find a booty prize. So for this they break their sweat, and possibly bones if Loberto hadn't entered the scene fast. Pretty sure the chopstick loser chewed and ate all the jewels, or how else would he be alive stuck in a box? Loberto exclaims that the dagger seems to be flowing with a bit of mana, but Teo bursts his bubbles by saying it's not even worth keeping. Suddenly, the treasure box is getting sucked inside the ground, so Tao fills in his blanks that the dungeon will follow this box soon if they don't run out now. Unraveling the mystery that the treasure box happens to be the core of the dungeon, he is sparkling with his eyes. Also, he states that dungeons grow while consuming magical items from time to time, as the adventurers keep diving inside with their equipment. Not only that, as the dungeon runs out of everything, it gives up everything like a warrior and runs away like a scary cat. Later on, they snuck right back out, seeing the dungeon get ready to gain strength to grow back. After this, saying that he is a skilled sorcerer, Tao asks why he used chi instead of sorcery, thinking that he might have done it for her. Upon remembering he is in a hurry, he asks to have the dagger and bids her farewell. She recalls him using the chi blast and chi blade, something she has not even come across doing. She mentions that from his combo discovery, they will learn a lot from each other. With time, she will perfect her skills enough to score his attention for real. Afterward, reaching home, he finds Grim lying around asking what is wrong with that maid while sobbing like a 3-year-old. Looking at his pitiful self, he asks him how he became so weak in one day, to which Grim replies that he wished he would have come sooner to save his demonic pride. The following day, Loberto seems to have absorbed Lich's puny habit to brag about every little thing, as he is showcasing his dagger to Grim. However, Grim accuses him of not coming to his aid just for this old knife that seems more like a butter knife than blade. Back at Solon Castle, Lloyd's chamber, he exclaims it to be his first valuable treasure from the dungeon's treasure chest. The demon cannot seem to smack his own face with such tiny hands to pass a gesture of how ridiculous the dagger looks. Lloyd returns to his laboratory, trying to cook up a dagger dish. The demon levitates beside him, thinking that his master finally lost it, which promises his victory. He reads his movements, stating that he is soaking the knife in boiling water, and now as he scrapes the surface from water, he then peels the incantation off of it. Amazed to see it, he knew he would find something just like mana essence etched over the blade. Recalling from the book, he mentions it to be a catalyst belonging to the enchantment sorcery. Moreover, he further reports enchantment sorcery to boost weapons by imprinting spells on their surfaces. Analyzing the structure of the mana essence with a glass eye, he describes that this knife seems to be boosted with reinforced strength. Adding to that, he sees it as a wake-up call to research for enchantments. Shaking the bottle with disassemble spell, he reports to have barely a half amount of mana essence from that knife. On top of that, he believes mana essence is expensive, whereas enchantment's path leads to failure. So if it does not work, one can end up with neither weapon nor the essence. With a water class spell, Pure Effects, Lloyd claims to mix his own mana essence while researching it. He describes the spell to clear the muddy water, but it sure has the ability to separate the constituents inside the liquid. Both find silver, oil, and hematite, and Grim asks to make sure if hematite is the core of Powdered Monster, which is seemingly as rare as a diamond in the rough. All of a sudden, he remembers that he dared to bring back some of the dungeon's core, so he believes it could work. Acting as if they won a lottery, Lloyd exclaims they have got oil, silver, and a ton of weapons ready to make. Afterward, Prince Lloyd, while spotting his father, runs to him to ask the dear old daddy for a favor. With an adorable gaze, he asks his father to give him some of the silver. Laughing on his unusual wishes, he asks him if he needs something better than silver, such as gold pieces. But to his surprise, MC hits him with his refusal to take anything but silver. After praising him for being level-headed with sound judgment, His Highness thinks, what could this boy even want to spend on? Back to his laboratory chambers, where Lloyd is making a smug face while stirring his pot after adding lots of silver. Even as a 10-year-old, he seems to have his way around with everyone. Today's the day Lloyd-sama chose to become a witch to make some potion or scientist to test his theory. It is always something new with this guy. Can't believe how Grim works around him while not getting his mind blown to pieces. Afterward, as it is time for his swordsmanship tutoring, Silpha is having a blast battling with his master Lloyd. She seems impressed by the amount of progress he has been making so far, but what strikes her weird is why he would battle for a jar of oil. Later on, Silpha hands over the oil despite him losing the bet. He confirms if it is okay to violate their deal of beating her and getting oil in return. However, she exclaims that she is delighted to serve her master with what he needs. Moreover, trying to wipe her tears, she expresses her worries to think of him grown feeble, but she believes her worries to be for nothing but a minor lapse in performance. Sneaking and peeking, the little demon sure has some snide remarks about this unfair match. Looking at him holding the oil with joy, she believes that with the pace he is growing, the title of commander or knight cannot even come across him as he grows up. Finally, he mentions to show her what he makes, but until then, knows the brighter days are ahead. Back to the chambers with the demon Grimm, he is cooking up one hell of a dish. A bowl of silver, oil, and hematite to acquire the mana essence in glass bottle. Afterward, he runs back to Albert, his elder brother and the second prince, to request for numerous weapons, so that he can practice his enchantment sorcery. Teasing him that his little brother finally came to ask for something adorable. But it seems to him that nothing fires up his mind as much as sorcery. Nodding to him, he also desires to take help from his guards. On his brother's command, the warriors are called to let his little adorable brother enchant their weapons one by one. Looks like these guys have gotten themselves in a pickle before a 10-year-old. Enchantment sorcery is not everyone's cup of tea, and especially for a 10-year-old kid, they seem to take him as light as a shopping bag in the air. Crying behind the scene waiting for their enchanted weapons, remembering how much they spent on getting the mana essence only to be robbed off by the 7th prince. The commotion seems to be rising even more as they make excuses to accuse each of not stepping down from that order. However, the demon Grimm seems to have heard it all and now is pissed to cook those guards' butts and label them on their weapons. He exclaims to give them the best, strongest weapons ever to shut their mouth up. He clears up the way and is readying to start his sorcery magic. Later on, Lloyd is scrubbing his incarnation while sweating through and through, ending with 3 layers of reinforcements with a force of increased elasticity among the spaces. The kid sure is giving his all to stuff unbelievable numbers of spells inside. Oh boy, 1 medal down, I repeat 1 medal down. But it is not sure which sword belongs to which guard. It will stay a mystery for now. Whose day just got ruined? So, Lloyd made a boo-boo because the blade couldn't handle this much inscribing, but Grimm seems to stay confident until the last blade. But to the next sword, Lloyd seems to manage inscribing one side of the blade. Even after Grimm tries to stop overdoing it, as mischievously evil he can be in matters of knowledge, he desires to take risk in doing the other side as well. Later on, he makes his way back to Albert to deliver the good news. But Albert sure seems to be sweating a lot while learning the numbers. 50 out of 120 weapons have gotten enchanted successfully. Before his elder brother, he is ashamed to not deliver all 120, and the rest has gotten ruined. Beside them, Silpha finally learns the truth about oil. Adding to that, he is embarrassed to confront them. The number was 80, but he overdid some of them. Appalled that he has made it this far, he couldn't believe his little brother would be more efficient than the enchanter to reach this number. Silpha gets mad to learn the warriors think so low of Prince Lloyd. Lloyd asks Albert if he wishes to see the weapons in action. Brimming as he finds the right thing to show him, he asks Lloyd to join on a monster hunt with him. So the story goes like this, that a 10-year-old MC who happens to be a sorcery whiz kid wins the weapons of warriors with his adorable pleading gaze to his elder brother, Prince Albert. Heard that right, a 10-year-old is on to massacre the blades of the warriors, bless their heart, that spend a handsome fortune in building them. Looks like the warriors are readily planning the funeral of their beloved swords. Stepping into the battle with just hands seems not to come handy at all. I advise them to share their befallen misery to the enemy, hug it out with the brothers. The drama seems to be brewing faster than Master Lloyd's cooking, as they all blame each other for not stepping down the idea of handing over their dear old weapons. Fast forwards to Prince Albert drenching in sweat, whole finding out about the successful numbers to be 50 out of 120. Talk about royal embarrassment. The daring stern gazes of warriors seems to make Albert a bit uncomfortable, but appalled by his little brother as he manages to enchant this many swords. Upon little Lloyd's request and his hard-working attempt, Prince Albert brought him an amazing offer for a monster hunt as a gift for his hard work. Ready to set off to embark on a journey together with his elder brother, MC is eager to find his enchanted weapons in use. Looks like the adventure is gonna be rough and tough, so grab your sword, buckle up right, pick up the armor to join this magical adventure with Prince Lloyd. Leading the charge, Prince Albert declares it to be one heck of an adventure for everyone. So today, MC with his elder brother, Prince Albert, are about to embark on a journey together with warriors. The day is shining bright as Lloyd asks if they are going to spot monsters soon. Little Lloyd is excited to finally see his enchanted weapons in real action. Silpha, looking at him with an adorable gaze, mentions that it's gonna take some while to reach that area. Upon asking how he can be so excited and not scared at all, Lloyd expresses that he is not permitted to be outside the castle. But today he cannot wait to see the swords blowing up monsters in bits and pieces. Spotting Silpha, sitting close to Master Lloyd and keeping him entertained, makes Albert laugh out loud, while telling that she cannot seem to step away from Lloyd ever. Silpha pays her gratitude to let her come on this journey, to which Albert assures him that she is Lloyd's guardian and mentor, and that is enough to stand for a reason. Adding to that, he mentions that he is aware that she needs to evaluate while keeping an eye on everything he does as his mentor, of course. As he is about to tease Silpha by the way she looks at him, Albert gets shaken to the core with Silpha's attempt to take the sword out. But to his surprise, Silpha states to him that someone's coming to greet them. All of a sudden, there is an ambush attached to the horse cart of Solon's princes. Prince Albert seems to be enjoying his tea as they are warned with a kobold's ambush attack. The warriors claim the kobolds to be armed with metal weaponry. Sarcastically teasing, Albert exclaims that even a little warmth is needed to run into real action, so in the name of Prince Albert's assistance, they may proceed. He then asks Lloyd if he felt the ambush coming too, to which Lloyd mentions that he quite did. Recalling back Teo's special detection, he remembers the basic skills Tao taught him to use to judge the area around him always. Judging from his improvements, Albert analyzes that he has mastery over detection and has a force field active all the time too. Hence, he believes that he is getting farther ahead than his expectations as Lloyd shouts that they are starting to battle. The warriors are madly going bonkers to find their swords extremely sharp and slice through the enemy like they are applying butter to the toast. Watching this, Lloyd is proud of his successful enchantments, but the succession seems to be a bit much, as some of them are getting spooked out. Simultaneously, Prince Albert goes to pat Lloyd for being such an outstanding enchanter and grateful to have a clever little brother. Adding to that, Silpha agrees while holding a bloody sword over the pile of bodies, but Lloyd wonders what she is babbling about when he did not even touch her sword. All of a sudden, Kobold makes a sneaky attack, but he meets its end with a smashing kick from none other than Tao, the B-rank adventurer. Behold, it is a surprise to find our beloved lovesick adventurer, Tao, here in the midst of a monster hunt. Oh well, the more, the merrier. Posing like a karate chop kid, Tao exclaims she sensed a danger to some hot guy today, so she has come for help. To Lloyd's bewildering gaze, he almost blurted her name out, but he remembers that he is not Loberto right now. Such smartness to even figure out that Lloyd is using the same breathing as Loberto he knows, only if she was a battle analyst, she could have figured it out by now. Silpha thanks her for her service, but asks her to be careful of not adding more work in their platter. On top of that, Silpha makes it clear with a deadly gaze to have hands off from Prince Lloyd, to which Tao makes sure she gets that she can do more than what she just has seen. Thanks to Prince Albert to keep both at bay as he introduces himself as the second Prince of Solem. Awestruck to be in the midst of a prince, she asks for her utmost forgiveness for her discourtesy. Afterward, Tao cannot seem to shake away the feeling of how Lloyd and Alberto seem to look so alike. Talking to Grimm, he expresses that he did not have any idea that she would be so precise in detecting my chi and breathing, almost as if she can see through me. He then plans to hide away from her gaze and wait in the tent until the monsters arrive. Unfortunately, he enters the tent to find Silpha trying to dress back up, because her clothes got bloody. Plus, she adds that she is going to be in this tent with Master Lloyd. While he exclaims that he can stay alone, she refuses as her only guide, guard, and mentor in this operation. On top of that, while choking him in her thighs, she utters to not let him roam outside where the monsters seem to be lurking wildly like pests. All of a sudden, Tao barges in describing that she feels Loberto's presence. Standing before her, Silpha is enraged to be disturbed in her tent, as Lloyd finds his opportunity to escape both of them. These seamlessly fight over who is into Lloyd and who is keeping his eyes on the child. They sure seem to be having a chess match in the air in order to slash and smash the queen in the end. As to be called a lecherous maid doing indecent things to a little kid seems to boil up Silpha out of the tent. Silpha demands to know what business she has here. Cannot stand Silpha, Tao seems to be getting outrageous as she tells her that she was on her business as an adventurer. Prince Albert mentions to Lloyd that Silpha has changed a lot since he came along, but he asks him to beware of girly fire. Get caught in that, and you won't see the end of it ever. Tao takes her leave because she is tasked with repairing the chapel on top of the hill. Prince Albert suggests that it's not safe alone, so he asks her to stay for a monster hunting night. Suddenly, Silpha believes that there won't be any need to watch because she points in the direction of where the monster bear wolf is about to hunt the horse. The drama between two ladies sparks to be more interesting than Shakespeare's plays. Prince Albert seems to enjoy them from afar. After a bit of indecent actions in the tent, Silpha and Taya find themselves in a ring match of words. Well, these two surely cannot stand each other at all, especially Silpha, who cannot stand another woman around Prince Lloyd. Thanks to Liberto's disguise, Lloyd has saved himself from a lot of melodramatic action as compared to the one unfolding before him. But to his luck, Tao cannot seem to rest as she keeps on detecting Liberto's chi from a mile away and barging in on places where Lloyd stays. Looks like our MC is playing hide and seek from two women on a trip. One seems to cannot keep her eyes and hands away from him, and the other cannot seem to stop sneaking into place where he is. Seems like Lloyd wishes to be in the castle or else he would suffocate to death. Tao is about to take leave to repair a chapel nearby, but Prince Albert asks her to stay to accompany as an adventurer on a monster hunt. But to their surprise, Silpha mentioned that there is no need to find and wait for the dawn. While pointing in that direction, she spots a dreadfully hideous demon called Beerwolf, growling in the midst of warriors. Nudging the warriors and playing with them as if they are balls to be tossed around, he is quite amused to play around with his food before eating them. Upon setting her gaze to the target, she calmly tells MC to stay back, whilst she mentions others to keep their distance and only strike when they find his guard crushed down. Otherwise, nobody is allowed to move towards the demon. Finding his spot, Lloyd shares his opinion to Grimm that Beerwolf looks to be the most gruesome demon among them all. Seeing Grimm making a weird face, he asks what is going on with him. To that, he says that there is something strange about the old rundown chapel over the top of the hill. Back to the Beerwolf Smackdown Live, Tao, the adventurer, sure seems to have handed over herself to the freighting demon. Way to go with her reputation in front of Silpha. Beerwolf saved her from further confrontation with her by coming into the light. Jumping away from the demon, she asks if he thinks he is kind of tough for a little woman. Further on, Prince Albert jumps in to show his battle tactics as he calls out to Beerwolf while saying today is not his day. The monster hunt starts right about now, with the star to be Beerwolf himself causing terror in the nearby village. But at last, Prince Albert with his companions has arrived to put a stop to his shenanigans, calling it for Solon's sake. Using his fingers to cast a spell, Prince Albert calls out for Perlant's Insinus attack, and the demon gets roasted into a friend's crisp chicken nugget. Amazed everyone beside him with an outstanding performance, all the warriors burst into joy to see their beloved master taking a victory home. They are praising Prince Albert's blow to be an almighty one-hit knockdown. But to his surprise, Albert believes his spell to not be that powerful, and thanks his little brother's enchanting skills. Brimming with delight, he believes the spellbound imbued in his sword finally worked after he broke a sweat over it. Thinking that it is going to be the most expensive work, he put his all into making it for his dear elder brother. Later on, the demon Grimm shares the intel to MC that there used to be a demon imprisoned in the walls of that chapel. On the other hand, everyone notices Beerwolf is on the move again, as he has already healed back so fast, causing everyone to be stunned by this display of power. Not only that, there seems to be others backing him up now. A voice mocks every human around, saying how dare they harm their kin before them. Beerwolf starts growling to gather all the beasts before home for the battle. Startled to spot something, Tao informs everyone that there is someone inside the demon's mouth. Furthermore, the demon introduces himself as Pazuzu, and he declares to get his payback by taking their lives on his territorial ground. So then he unleashes his minions upon the warriors to feast upon the lowly humans. Further on, the battle begins and Prince Albert finds himself battling a demon with his sword. But as he gets distracted, Tao smashes the demon's face before it gets to Prince Albert. Teaming up together, Tao shares that it seems to be getting worse because they are healing faster even if they give them a heavy damage. Moreover, Prince Albert states that there seems to be hybrids among them, but the others do not look normal either. Adding to that, he believes them to be controlled by the demon boss, Pazuzu. Afterward, Grimm mentions that Pazuzu might have gotten out of that chapel spell, to which Lloyd reminds him that he and Beerwolf are demons, so he asks if he knows that guy. But Grimm denies ever knowing that hideous-looking thing. Moreover, Lloyd describes that he realizes that Pazuzu is using mana transmutation to manipulate the monsters around the area. Furthermore, he explains that while changing the qualities of his mana, he is making it suitable with all other monsters. With a hint of hue and smell, he He is making himself look like their parent to establish his control. The mana looks to be used as strings to make them his puppets in command while healing and replenishing their energy in the battle. He exclaims that they have to deal with Pazuzu first to slaughter the rest later. Afterward, Lloyd, being a stubborn baby on his trip, requests Grimm to teach him how to transmute mana in the midst of battle. Hiding behind the barrel, he mentions that this time doesn't fit right for the occasion, as everyone is risking everything to battle these demons. But Lloyd insists that they will be done by the time he is done learning. On the other hand, Silpha watches Toe being sucked and beaten by the demon, asking for her help due to overload. Pazuzu is having a laugh, looking down upon the humans, but he finds some to be worthy of a challenge, but the rest are forced to be dependent on their junk-ass weaponry. Spotting a caretaker with Lloyd Sama behind the barrel, the demon seems to find it amusing. He calls Lloyd to be cowering behind his pitiful, pathetic keeper. Suddenly, Silpha asks for permission to leave his side for a brief time, to which Lloyd seems to wave it away. Seeing her to abandon Lloyd on his own, the demon mocks her to make the kid join his kin. To which she asks if he means the kin to be the meat suit he is wearing that is stinking up the place while watering my eyes. She exclaims that the horrible stench seems to get even worse, closing up as disgusting as the monkey's breath. Not gonna lie, Silpha has definitely done her masters in roasting people, not just with her power but her words as well. Few steps to the monster, and she definitely nailed more punchlines than anyone else. Clenching her sword, she believes that this air is not for MC to breathe in. Moving closer to the demon step by step, she tells the demon that he has to die to freshen up the air around here, so he has to die. The demon, amused by her daring spirit to mock him, he asks her to give it a try. Alright, folks, let's recall back before diving into the story of MC of the Solemn Kingdom. As he sets to embark on a journey to a monster hunt with his elder brother, Prince Albert and Silpha, his joy has no bounds when he is eagerly awaiting to use his enchanted swords on slashing some monsters. But to his surprise, he has gotten a chance to experience some warm-up before the actual battle. A kobold's ambush attack gave him a sneak peek in seeing how the swords are slashing the beasts smoothly like a knife in the butter. That's where it went downhill for our prince, as Tao, the adventurer, wishes to join this voyage as well. Looks like Lloyd's trying to hide his head as if he has stumbled upon his second girlfriend on a journey with the first one. Thanks to his disguise, he can avoid the battle of awkward glares. But the fire between Silpha and Tao seems to leave the fire extinguishers as useless as a kitchen knife in the battle. Later on, Tao on hunt to find Loberto by sensing his cheap presence through her detection spell is making Lloyd a bit annoyed over this trip. Barging in on Silpha and Lloyd alone in the tent just started another stormy feud among these two. Although Prince Albert advises little Lloyd to never step in a girly mess if he wishes to live longer. With that, Prince Albert invites Tao to spend the night waiting to find monsters to hunt. But to his surprise, Silpha already has eyed one. Already pissed, Silpha is walking like a dead zombie who gives no crap about the beast, raging on with her sword. The monster growls over her face. She does not shiver even for a second. This is Silpha we are talking about. This little puppy has gotten its fate sealed by Silpha, as she is going to make him one spicy roasted meat. Watch out, this is about to get more yummy. The demon exclaims that the bear-wolf that he set on fire before has already gotten recovered. Also, he states that as long as he powers them with his mana, her kin will develop more and see no end. Moreover, he describes not expecting him to run out of mana so fast, because as a demon, they do not seem to have fatigue in their dictionary. The demon is giving death threats to dear old Silpha, not seeing that she is on the verge of bursting out of laughter. A pathetic blind loser who can't even detect whom he is standing before. As the demon's chit-chat has no end, Silpha ends up slashing his legs, mentioning that his breath really stinks. Looking at him, she states that ripping his skin out might help with the odor, not that she gives a damn. As Silpha manages to slash the stinky demon, all of a sudden, the beast slows down and cannot heal any longer, just like before. Lloyd Sama seems to wonder what has gotten into Silpha, acting like a demon herself. Prince Albert informs everyone that the demon was sending his mana to these beasts before to heal up. But with Silpha's attack, he adds that the demon, Beerwolf, is not focused on healing himself even more. He orders Silpha to put that demon down for good, so the rest can deal with others. Aside, Grimm understands mana transmutation to be a highly delicate skill. Lloyd is intrigued to learn that Pazuzu controls these monsters by adjusting the mana qualities, but he realizes that even the demon needs to train themselves hard to finally get their hands on this power. On the other hand, Grimm asks him to give some hue to his mana at first, then moves to shape it and scent it. Lloyd then makes a flower, which Demon praises to be perfection. Behind the barrel, Grimm and Lloyd are having their own gardening party, whereas Silpha before them is making a bloodbath of Beowulf demons. A few moments later, Silpha asks for a sword enchanted by her master while wiping her tears of joy. Demon exclaims to be curious about the child she serves to protect as a skilled warrior and wants to shred him into pieces, but that's where he pushes the wrong button, because no one can lay eyes upon Lloyd Sama. Farewell to the demon who would cease to exist now. Bursting out with rage and power, Silpha attacks the demon with the spell House of Langlis, Dual Blade Craft, Twin Dragons Rising. The demon is now slashed, roasted, and fried to crisp. Lastly, she adds some seasoning with the spell Diving Flow to behead his disgusting face. The demon is cursing the woman to structure his body into the most hideous, disgusting demon in the world, only to get the sword straight into his mouth. The real-life example for Tao Chan to not take Silpha as a faint-hearted, cause she sure seems to know her way around swords. Again, Silpha smashes him with the House of Langlis, Dual Blade Craft, as she is cutting his bones into pieces with an addition of double tiger claw and fang. It ought be the demon's worst day to wake up just to be grizzled and tossed around by a woman. Well, talk about pissing a woman on her day off with her master Lloyd. Mood swings are real, bro. The demon meets his dreadful ends as everyone else experiences it beforehand and pays tribute to the demon for enduring the hell before reaching it. Silpha finally notices the rotten core coming visible to her. Flickering her hair back while looking down upon the demon's chopped up body, she exclaims how impudent of him to try and think about touching MC in front of her. She spits on him while calling him an insolent scraps of meat. Kicking his disgusting chopped body, Silpha sure is taking a sigh of satisfaction by dissecting the demon who was thinking to dissect Prince Lloyd. That is a next-level goal for a woman, to chop the head off someone who thinks of hurting their beloved. A green flag it is, I think. Couldn't care regardless, because this is Team Silpha always and forever. Others on the sidelines feel shivers down their spine by watching such a fierce battle among Silpha and her chew toy. Now, MC gets the idea of not stepping in the girly mess if he wants to live his golden days. Because damn, the demon is not together but torn into shreds like he was once a piece of fabric. On the other hand, Tao Chan can't seem to gulp her saliva inside with the fear of battling Silpha, sending shock to her brain as she tries to awkwardly laugh it out. But deep down she exclaims where she got herself into, as they all do not seem like needing any help from a B-rank adventurer. Moreover, Prince Albert seems to believe she has done a bit of overreaction, scaring even the warriors. Still standing before the demon, she states the obvious that he can scarcely wish to taste the flavor of his blade. Behind the barrel, Lloyd seems to enjoy seeing Silpha at her best and all out with the poor old demon who just wished to see him. He has done her battle analysis of Silpha by judging her every move and spell. He is quite impressed to see his mentor this feisty and strong, and now he believes why he does not have so many guards around like Prince Albert. Moreover, after playing with his mana transmutation spells and taking it to perfect, he tries to show it to the Grimm again. But Grimm is out of it after watching Silpha out to chop a demon before his eyes, thinking that Silpha was not there when he met Master Lloyd before. Somebody's having a rough and tough day. Oh wait, not our Silpha, of course. It's the demon Pazuzu who is getting his crotch kicked, smashed and crushed by none other than Silpha. Well, it ought happen to the poor guy who acted like he is a tough shot to crack. Not only that, he dared to call our little master an insolent coward cowering behind his pitiful caretaker. With a spit, that is just enough for Silpha to turn from a sweetheart to a fired-up veteran ready to slaughter the big-shot demon. While that is going on, the demon meets his dreadful demise handed over by Silpha herself. Watching the demon getting tossed around, everyone pays hell of a tribute to the demon daring enough to get under Silpha's nerves. Her hair flickering life, she is giving a shampoo commercial. She's about to make this demon into a minced meat curry. Not gonna lie, the demon Pazuzu sure seems to have fun in being smashed by our Silpha. That is one lucky nutcase. Prince Albert on the other side believes Silpha has gone a bit overboard into scaring all the warriors, and even Tao Chan, who is now worried about her demise later. As for our cute little MC, who is having a time of his life behind the barrel with his personal demon instructor, taking him to the history lane of the chapel. On top of that, the MC is watching Silpha and now has come to a conclusion as to why only Albert has a ton of warriors. So the craziness is off the charts, and the charts are having a meltdown for our favorite demon, Grimm, who is witnessing Silpha's rage before him. This guy's thanking whatever lord out there from saving him in the past from Silpha. He's thanking his lucky stars not to cross paths with her when he met the MC for the first time. Talk about dissing this kid before Silpha is definitely a call for a death wish. Alright folks, let's dive into the dramatic events of the demon who was stickered to the ground by our dear queen Silpha. Fallen to the ground, either he is stickered or just unable to stand up anymore. But he could be faking out to see Silpha let her guard down. But our queen sure is keeping one hell of an eye on this hideous looking trash, to think if that's what this demon is all about. Talk about shitting a talk show before the battle, only to be knocked out later by a woman. Not a thing can save Pazuzu from this disgrace anymore. On the other side, the warriors shout that the monsters have all been neutralized. That is when Prince Albert commands Silpha to give the demon one hell of a time, and asks the warriors to aid her in defeating the demon boss. He exclaims that it is the only way the monsters will stop rising again. But to everyone's surprise, Silpha did not see it coming to her as the demon manages to break free from his suit and drop his meat bag on top of her. Standing before her, he expresses that it has been 100 years in that meat bag. Moreover, he adds that he didn't grow his kin for all this long only to be turned into ashes by the likes of them. Transforming in his true demonic formation and flying before her in fury, he shows her place while calling her wretched, insolent sword woman. With that, Pazuzu smashes Silpha away ready to wreak havoc in the battlefield. Wincing with pain, she can't help herself thinking what is wrong with her. Exclaiming, she cannot seem to believe that her consciousness is failing her, while calling her into a deep sleep whereas she has to cover her master. With her all, she manages to stand up again, only to hear this wretched old demon brag about his monstrosity. Further on, the demon adds that the power of miasma causes terror around and makes the lowly human shiver before him. At this point, any breathing entity will fall head over knees before him due to his mana of domination. On the point of breaking apart but still standing firm on her ground, she mocks the demon's so-called manipulation tactics to work his way around the town. All of a sudden, flashing towards her as he is about to tear Silpha apart. Just then, Tao takes this one for her while shielding her. Annoyed to be saved by Tao, Silpha declines her hand to help, but Tao gives her a shut-up call and asks her to run and hide. Her eyes on the target set, Silpha asks Tao to run away with her master. Such dignity and ferocity, even the demon praises Silpha's warrior soul for standing still even if being infused with such miasma. Shifting attention to Tao, Pazuzu figures the reason why Tao would not submit to her. He finds her breathing in a rather strange manner, which helps her to not inhale his miasma. As the demon provokes her, Tao with her sets of smashing hits rages on, wildly thinking how could a beauty like her join an ugly ogre's gang and leave the cute boy behind. With her thunderquake pulse attack, she blasts away the demon deeper into the ground. However, Tao, regretting giving her all out in this, has to get her breathing to be normal and finish this lousy gas. While handling this demon, Tao's gaze fell on the monsters who seemed to be thriving back up, already healed. But to her surprise, the demon is interested in her love life, asking who the cute guy is, whilst mentioning that he sees no one but lousy scumbags rotting on the ground. Furthermore, he asks her to look around his kin who keep standing back up, that she might find them adorable enough. Tao is alone before the demon, fighting for everyone's life, but stuck in the beer wolf's mouth close to being chewed out. Now the demon, proving to be an absolute red flag, launches his manipulation move of absolute mana domination and asks if she devotes her life to her master Pazuzu now. Even with the demon's stinky breath, Tao is sure that Loberto is around close enough to be felt like the brightest sun she is seen through this fog. So she believes that all hope is not lost. The demon, frustrated to be ignored, asks her who she is talking about now, to which she exclaims that the baddest hottie who is going to beat his ass down the lane. Looking at her ripped, sweating body, the demon believes her to be a dumbass weakling, dumb enough to not understand his powers. So moving on to Silpha, he is definitely thinking of adding her in his personalized collection of beasts. He believes it to be one heck of a job to corrupt this warrior woman, but he thinks it to be worth the effort. Moreover, he curses her to live the eternity underneath him, showering in his mana as a slave, whereas the MC is watching the scene unfold after his tea party got crashed. Upon asking, the demons mention getting rid of Beerwolf's parents and wrapping him around his miasma to replace his lost mother with himself. Would that be called mother issues for either Pazuzu or the Beerwolf? Now that's a mystery to be solved later. No mercy of killing a mother, he laughs on killing the pitiful mother who was lost. Surprising the demon, the MC makes his entrance by acknowledging how low this demon is, so he calls him a pathetic coward on his face. Outrageous to hear this but appalled to realize, he calls out to the child asking how he is managing to withstand his absolute mana domination as if it is nothing. With his sparkly eyes, the MC innocently tells him he has no idea what he is spitting on about, entering this scene of blood-stained ground, covered with worn-out and injured warriors before the demon Pazuzu. His absolute mana domination is enough to strangle the likes of Prince Albert, Tao, and even Silpha out of all people. But as surprising as it is, the MC seems to not give a damn about his spell, feeling as if it is nothing. The demon is giving a jaw-dropping performance, experiencing a little child not give two twats about his power. Even asking how he is able to pull it off, the MC is innocently mentioning that he doesn't know what he is spitting on about. The demon is appalled seeing his reaction, while telling him he is making his dense miasma look like a walk in the park. All of a sudden, he spots a demon hovering on the child's side. This man cannot believe his eyes seeing a demon as a sidekick to this little kid, flying beside him like a cute little pixie. How outrageous for a demon it must be. Giving him a heart attack, a demon can be a lowly creature's sidekick. Thinking how long he is sleeping for, to find demons stoop this low. Making Grimm feel his utter disappointment, he exclaims that he has never experienced a demon fall this much to obey a human. He demands some answers from Grimm, asking why he is trying to be all cute as a demon, and being a disgrace to their kind. But to his surprise, Grimm seems to not give a damn about what he is saying. However, he thinks to pass on advice from one demon to another, but he exclaims that he has changed his mind to leave Pazuzu to his pathetic, sad fate. Not gonna lie, this Pazuzu guy doesn't even have a clue who is standing before. Such a hideous scumbag thinking he is all might and all. Can't even sense his death lurking around here. Pitiful of him. Outraged to see a puffy cute demon's attitude towards someone like Pazuzu, he decides to unleash hell before them. Acting if this is a cotton candy eating contest, they are discussing what strategy they would want to win this one out. Upon this exciting opportunity, the MC wishes to try his new power, mana transmutation, on these ugly creatures. Although Grimm mentions that he needs a bigger supply of mana if he wants to tackle these monsters. Trying to transmute mana through his little fingers, he explains to Grimm that he thinks that would be able to do the job. Moreover, he informs him about his struggle to manipulate the output before he tweaks it. Furthermore, making the blow soft and warm enough as if Mother Nature carrying a baby with all her motherhood love before the beast that is raging on ahead. The demon's kin, his beloved puppets, are statued to the ground and stuck in the moment of seeing such warmth. After pulling this trick, Pazuzu is raging like a wildfire, whereas the beasts are all bowing down to get patted by the MC. Grimm is excited to see that he was able to take control of all the beasts, even the beer wolves from the demon, in such a short amount of training. Hugging the MC's head, Grimm exclaims that he did an outstanding job in entrancing all the beasts, to which the MC whispers that he thinks of him getting affected by it as well. A few seconds later, the MC asks Beerwolf to throw Tao out of his mouth instantly. He takes a sigh of relief seeing her all fine but knocked out on the ground. Far away, the demon is going utterly bananas seeing a child break his mana of domination with just a snap of his fingers. He cannot seem to swallow that the MC turned the field of miasma into flowers, while believing him to be not a lowly sorcerer. Sadly, the demon calls out to his kin, but Grimm sends a shut-up call, while stating that they already have opened their eyes. Adding to that, Grimm describes how now the beasts are recalling their dignity, breaking from the long-lost spell, and now they will take revenge in the name of their dead parents. Simultaneously, the true beasts are charging on to the demon, Pazuzu, to rip him apart in shreds for killing their parents in cold blood. The MC is analyzing how the Beerwolf proves to be more powerful and mighty, all coordinating with each other as compared to when they were under the spell. Right then, the Beerwolf's beating the heck out of the demon and throws him in the air altogether. But to their surprise, the demon comes back to his senses, ready to fry them crispy with his magic. He exclaims while asking them who raised them all this long. When trying to squash them flatter than a pancake, he demands to know how they can disgrace their boss only for killing their damned family. Laughing while crushing them under himself, he calls them pathetic little weaklings, whilst the MC is disappointed to see how it is turning out for them. But the demon is fuming with indignation with his tempestuous outburst, calling upon the scumbags as they have poured water on his ambitions. He exclaims that he ought to teach them a lesson as their former master, that whatever they cook as a pathetic beast, they can't hurt even a finger of a demon. Excited to recall Grimm's words, he asks him if it is true that the demon cannot be destroyed by the sorcery, to which Grimm replies that nobody has experienced it yet. While these two guys are chilling in the corner, being the judges to this scene while gossiping about the beast whose demons attack like it is a WWE match. On the other hand, the melodramatic queen is trying to do his commentary by exclaiming how big of a shot he is now when he is all alone. Yeah, everyone seems to talk big after losing their beloved pests, like a bunch of sore scumbags trying to hide their grief. Pazuzu shouts upon every being to experience the true explosion of his power when he is not sharing any mana. Shriveling through the field, the MC walks the demon, exclaiming to see how much a demon can take sorcery. His mad curious soul is raging to experiment as he charges onto the field, thinking that if they are harder to kill or it is just their immorality, he states that if this is how it is, then how much of sorcery can these demons suffer with? Grimm, standing far away watching his master going all out with his sorcery magic, is sweating as if the temperature went to 60 degrees all so suddenly. Whereas the demon Pazuzu is stunned in shock, unable to flicker a muscle while drooling as if the true horror struck his mind enough to give him a heat stroke. Recalling the discussion with Grimm back home, he decides to hide his mana to avoid unnecessary attention. Moreover, flipping through the page, he mentions that suppressing power in a normal routine seems harder to pull off. Remembering this all, Grimm thinks if the demon understands why his power won't sweat his master even for a bit. Ready to feast upon this demon, the MC is ready to unleash all the spells he learned so far, so he asks him to be a puppy and come forward to be blown away. He whispers to him that he wants to try out some of his sorcery magic until he either dies or falls. Either way, the results are going to help his little research. But to his surprise, Pazuzu is already out of it, shaken to his core seeing a bigger entity before him, and he already feels knees deep in his grave while seeing a flood of mana walking to him. With that, Grimm is vouching for his master to give this nutcase one hell of a show. The silence has fallen to the ground, where the demon, Pazuzu, has lost his senses as he is statued to the ground. Unable to flicker the muscle before an even greater entity, all he desires to have is a chance to bow down or ask for mercy. Regretting his choices and his bragging, he now sees his death before him. On the other hand, our little MC is going to have one hell of a time bursting this demon's ego into a size of pea. He already has made plans and strategies with which sets of spells he wants to try out first. Moreover, the MC wishes to take it slow with the dear old Pazuzu, so he can have all the fun he wants until everyone wakes up to treat him like a baby again. The darkness looming over the corners of the demon's mind, who cannot seem to understand what the MC's goal is. However, with such terror in his eyes, the poor guy believes himself to be sleeping in the chapel trapped inside while living this nightmare. His pathetic self cannot seem to believe in the existence of such an entity who could store such a massive amount of mana. If not, he wishes to be trapped in the chapel again to dodge this living nightmare that has fallen before him. Feeling so tiny before this kid, he realizes why Grimm was hovering beside him as a sidekick, because no demon would stoop so low unless this is the reason. On the other hand, the MC is starting his devilish experiments on the suitable demon whose fate looks to be dreadful. All of a sudden, the MC attacks the demon to capture him inside a force field, leaving the demon all confused as to what he is trying to do. On top of that, the demon is left thinking when he managed to recite a spell before him. Realizing his intentions, the demon believes him not to be with a fighting spirit, to which Grimm doesn't blame him for trying to sprint away from this situation. Pazuzu, trying to run with everything he has, finds that the MC wishes to cage him like his personal guinea pig. Giving his all out to catch the demon in his force field cage, the MC is treating the demon like a runaway mouse. Soon, Pazuzu is connecting all the dots that if he catches him in one of them, then he is done for life and has to be welcomed to prisonhood all over again. Upon asking how many barriers the MC can easily pull off, he replies with 20, including the ones that are on standby. But he exclaims that with Grimm's help he can shoot some more of those to capture his guinea pig. A shower of barriers has befallen the demon, Pazuzu, who is having one hell of a tough time dodging his way out of them, acting like a little mouse dodging the heavy blows. The MC, keeping his goal straight, is still trying to capture his bait to test his experiment. He wishes his pathetic life would get a chance to contribute and become history. The demon is on the verge of crying while panting heavily. Terrified as it is, he shouts that how the hell he is able to read the spells so damn fast. Even when he utters that he dodges all so far, but still he is not running out of them. Tired of the demon's bullshit, All of a sudden, the MC calls upon the spatial class spell, Dimensional Enclosure, and captures the demon in such a celestial-looking barrier. The barrier is sparkling all the way, looking like a tiny meteorite. The MC gasps while uttering that he got him right where he wanted him. Taking a long sigh of relief, the MC has finally catched his guinea pig while exclaiming half the job is done. Whereas, Pazuzu is trying to slam all the walls of this rock-solid barrier that is keeping him caged. Not gonna lie, the MC looks to be enjoying this trip. After catching his tasty treat to unlock the answers of the demon's mortality, he sure seems content to keep his bird in the cage, as if he is his mutated pet bird, waiting for his master to feed him some seeds. He shouts to the MC that he thinks it is ridiculous to treat a demon like that, but the MC is all in his vibe, trying to think where to start from. Banging and smacking the wall, he screams while asking the MC for what reason he is keeping him inside this damn cage. Moreover, he demands to know if he is intending to do experiments on the likes of him. Then let him out all at once. He shouts and calls the MC a deranged sorcerer with a rotted mind. With a pleasing gaze, he reminds the demon that he is the one exclaiming before that the sorcery does not apply to him. On top of that, the MC reminds him that he didn't just massacre the Bearwolf's parents, but some of them didn't even look like Bearwolves to begin with. The MC figures out and mentions that the demon too was experimenting by mixing the monsters together to make a powerful kin. Adding to that, he exclaims that the demon has no privilege to ask for mercy after what he has been doing behind the scenes to these poor beasts. Ready to cast his first spell, the MC tells him to be ready for some next-level magical sorcery. Trying to shield himself, he shouts over his lungs that he isn't a lowly demon, but a sworn king who will rule this world over these lowly pests. Not seeing any way out, Pazuzu tries the traditional strategy to get out of trouble by using the political gist of corruption. Terrified for the upcoming misery, he stutters that he will dominate the world, so the MC can have all the power he desires, or if it money he wants. The MC is casting rapid serial spell activation, ready to blast the demon's body with his mana. On the burst of fear, the demon vomits the truth out that he has never been hit by that amount of mana, so he believes he might just die after this. The MC is ignoring his rants and desperate call for mercy, so he is casting all the spells including fire, wind, earth, and water. The high-tier spells of each element have been read out loud 100 times over with rapid activation, so it can be casted faster at 3 times the normal rate. On top of that, the chain of spells is holding 7 spells read in a single breath by 2 mouths, which seems to have made Pazuzu scratch his eyeballs out literally. Moreover, the magic gates were popped inside the barrier to unleash hell upon Pazuzu. All of a sudden, the MC calls upon to cast and unleashes 240 high-tier spells in 1 minute, which is way beyond hell for this guy. With such an adorable face, he wishes to keep this for Pazuzu for half an hour at least to analyze the output later. The horrific noise is filling the barrier, making the demon shrieking until the barrier, not to wake others from a tiring slumber. Who thought Pazuzu would get a taste of his own medicine? Experiment on those poor beasts by annihilating their parents and further on mutilating them with each other to power his kin. Even then, it is pitiful to see that wretched scumbag receiving this flavor of the medicine. Half an hour is still mercy by the MC though. Unleashing hell upon the disgusting, ludicrous demon, the contendant washes over the MC as he watches his experiments bear fruit and waits for the results eagerly while standing beside Grim. Capturing the demon in a force field barrier set by the MC, the demon has broken all the bounds of his dignity to get himself out of it. From banging to begging, he tried all his methods to corrupt little Mac's head to let him walk out of this in peace. Annihilating the poor souls, eliminating the shadows of parents before the beasts, and on top of that, manipulating them into serving him. He has even stooped low enough to mutilate their bodies among each other while pretending to be their mother. With that on the pile, he dared to hit his elder brother, Tao and Silpha, and managed to hurt them while causing havoc in this area. It is all clear for the MC to what future he has written for this demon, and surely it is in his hands. With that, he unleashes hell upon the wretched murderer with 240 high-tier spells of all kinds of special elements for half an hour in the start, while expecting the demon to just die. So the time is passing as the MC desperately waits for half an hour to be passed. With all the fireworks in the force field barrier, the MC is enjoying the time with Grim discussing the possibilities of this experiment under the moonlight. The MC spots the demon's body smoked and roasted to a greatest degree while burnt to crisp. But now the time has come to take the curtains out to see what has become of that scumbag. Now let's see what fate has stored for this guy to be history, while contributing to it, or just remain a pest for life. Smoke coming out of the barrier, the MC believes him to be dead even if it has been only 5 minutes since the experiment was initiated. While that is happening, Grimm, while noticing the output, believes that the magic does start to affect them at some point. He adds that it does irritates them as a minor annoyance with noises and light flashes, but experiencing this enormous torture is a different discussion yet to be done. The demon Pazuzu is laying around like a deeply burnt fried crispy chicken. As his life flashes back to him, he desires to rule the world for 100 years. Recalling back, he only has seen suffering and toiled so much to the point that he has become the torment he once feared. Till now he wished to make a powerful kin to command them as their beloved puppets and rule the world with them. Coughing up the smoke, he expresses how his life and ambition are now destroyed before his eyes while he has become smoked ashes. After a few seconds, Prince Albert comes to his consciousness asking if he is alive. With that, the MC is running out of time as Pazuzu's Mayamsa is fading away from the air while making everyone come back to their senses. In a hurry, he tells Grimm that they need to come up with a story to distract them all. Behind the MC, Grimm tries to whisper some thoughts to the dear old Pazuzu's crispy body. He exclaims that nobody is interested to hear about his pathetic life's turmoil and his broken dreams, but they all would like to have fun with a better company. On the far ahead, the MC welcomes his elder brother, Albert, back to his consciousness. Grimm tells Pazuzu that the kid is passionate about unraveling the secrets of sorcery, and that's what this is all about. All of a sudden, Grimm finds himself embarrassing to explain to someone about his master, as if he is starting to like his company. So he shouts at Pazuzu that he is only tagging along with the MC, so he can get his power back and get his revenge on him. The Pazuzu laughs at his pathetic life, while saying that his failing was not in having fun upon the journey. While dusting away in particles, he whispers that he leaves his ambitions to Grimm now. Hence, Grimm sucks his ashes inside him, shouting that he finally got under Pazuzu and restored some of his power back. In no time, he believes he will be ready to take revenge upon his master. While that is happening, the MC comes up with a sneaky, mischievous plan to confuse the crowd while introducing a new character while using Tao as a witness. Hoping to hit a bullseye, he has hit 2 targets and deals with this situation like a mastermind he is. He further mentions to Silpha about a sorcerer named Loberto who defeated the demon right after Tao collapsed. Furthermore, he goes on about what has become of the demon Pazuzu and how he managed to sit back and watch this all happen. On the other side, Grimm is eyeing his master adorably, stating that his power is not even close to scratch him, while snickering behind the scene. Later the day, when they arrive back to Solem, the king praises them for managing to defeat the monster and the demon. Although he expresses his remarks about being recklessly entering the battlefield, avoiding his responsibility as a second prince of Solem Kingdom. He adds that it was careless of him to take just his guards on a monster hunt. Bowing before the king with the MC, Prince Albert expresses his deep guilt in taking his brother on a reckless journey with just mere guards, and he asks for forgiveness for being so careless. Moreover, the king asks what happened to the adventurers Tao and Loberto, who came to the scene to aid the princes. To which Albert describes that the savior Lobero has already left the scene before they came back to their consciousness. In the throne room, Albert further mentions that Tao, the martial artist, left to search for Loberto right after she learned he was here, so they could not thank her at all. Giggling at the back of Albert, the MC recalls Tao's scream to call for Loberto in the forest. The king is deeply interested in this Loberto guy, so he wishes to learn more about these mighty adventurers who protected them all from such great danger. With that, Albert adds that the MC has contributed the most with enchanted swords to this expedition, which stuns the king. Hence, he asks His Highness to give the right to contest to his little brother for the throne. Thinking that, he mentions that it would get competitive for the second prince, but Albert exclaims that it would be unfair to exclude someone this worthy. However, upon asking, the MC gladly declines the offer. Afterward, running on the field with a stick, the MC did not expect a bear wolf to follow them home. With his mana transmutation, eventually, the beast takes on him and becomes just like their owner. That is why Grimm states that this bear wolf is fond of him. Spotting Silpha, the MC excitedly mentions that his name would be Shiro because of his white marshmallowy fur. Silpha tells the MC that she thought he would be against having a pet like Shiro. Furthermore, she adds that Albert had his confidence in him that he would tame this bear wolf in no time. Later on, the MC spends time with Silpha asking how to train his new dog and believing that it might need a bit of sorcery to tune his behavior. He mentions to Silpha that they instruct monsters through sorcery, so he inscribes the spell and transmits it to a beowulf. Simultaneously, with the confusion of not understanding mana, Shiro just starts dancing around in confusion while the MC thinks he needs repeated training. Thinking of using vocalization, but that's way too specific, so both decide to pay a visit to the capable 6th princess of Solum. With their set goal, the MC and Silpha wish to see the 6th princess of Solum. They are welcomed to the Elise's nursery, handled by none other than the 6th princess Elise in her tower. Entering the wild tower, filled with more greenery than the furniture, she seems to be the woman of nature. The MC is glad that this place is as incredible as he remembers it. Curious to see who she is, Grimm asks what royal person lives on the edge of a tower in the midst of a forest. Upon asking, Grimm gladly informs Grimm that she is 3 years older than he is. Just like him, he expresses that she does not want to contribute to the throne, so she is free to do what she likes. Grimm asks what she can do in this jungle-like place. Grimm describes that Princess Elise, being an animal lover, has possibly all kinds of animals right about here. The demon then realizes that this is why they are letting this huge gumball stay in the castle, realizing that it must not have been their first time. Upon entering Elise's tower, her personal maid, Eris, rushes to greet the MC and Silpha, stating that it is her pleasure to welcome them inside. The MC teases Eris after a long time that animals keep her tied up in this routine. Taking a long sigh, she accepts her fate while mentioning that Princess Elise has no bounds in bringing animals. She believes that the more, the merrier. Furthermore, the MC tells Eris that he wishes to see his sister, which shocks Eris. She asks if he is within his right mind to ask for such a thing. But as Eris is about to warn him, suddenly, Princess Elise attacks the MC from behind and lands on top of him. Such happiness is filling this room, the princess is overjoyed to embrace her little brother, to which MC tells her that he is happy to see her as well. All of a sudden, Elise traps the MC in a full-blown kiss while scaring the heck out of him. Pulling the MC from her embrace, Silpha holds him trying to wake him up from the evil spell that is bewitching him. Whereas, Eris scolds the princess for startling the poor kid while kissing him every time he comes by. After enjoying a tea party on the lawn, Elise shares her complaint that the MC does not visit her that much anymore. Looking at the MC's soul-sucking face, Eris scolds her that it happens because she does know what personal boundaries are. Later on, while holding the MC on his lap, Silpha explains the situation and the reason to visit her at this hour. She pats the fluffy gumball and sees that this is the reason for coming up to her. At this point, the MC introduces him and mentions that his name is Shiro. Seeing that she got Shiro's trust so swiftly, he asks her how she managed to figure out that it is a beowulf, so she mentions about his fluffy fur to be one of the things to keep in mind. With that, she mentions that it was just a bunch, while adding that the mana sorcery affects their appearance somehow. On the other hand, Silpha, on the brink of destruction, is annoyed to a great degree and wishes to leave politely. She mentions that the princess does not understand the concept of mana at all, so she adds that they are disturbing her routine, trying to figure out a way to instruct monsters through sorcery. Looks like our warrior queen Silpha cannot stand a woman next to his little master. If Elise was not royalty, she would have become a burnt toast by now just for kissing the MC. The princess is testing the water, but she is going way too deep to test it all out. Ignoring Silpha, the MC asks Elise if he can look around and see her animals. After asking to stay put, as Silpha was about to whisper, she appears before him, instantly showing a tall beast standing before them. Appalled to see the princess, they are giving a jaw-dropping performance to a horse-like beast. Elise has bonded with Chiron and uses him as a back support, but she calls for Liru, who walks up to her instantly. Elise then introduces this beast as Liru, the lesser Fenrir. Even the beowulf is shocked to see such a high-tier monster before him. Furthermore, Silpha adds that 2 of these can overpower a dragon, and this beast must have gotten past her detection. Also with strength, she mentions that the Fenrir has an intense peculiar aura at odds with their lesser moniker. The MC figures that Fenrir got a signal to stay unnoticed when it was behind them and returns Silpha's headband. Seeing how she was able to transmit such instructions from far away, he desires to learn her little tricks. Suddenly, he asks Elise to teach him how to communicate to Shiro just like she does with Fenrir. However, the princess believes it to be such a complex training, to which the MC exclaims that he is born ready for such challenges. Upon hearing this, the princess gets excited and she asks if she would like to share the secret in communicating with them. Raising the hopes of the MC and the rest, she excitedly shouts that the secret to communicate with animals is only love. With disappointed looks, they loosely sit on their seats, tired to get through to the princess. The princess continues explaining that love is above everything that overwhelmed the toughest obstacles. She believes that it permits everyone to get through to anyone or anything they desire to communicate to. She expresses to them that it helps her to relate with all the monsters in her tower. Looking at the MC, she tells him to call the animals to his heart if he wishes to communicate with them. But tired from her talking nonsense, Eris tells the MC that she has lost it for sure. Eris informs the MC that it is all about Princess Alice's charisma to be the bait to draw out all the animals to herself. But to her surprise, the animals seem to be furious with Eris calling their master a bait. The MC notices their behavioral change as Eris goes on about that she suspects it to be Elise's pheromones to attract these beasts. However, Princess Elise exclaims that it is not just about her, but she believes that everyone can pull it off if they use love. The animal, tired from Eris's snarky remarks about their master, is ready to charge her in order to teach her a lesson. Upon attacking Silpha and Eris, they manage to blow Eris's bottom in the air while managing to embarrass her before the guests. Eris is now blushing with red fleshy cheeks, while screaming to the princess asking her to make them stop before they do any damage around here. Upon noticing the scene is getting all heated up, Silpha calls out to her master and wishes to leave the premises immediately. She explains that the concept of love in this situation cannot fit to benefit our condition. But to her surprise, Princess Elise has already gotten through to the MC. He is cooking his strategy to make Shiro his soulmate bearwolf. Covering from the animals top to bottom, he believes that he is close to getting it and asks why he did not think of it sooner. Everyone is appalled to see the little MC giving such a mischievous vibe as his light bulb just flickers with a plan. At the edge of the solemn castle, on a quest for knowledge, the MC is escorted by the mentor, Silpha, to the tower of Elise's nursery. Leaving the familiar shores behind, the MC enters a jungle filled with all sorts of creatures, courtesy to Princess Elise's animal-loving spirit. Upon a surprise meeting, Elise meets with an unexpected kiss while leaving the MC all flustered. In the meantime, Silpha's patience is now reaching critical levels after the unexpected meeting of their lips, so she uses the excuse of her unconventional methods not being suitable for what they come here for. In the midst of the commotion, MC was amazed to see Elise's ability to communicate to animals with a dash of love while igniting his flame to learn her secrets. As tension rises between Eris and Elise's animals, Silpha finally decides that it is best to call for retreat. However, to Silpha's luck, Elise's strategies have left a mark on our little MC, who is now determined to learn her ways. With that, the MC is cooking up a mischievous little plan while looking at Shiro, a bear wolf who is feeling like a deer in headlights. On the table of curiosity, everyone is gasping to see the MC whisper of delightful deviousness, claiming that he is interested in love. Reminiscing back, Silpha, when knowing her little master is interested in love, she recalls when the MC called her kind and warm-hearted. That is when she told him it was because of her love for him. In her arms, he requests her to teach him about love. Come back to reality. Silpha is eyeing the MC from afar when he explains that he is trying his best to order Shiro to do things. Whereas, he fills in that Elise does not seem to instruct animals to do anything at all. Finally cracking her code, he believes her to be an utmost genius, making them do things even without dominating their bodies. To her surprise, she does not even think when she is doing it to them. So the technique the princess is using is called empathy. As everybody listens to him attentively, he further mentions that he sensed her mana erupting from her head to another animal's head, the moment they just started attacking. As clueless as everyone seems right now, he tells them her secret in a simple way that they all are connecting their minds together with magic. On top of that, with shared thoughts, she is directing her thoughts to them together. A few seconds later, the MC is focusing on directing his thoughts to Shiro about running. Hence, he is trying to send away his thoughts without manipulating the animal intentionally. Therefore, he is harmonizing and sensing their feelings together while staring at Shiro. As he makes a connection to Shiro, the bear wolf stands up wondering what is going on and starts running around the MC. Appalled at seeing Shiro run around without any given command, Silpha with Eris exclaims how he manages to pull this off so easily. Furthermore, about to burst into the excitement of finally figuring it out, The MC sends his thoughts of running quickly 3 times around him to Shiro. Seeing the MC hitting it off nice and easy, Elise is completely stunned to see Shiro under MC's spell. Moreover, the MC is busy trying to think of ways to engage Shiro by telling him to bark loudly. All of a sudden, the MC jumps from his seat and pulls Shiro in a hug while exclaiming that he did a good job. Including the speed, minding the location, and barking out loud, he pats Shiro for being a good boy. Moreover, taking a step ahead, Eris expresses how the MC is the real genius who is able to manipulate animals' heads like a true monster tamer. Behind her, Silpha whispers that even she did not expect it to come out like this. Furthermore, Eris starts muttering that her master's abilities come from her gut feeling that can't be shaken like a compass spinning wildly. Whereas she shares that if she compares her master to the MC, he is more focused on controlling his mana to manipulate Shiro consciously. On top of that, she expresses that if the MC finally gets smoother in controlling the animals consciously, then he could ask the animals to flee from here. With that, she believes she can take time off from the nursery gladly without worrying about the tower. At last, she can have enough time to enjoy attending cafes and stores. Pouting with puffy cheeks, Elise declines her offer. However, she exclaims that her secret of communication is love and not some manipulating tactics. She cries out loud that she is not linking or controlling any animal here, but rather she loves them and they love her, which is how it works for her. Everyone is stunned while looking at her, all confused as to what she is talking about. With an adorable gaze, she tries to convince them that what they think is actually love. Adding to that, she explains that anyone could possess these abilities just because they have a love for animals. With a smile playing on his lips and eyes crinkling at the corners in delight, the MC is excited to learn so much about love and beams more, knowing that there is more to it that he doesn't know. He believes that exchanging thoughts would not yield enough if the animals do not empathize with them. Warmth fills their features knowing that the little master is capable of understanding this much about love on his own. All of a sudden, the MC is overwhelmed by the passionate love of 3 women who just heard the MC talk about love so adorably that they cannot shake the urge to embrace him quickly. On top of that, animals linked to Elise are also being drawn to the MC, sharing the same feelings for him. Afterward, the MC exclaims, remembering what an ordeal it was as if navigating a hurricane blindfolded with toothpicks for sails. A smile on her lips, thinking she tried taking him out though, she then passes her sympathies on to him. Recalling that they asked to come again and save Eris's holidays, the MC adds that he feels like his understanding of taming monsters has grown insignificantly. So now he exclaims he feels more equipped to handle bonding with Shiro. Nodding to her master, Silpha agrees that they should give them a visit again someday. Watching him with a loving gaze while the MC hugs Shiro, she states that for now, he has to pay attention in his upcoming swordplay practice time. Looking at his dismaying expression, Silpha mocks the MC that she doesn't need linking to understand what he feels about that, but she isn't going to take a no for this. Swooping in from behind while spooking Silpha suddenly, Prince Albert demands to take the MC with him for now. Rumbling in front of the MC, Silpha insists on taking the MC for his sword practice, whereas Albert demands that she is taking too much of MC on a daily basis, and says that it is time to let go. Upon asking his intention, Albert expresses that he has someone to introduce to his little brother. Sliding away, a man with spiky, shiny black hair stands before the MC. Albert asks if he remembers his elder brother, Dien, the 4th Prince of Solem. The sudden entrance of Prince Dan stuns the MC as for what reason he has come before him. Looks like the MC's social calendar just got a whole lot busier now. In the latest stormy events, the MC finds himself learning the secrets about love and empathy through Princess Elise's affection for her animals before Silpha and Eris, the maid. Even so, MC's curiosity for figuring out love has made not only the 3 women dazzled by his cuteness, but also the animals. Bidding their farewell to Elise's nursery, the MC feels strong about his understanding of taming monsters that has grown that in return will nurture his bond with Shiro, the beer wolf. Later on, Silpha reminds him of his royal duties that much to his dismay, he has to focus on swordplay. But just when things couldn't get crazier, the MC's calendar is just getting busier. Prince Albert, swooping in the scene, demands the MC to have some time for him as well. However, he teases Silpha for keeping the MC too long for herself, causing a hilarious tug of war between each other. Anyhow, that was not enough for another prince to join their team. Prince Dien, the 4th Prince of Solem, makes a surprising entrance that even leaves MC stunned on the spot, feeling like a Statue of Liberty. Later on, beside the fireplace, Dian awkwardly mentions hearing that the MC has learned the art of enchanting objects and has even enchanted Albert's sword. After accepting that he did, Dian takes his sword out in a flash, spooking the hell out of both the MC and Albert. Dian challenges the MC straight on, asking if he could prove what he has been hearing about so much, right here, right now. With that, Albert whispers to the MC saying that he is a blacksmith. To elaborate further, Albert mentions Dian discovering his mastery of smithing at the young age of 10 and went to Bartram Kingdom for schooling. On top of that, he has a peak interest in enchantments as well. He adds that he is proud of him going abroad to learn so he could contribute to his nation and kingdom. With that, Albert tells him that he missed him all this time, to which Dian exclaims that it is enough about him and comes to business. Later on, providing ingredients, Dian mentions asking for anything that is required for him. Other than that, he says, everything is set on the table. Moreover, he demands him to be careful with everything and begin enchanting the sword right away. Whereas, Albert is giggling behind, saying that he is still soft. Standing before him, Dian thinks that enchantment technique is advanced, but enchanting a spellbound sword for a kid like him just doesn't make sense. On top of that, nobody in Bartram could pull it off. Further on, he believes the MC is spouting lies and has lost his manners since he was gone. He thinks that there is some whipping to do to whip some manners back into him. After some time, the MC whips a sword out before Dian, asking if this would do the trick. Look who was about to whip some but got whipped out himself. While Prince Dian looks like his spirit just got strangled back to hell. Albert doesn't blame him for sinning that much in Bartram. While sweating before him, Albert thinks that anyone can figure this is not something normal for a kid. Enchanting a sword so precisely and effortlessly within a short time must have traumatized Dian in some way. On top of that, Albert thinks the enchantment seems so thick and dense that it is practically inhuman. Looking close to the sword, he cannot help thinking about how many spells are inscribed in it, while including reinforced strength, cleaning, elasticity, and self-repair. With a sudden silence, Dian breaks out saying that the MC is a real deal before him that can aid him in making his dream come alive. The dream of making the perfect spellbound swords. To elaborate further, he mentions that a spellbound sword births when there is the union of a sorcerer and a blacksmith, and it has capability to add even more advanced spells into it. The MC exclaims that he has heard of this, and this is why he was nervous about using enchantments on Albert's spellbound sword, knowing that they are quite rare. Hence, Dian states that he has been amazed by the magic since a young age. Knowing that he can't do magic, he believes that a spellbound sword lets him shoot fire and cause storms with a single swing. Further on, he desires to shape up the kingdom's army to have a whole battalion with spellbound swords in order to be the strongest. Dian expresses that someday he wishes everyone to own a spellbound sword and use magic even if they can't, thinking that it would not help the MC in any way, but he is intrigued to work on this with him. Albert sneaks outside mentioning that he has meetings to attend, but Dian is focused on calling him the boss of this operation as soon as hears the MC is in on this. After suiting up for the occasion, the MC asks what spells he would prefer first, to which Dian allows him to start with fire. With that, choosing a per lance incinus, Dian states that it is a bit too long to fit the sword, to which MC replies that he will compress the verse into 2. Sooner he does this, the sword crumbles into pieces due to the heavy spell. Asking for another try while wiping his sweat, the MC expresses that he will decrease compressions, whittling down to 4 verses. Sneak peeking through the door, Silpha ends up walking in when another sword breaks down. Unable to grasp what is wrong, even if he is reducing its caliber, the sword seems to break away with a minor spell. With an apologetic face, the MC wipes his sweat, but Dian assures him that they will together hammer it down. With that, Grim sneaks in with the bear wolf, but before that, Dian mentions buying mana cheap as chips. Now that's out, the MC believes that mana has to be pure enough to craft a spellbound sword, showing that the crafted sword looks lighter in weight, so he asks Dian if he has any hematite anywhere, to which he replies that it is way too rare for him to get hands on. With that, the MC thinks of sneaking out again to beat up some monsters to get their hands on some mana. Drenching in sweat, Silpha suddenly offers to hunt dungeons down to pick up some mana, which surprises the MC. But Prince Dian believes that his royalty would not allow jumping into that kind of thing, to which she asks why he is so flustered. Also, she mentions that after his hunting experience, Silpha suggested the king for some more outside world experience for the MC. Queen Silpha, coming to our aid, just saved the MC from a whole lot of trouble of making excuses, and leaving behind pretty adorable dummies. Even Grimm is thankful for this step up, or else he would have gotten strangled by the maids in the cafe. Winking at the MC, she expresses that His Highness liked the suggestion so much that he gave it a green flag. Simultaneously, she declares that it is their first time as adventurers to be. Well, for the MC, it would be for the second, but that's a secret to keep in between him, Grimm, and Liberto. She then declares that they need to run to the Adventurers Guild to start off as adventurers. As Silpha hammers the sword down, Prince Dian cannot help but praise her strength and rhythm in smithing the sword down. Standing before the MC, who is pondering over thoughts about the swords, she brushes off flattery, claiming that perfect maids have perfect rhythm. In the whirlwind of events, the MC finds himself in a bit of a pickle as he struggles with a mana essence knockoff bought by none other than the blacksmith, Prince Dian. Despite his best efforts, watching the sword crumble down has led him to the conclusion that the man is not pure enough to keep the credibility of spells. Much to his frustration, he learns that his brother does not even possess hematite at hand, but he wishes to have a spellbound sword anyway. Palm on the forehead, the MC believes that a dungeon round might be necessary to fetch some mana for this. In the meantime, Silpha, the savior, has come up with a better offer for the lads, who are cooking a sword in their kitchen. Our trusted Queen of Chaos arrives to help the little master and suggests taking a trip to the dungeon with her. Thanks to her quick engagement, the MC is relieved from making enormous excuses to swoop out of the castle, leaving Grimm behind in the adorable dummy. Well, as Grimm thinks of the last sneaky adventure, he owes one to Silpha for saving him this time. Silpha exclaims that His Highness has given his blessing to the MC to have an outside world experience and get used to it. With that, she declares that it is going to be their first attempt as an adventurer, so they have to fly off to the Adventurers Guild. But to her surprise, our MC already dates out an adventure with Tao as a Liberto, but let's not count that. Upon entering the Adventurers Guild, as the MC looks around gasping in wonder, Silpha expresses that it's been a long time since she visited this place. Remembering that, MC tells her that she was an adventurer before getting assigned to him. Checking into the reception, the whispers come from afar, laughing at what a kid like him is doing in the guild. The administrator, Katerina, welcomes both of them, and to start, she asks their name, age, address, and occupation. Thinking about what to write, Silpha whispers that it is fine to write the real information down. Winking at him, she clarifies that he is the 7th Prince of Solemn. She mentions that it is a dangerous job for a young kid like him. To make sure, she explains that people die and are injured in these hunts, so she asks if he would like to go on with it. Looking at her, Silpha explains that only power matters here, so those with utmost strength will stand here, while those without are forever lost. Understanding what it means to be an adventurer, the MC gladly gives consent to Katerina. Walking to the next, Katerina mentions looking at the crystal to get an analysis of their abilities and rank, which shakes the MC to the core. Remembering that this is the ability meter crystal, he believes it to possess little mana that would react to the mana flowing through someone if they touch it. With that, it would allow an analysis of the individual's status. Looking at Katerina's smile, the MC believes the crystal to blow up on his face instantly. With the grim expression, the MC further suppressed the mana down in stress, while worrying Silpha in the process. Within a few seconds, he managed to compress the mana in the form of plankton, which just made him a bit too ghostly. With endurance, stamina, dexterity, strength in E, and magic with A, he has gotten E as overall, while making the whole guild burst into laughter, thinking Amuk would do better. Silpha believes that the MC has exceptional built-in magic due to his talent and a high baseline with a good bloodline. Further on, she believes that even highly trained sorcerers with B and C get an A rank, but keeping in mind that he is just 10, she believes him to be extraordinary with magical talent. Still, the crowd bursting with laughter. Amazed to hear Silpha's delusions, she believes him to be as great as the Silver Blader. Ignoring their fuss, Silpha asks Katerina if she would like to apply for a dungeon quest. A jacked, muscular man passes his snarky remarks to leave the MC behind because she needs another B-rank adventurer to fill in the space. Glaring at them, she expresses that she is an XA rank adventurer herself, which makes them go utterly bananas. On top of that, Katerina reminds them that Silpha is the very legendary Silver Blader they were just talking about. That just makes the ground go bonkers as her fans think to take her autograph when she asks for a dungeon quest with her little master. With that, Katerina mentions that due to retirement, she has to start from C rank, to which Silpha goes on to find another adventurer. Suddenly, Tao raises her hand showing that it is free to lend. But Silpha, with her snarky remarks, asks if she is still searching for Liberto. She explains that in that journey, she has powered up enough that she almost reached A rank. Hence, Silpha whispers that she will be a macho gorilla soon. Breaking into tears, Tao confesses that she needs a boyfriend and not to turn into some macho gorilla. Keeping the MC in an embrace, Tao demands to have Albert as a replacement for Liberto. Later on, they are about to fill in for the quest ahead. But walking to memory lane, Silpha adds that in her glory days, there were some enemies like the Assassin's Guild that she failed to defeat. Afterward, as Shiro chews the demon out, Silpha introduces the treasure chest to the MC and collects the mana essence, hematite, and monster core and runs before the dungeon collapses. Later on, Albert checked on Diane's progress with the spellbound swordsmithing. He expresses that everything is going all smooth. However, he mentions that the MC is off to the dungeon quest with Silpha to fetch some supplies. Although he states that it has been some days, but he doesn't wish to be rusty. As the tension settles in the air with Albert's silence, Diane picks it away and asks if the war is coming. To which he replies that things aren't looking so fine though. While shaking Albert to beg for some more time, he insists that once MC arrives, they will craft a whole battalion to aid the army in the war with spellbound swords. Giggling before him, Albert assures him that he brought him back only to make him feel at home again, and bond with the MC just like before. Moreover, he assures him that there is no political agenda going on, so they need to rest assured and have fun. But Albert emphasizes that his contribution as a swordsmith would serve the nation and save many, so he asks him to take care of that. Drenching in sweat, he holds Albert's shoulder, assuring him that they would still produce them just in time. With that, he reminds him that the MC is one hell of a big deal. Remembering him, Albert exclaims that he sure is a really just kid, while mentioning that the MC's smile brings him strength and contentment. Flashing back to his moments with the MC, he expresses that sometimes he feels so useless, but seeing his little brother makes all his worries wash away in a blink of an eye. Afterward, the MC is finally able to make a pure mana spellbound sword called Dillard that, with a swing, blows away everything before it. The sword effects are fires of Perlance and Cenis. When swinging, the MC notices that he went too far with it, thinking that he has to tone it down next time. Previously, Albert swings by to check on Diane's progress in making the sword of his dreams. Enter the scene in Diane's chambers, but to his surprise, Diane is keen enough to smell something off around the town. Looks to be that Diane only learned how to sniff something fishy in the bar tram. To his hound-like nose, he is never wrong to pick up a stench of trouble heading his way. Way to go, Diane-sama. As the tension makes it obvious with time, Dan dares to ask Albert if the war is in the corner and reaching them soon. Masking his emotion and getting close, Albert seems to brush it off, saying that he needs to enjoy the time with the MC. But things seem to get denser and denser, so Diane starts worrying about the impending war. But Albert asks him to chill out and cook some battalion of swords until the MC arrives from his quest. The sword skills of the fourth prince, Diane, are as crucial for saving lives as the throne is for the king, so he assures his brother that they will be ready when the time comes. Later on, the MC runs back to the kingdom of Solom to deliver the special supplies that Diane desires to produce a spellbound sword that he always dreamed of. Fast forward to when MC comes back, and they finally manage to craft Dillard, a fire spellbound sword. Not gonna lie, this sword is forged with enough fire to cook a dragon and steam a whale. Because with this, the MC definitely could roast a steak just by looking at it. As contentment washes over his face while he remembers the face of the little MC, Albert adds that he gets all warm and loved when he spends time with the MC, as if the kid's smile is like a ray of sunshine when the dark clouds are lurking near over him. But with relief to his worries, Dillard is capable of causing serious destruction, which makes the MC realize that he has got to dial it back a bit next time. Looks like even as a blacksmith, Diane's sword skills are way too sharp, as if he is ready to slice up some vegetables in the air blindfolded. But as cute as it seems to get, Albert accepts that he gets all fuzzy and warm for our little MC. Later on, Diane gives the spellbound swords to some of the warriors and monitors their practice with Prince Albert. Altogether, stands behind with the MC finally testing the other spellbound swords after the crafting of Dillard. Just as they swing it, a fireball hits the practice ground, while spooking the hell out of them. Forgetting how he reacted the first time, seems to give those guys a tough annoyed look, while watching them stunned as being the first one to use spellbound swords. Through comparison with Dillard, Deanne is frustrated to find that the fire blows are not nearly close to the power of what Dillard did to the ground. Recalling back, he remembers that Dillard was capable of penetrating the ground, making a huge hole, but seeing the new spellbound swords firing off doesn't make sense. Their impact is 10 times smaller than the actual ones, even though they use the same ingredients the same way. Diane cannot seem to scratch his way out of this because the MC believes he pulled off Dillard by the dumb sheer luck. Not gonna lie, the MC has gotten trapped in some household siblings' work that he must have to do now. As much as he just want to scroll away and run back to his chambers to find anything else intriguing, the labor work doesn't suit this little body. Even the demon Grimm started to complain about not paying attention to the guy. Deanne, with a sudden entrance, swooped away our little MC and got clingy attached to the poor soul. He demands the MC if he is slacking off, then the boss is going to charge a penalty. Looks like the blacksmiths soon possess the ghost of the long-lost army general, ready to lead the battalion to the war zone. Mercy on the MC, to which he replies that they just got lucky with the Dillard sword, but he does not wish to dial back, although the MC has promised himself to dial it down a bit for their safety. With an utmost prideful expression, Albert believes that they did more than he even hoped for. Seems like the dark clouds might be lurking on the kingdom a bit, followed by the rustling wind, but at least they can't hijack the kitchen's delicious smell of victory. Coming up with a spellbound sword, he believes it to be forged only with the union of the master blacksmith and master sorcerer. But to find one, he has to produce a dozen of them now. Therefore, Diane recalls how the MC has finally hit it off with something for his dreams, so his joy has no bounds. Hence, he pays tribute to the MC's stubborn spirit to put enchantments so skillfully that the ground blasted away. With a joyful face, the MC reminds the blacksmith of this kingdom, that he could not pull this off without him, as Diane's dreams are about to come true with the assistance of the MC. His dream of making all kinds of magical spellbound swords would come to life with the help of the little MC. Then, everyone in the kingdom of Solum will wield such a great power of spellbound swords, including the Dillard. Soon, there will be a maze of spellbound swords ready to unleash. But upon Diane stating that they can do anything as a perfect team, the MC thinks it's about time to butt out now. However, Albert weighs in claiming that the MC is his partner only, and reminds them that he paired them up to pull such a heist. Though Diane is all set on making spellbound swords, even with 3 partners, the MC exclaims that they still have to make more. Later on, after waking up, the MC recalls how much happened on the quest, so he wonders if something is incoming while feeling a little edgy as he pats Shiro. Suddenly, someone calls out that they spot someone in the courtyard, but it looks to be a blank white hole. Although the MC expects Shiro to detect this, the MC and Silpha are experiencing it together. Thinking they seem completely undetectable while using strange spells, but MC thinks that if nobody mentioned them, then he would not have even guessed it. A few moments later, the MC fixing his shoes thinks that sneaking up on them is useless because he will be sensed within moments, as he calls out for wind-class spells, Flight X Sprint, and vanishes in thin air, on my way down the fountain beside the dark cloaked guy. All of a sudden, appearing out of nowhere, the MC pays his wishes for a good evening, which nearly makes the guy jump out of his skin. But to his surprise, the MC introduces his force field with the wind-class spell, Aerial Enclosure, which would keep them away from wrecking the castle. Holding the dark cloak, she expresses that she doesn't like holding this for kids. With that, the cloak is pulled away in style, giving her a dramatic entrance, but the MC doesn't get the point and asks if it's chilly. A few moments later, the MC smells the sweet scent of flowers. He thinks that it is paralyzing enough, so it could be poison. To which the woman apologizes instantly, saying that she has to do what must be done. With that, the MC launches a healing class spell to cleanse himself, but the woman, called Black Fog, says that it won't work. On a starry night, under the darkness, the Assassin's Guild, Ren, the poison moth, claims that none can break away from her poison. On a starry night, out on the outskirts of the castle, an unknown entity appears in the dark cloak under the darkness. With a pull of the cloak, while giving away a melodramatic entrance, she appears to be a kiddish girl. She apologizes instantly as she spots the MC sneaking on her from behind. As the sweet smell fills the air around the fountain, MC sniffs away the poison, while activating the healing class spell. The woman deflecting it off claims that no one can break away from her poison. Sitting on his knees, the MC is brimming with excitement as he learns there is a possibility for a poison to be so effective that the cleanse spell would not work. Adding to that, he believes it to be one of a kind as it is produced with mana transmuted inside. On top of that, the MC explains that there has to be a countable number of individuals to possess such skills. Moreover, he adds that, just with Elaise's power, those individuals possess a unique way to spontaneously transmute mana. However, MC describes that some of them lose their lives trying harder to manipulate this ability. So in order to do that, those with harmful powers are given cruel, dangerous labels to identify with. The Assassin's Guild member introduces herself on the spot as the Poison Blighted. Further on, she expresses that her body has been leaking poison wherever she steps in or out since she was born. As she taps the barrier, adding to that, she mentions being popular with the name Ren the Poison Moth and fills the space with poison. With one smashing hit, she cracks the force field, while leaving the little MC amazed. The MC, monitoring her presence, believes that the aerial enclosure is a weak barrier, but breaking the barrier does give her a plus point. Looks like the MC has set his eyes on the price. Seems like this woman has dazzled our MC for a moment. Looks to be a lovely day. On top of that, he noticed that she melted it with her poison and cracked it right open by crushing the barrier. Is it just me, or the MC is crushing hard on the little assassin? Even the MC shuts his barrier to get a good look at her, finding that even Pazuzu would look like a steamed chicken in front of her. While walking away, she shares that she poisoned him a little bit to keep him in bed for a few days, and this is for intruding on her in between. Sitting on the ground, all sparkled to meet such an entity, he noticed that she vanished away into the air. Afterward, Grimm asks what he is admiring her about, to which the MC notices that Grimm is awake. Mentioning that he saw all the commotion outside, Grimm asks him about the situation of poison, to which he mentions that there is no problem with him. Pouting while pulling his shirt off, he comes out with the truth after sharing a few dangerous glances with Grimm. He expresses that the poison is still in the system in bits, but he is constantly exposing himself to health class spells for healing breath. Considering that the damage is under control, he remembers that Pazuzu's dominating mana did not even sweat the MC at all. With that, it is to be believed that Ren's poison mana is ought to be more intriguing and powerful than Pazuzu. Caught in a whirlwind of amazement, Grimm calls him back to the earth, saying that he needs to stop admiring and tell him why he did not respond to her at once. With that, the MC plainly adds that he was just hoping she would slide him and take him to their headquarters. Upon mentioning what Sylpha shared, he tells Grimm that there is a guild called the Assassin's Guild, thinking that Ren, the poison moth, must belong to them. Recalling their mission, he tells Grimm that it slipped from his mind. However, he adds that there are 6 members, including all of them who wanted out all over the nation while possessing extraordinary special powers. With an excited gaze, he exclaims that this has to be one of the most unique and intriguing characteristics. Scratching his head, Grimm asks the MC how he found her in the first place at all, because he believes that she now has completely erased her presence to not be found by the likes of anyone. Plus, if she hid herself so perfectly, she might have erased her smell, sound, and air around the space she is in, remembering her like a white hole, but he adds that it gets super easy if they get used to it. Getting more and more sparked by her, he believes that her trying to be undetectable so much makes her stand out firmly. A few moments later, Sylpha and Shiro come out in a hurry and see if the MC is still in one piece. Later on, in the darkness where the wind whispers as it knocks on the windows, the Alley of Dark Corners resides, so a group of people sit together in union. A webbed man with a necklace asks Ren that she walked on sparing the one who saw her, to which she replies that he was only just a kid out of the bed. Throwing away the useless topic, she reminds him that she came back to them with full hands of intel. Further on, she shares that they are pulling off a crafting business of making a bunch of spellbound swords. Moreover, they are going to utilize them for the upcoming war. But the guy interrupts Ren, asking her to shut up and not try acting like Jade. He reminds her that their leader is no more to be, so shake up to reality and accept it now. Trying to fight this denial, she exclaims it not to be true, and she expects Jade to join them sooner. A woman interrupts, suggesting to leave it as it is. A few moments later, all of a sudden, a man notices someone nearby trying to eavesdrop on their top-secret intel services. As the wind blows on the MC's face, he stands up instantly, appalling that they sensed him so swiftly. With that, Ren, out of all people, was shaken to the core while remembering that she hid her presence so precisely. On top of that, she remembers leaving him poisoned and believes that the poison should have not been healed so fast. Everyone comes to action, but the jacked man asks Ren if the kid who spotted her was the 7th prince. Moreover, the woman asks if this adorable little child is the reason behind manufacturing the spellbound swords for the army. The next assassin shares his opinion that he believes he hides his true abilities to keep a low, decent status while keeping his burst of ambitions hidden. Standing together as a guild, the jacked man calls out to the MC, the seventh prince, exclaiming that whoever it must be must learn he is before the Assassin's Guild. While making their presence very clear, they mention that running out of here alive is a 1 in a million chance. With a smile on her lips with sparkly eyes, the MC deactivates the barrier instantly, while Grim cannot pinpoint what is going on with the little master. Upon asking if he dropped the barrier intentionally, the MC lets him know that indeed he put it off. As exciting as someone with immense curiosity levels, the MC sure gives one hell of an intense vibe that even the Assassin's Guild cannot stop and feel. On top of that, the MC calls for a spell of Tao, that is control class spell, tracing Tao, and flowers of orientation Hyaket in form. Settling into a karate chop position, the MC asks them to come with the best they have. In the whirlwind of events, the MC cannot seem to get some slack, as every time a thing ends for him, another erupts right next. So this time, it is Ren, the poison moth, sneaking into the sleepy castle to get some inside intel, but to her surprise, the MC, spotting him, has decided to exchange greetings. In the force field, Ren fills it with an aesthetic smell of flowers that captivates the MC for a moment. All of a sudden, his intellect directs him to the thought that this smell must have a purpose, so it could be poisonous. Daring to capture Ren in a force field, she takes it as a joke and cracks it open with a smashing kick. Somewhere in the corner of a dark alley, a jacked-up man is furious at Ren for not killing the MC on the spot. But Ren changed the subject by informing him with a juicy intel about crafting spellbound swords for the upcoming war. Telling her to snap out of it, the jacked man asks Ren to quit, hoping that the leader, Jade, is going to come back. All of a sudden, an eavesdropper enters the scene from above while being caught in the act. Ren cannot believe she is experiencing the MC standing, who just got poisoned recently, and starts underestimating her skills as the poison moth. On the spot, the guild members in their position get ready to seize the MC, but they learn that he isn't just a spoiled brat, but also a talented and ambitious seventh heir to the throne. To their bad luck, our MC isn't just a normal sorcerer, and he ain't going to back down. With a snap of his fingers, he deactivates the force field, like it's no big deal for him to have them face to face. Grimm's left utterly bonkers, thinking what MC is going to do now. Simultaneously, the MC starts throwing spells at the guild, ready to take on whatever they shove in his face. Talk about confidence. The MC is delivering 6 spells that the guild is left behind, thinking they stumbled upon a magic welding ninja. While Grim, our poor demon, is left wondering if there is a way to swoop out of here because he didn't get the ninja training at all. Positioning himself like Tao, the MC calls out to Grim to never fear when the MC is here. The jacked man asks the MC to at least put the barrier up because a tiny guy like him will be squashed into a pancake in no time. All of a sudden, the guy in the black dress flashes right behind the MC while spooking Grim, and the MC stops his kick right away. Trying to get a hit on the MC, that flashy man is doing his best to smash him, but to his surprise, the MC dodges them all as it is nothing for him. Seeing how easily the MC is handling him, the flashy man praises the nobles while accepting that they are well trained in hand-to-hand combat. But the MC is in his own little world, thinking that the Teo's tracing ability is hitting it off like butter on a hot roll. The MC notices that the guy is light on his feet, quick as a fox, but also moves with a cat-like grace. Laughing to hear that, the rat-like man insists on giving an introduction now. With a flying kick in the air, the man expresses that he possesses a very flexible body that is effortless in its movements, seemingly defying gravity. Hence, he calls himself Babylon, the giant rat, and exclaims that he is able to twist his body to his wishes. While twisting his body, he states that he is a rat delighted. Upon noticing that his body is utterly unusual, the MC believes him to be flexible enough to simply take the edge off the pain. Out of the blue, a masked man appears behind the MC, calling out the word, sink. Instantly, the MC's body starts to feel so heavy and down to the ground, as if gravity is inviting him back to the center. Therefore, a voice introduces this man as the Crow, the Dark Raptor. He explains that his words are surged with mana, the curse blighted inherently, and for that, he chooses the words carefully or keeps silence to avoid escalating chaos. Along with that, someone punches the MC's guts in a flash with the boost power spell out of nowhere, As the crow stares at the MC, he mentions him breaking away from his commands by using brute force to his advantage. Following that, when MC finds himself wrapped in the sticky web solution, the jacked man introduces himself as Galilea, the spider whose body turns mana into mucus while calling himself the Web Blighted. Breaking away from the mana mucus, the MC notes that the mana infused with Crow's words like invocation is a primal version of incantation, like the origin of spells, whereas Galilean's ability to turn mana into mucus-like webs seems to work similarly to Ren's poison. As he gets out of the mucus, but without his pants, he casts the spell of reinforcing strength. Out of the blue, the MC finds himself under a woman who asks his reason for being so pleased even in such a dire situation with his ding-a-ling hanging out. Adding to that, she asks if he has left the shame and fear at home or threw it away on his way here while slashing him with the sword. Upon expressing that she will help him look for them, starting with fear, she introduces herself as Talia of the 100 Pains. With an attractive gaze, she explains that when she has a set gaze on her victim, if she wounds herself, her victim suffers the same, so she calls herself the Pain Blighted. Seems like it escalated very quickly, like figuring out that your boss has been working for the enemy the whole time. Delighted to hear so many new curses, the MC asks excitingly how they work. While slashing in midair, he figures that she can find a band of mana coming out of her eyes towards him, so it is believable to think she linked it to magic. With a slaying blow, the MC gets thrown far away when Talia expresses that the time for introductions is over. Babylon teases Ren to step away and let them fill the battlefield this time, or she will fill it with poison all over. Getting annoyed, Ren calls him and says that he is one to talk to. Moreover, Talia says that she doesn't like pulling her clothes off, but she does it to spread the poison even faster. On top of that, she asks the MC to tell her about his fear if he remembers so that they can move on to shame next. But the MC, as resilient as a rock while bleeding through his leg, exclaims that he would be lying if he didn't accept that he too fears or has shame. However, he believes there are so many other things to give it a try and swing it a bit. All of a sudden, Talia notices the wound healing faster than eating a popsicle in the summer. She asks if it was a healing spell, even though the wound was big enough to make a hole. Reinforcing strength while holding the strips, he understands that if he heals himself, then she will get healed too, but if he injures himself, he asks if the pain will come back to him. Giggling with a mischievous plan, he states that he does not need her telling him because he is about to experience it for himself. Standing upright to them, he calls the assassin, asking to show their best defense there is. With that, he falls for control class spell, tracing, and swordsman, Silpha, where the demon Grimm is holding onto his strips. Everyone is gasping for air, remembering what Ren mentioned about the guy who spotted her in the castle, the kid being the 7th prince of Solem. Along with that, Talia seems to be running after the MC's shame and fear while powering up her sleeves. Pain Blighted with her gaze is more like Pain Delighted now. Discovering your enemy to be hurt the same way you do is some sort of sadistic approach to love though. The MC and Talia, enduring pain together, might hit it off later. As the MC gets clear on the scene, he is eager to learn even more about these extraordinary powers of curses. Not gonna lie, the MC does fall for anything that is peculiar, even for a second. So you better ask the MC to wish for good, because those curses pack a solid blow to the guts. Talia and Babylon are having the time of their lives with their new toy, the MC. Even if Talia stabs a hole in the MC's legs, the MC's not the one to simply back down. Facing his fears and waves of shame head-on while healing himself on his own, the MC sure makes a fine reputation before the foes. Just when things couldn't get any crazier, some serious slinging action is called out with a control class spell of tracing, while revealing the 7th prince of Solem crashing a party in style. The MC is standing upright to them with 2 black swords of Grimm, while they are glaring at the MC, confusingly asking to stop for a moment. One of them exclaims that they just had a déjà vu flash before their eyes of Silverblader's nightmare. One confirms the swordswoman that Galilea and Crow battled with. Out of the blue, the MC, as if a demonic soul just possessed his soul, jumps into action to deal with the Assassin's Guild once and for all. The terror bloomed in her eyes while they stood wide-eyed and frozen, while some sweated before him. Babylon jumps in the air, wondering what sort of prince he is and what kind of power he possesses. One time he is battling hand-to-hand combat, and another time he is wielding a sword with deadly grace. While a cold fear glazes his vision, he suspects something is about to go down, but the rumors inform him of being an exceptional sorcerer. But there is something more than that. Out of the blue, he appears before Babylon, slashing him in the air while shouting that he cannot escape the fury. The MC dares Babylo to save himself from the deadly blow by using his elastic body. As the ground crumbles before the MC, he notices Babylon soften his body right before he is about to hit the floor. All of a sudden, the Crow and Galilea are ganging up on the MC, but that is going to be their worst nightmare. As soon as the words come from the Crow, the MC flashes away from the scene, which hits Galilea instead, and he blows away as the Crow stated. Being embarrassed to hit his own crew member, the Crow apologizes instantly. But to his surprise, the MC is right behind his ass, waiting for an opportunity to strike, and it is right about now. So he calls upon the House of Langless, Daggercraft, as the Crow gets spooked all so suddenly. The MC shouts that the Dark Raptor is the next to be in line for some whipping. The MC comes flashing towards him, hitting him with a blow of Dragon Maw Rising as Crow tries to mutter stop. But to the MC's luck, his move proves to be more swift than the Crow, which decides his fate to be on the ground beaten up. On top of that, the MC adds a flavor of Dragon Sparrow that wrecks even the masks of the Crow, leaving him all crumbled on the ground. Talking to Grimm, he starts chit-chatting with the demon to decide where to expel from or to experiment further on. Galilea expresses that the kid beat up Crow and Babylon to the ground. Trying to move ahead, he is informed by Talia that they are stuck in his mucus formation together, which disappoints the MC. As they try breaking through the web, Talia manages to tear her clothes apart embarrassingly, while asking Galilea why his web makes such a mess so much. However, he whispers while speaking that he doesn't do it intentionally, to which Talia demands he look somewhere else or burn his eyes. Out of the blue, the MC flashes before him with his sword, and that is where Talia reminds him of the stakes if he tries to hit her even for a bit. So if he inflicts pain on her or not, any pain she feels, he would feel the same. Panicking flickered before her eyes, but she still threatened the MC, while recommending that he not hurt her. Not knowing the MC better, something like that excites him, especially those with challenges. With sparkly eyes, he expresses that he is dying to see how that feels. With that said, her eyes darted like a trapped animal, and fear shattered her composure as the MC beat her with Wolf Fang's spell. Swirling away in the air, he claims that the pain finally came home to him. Sliding away on the floor as if he is skiing on the frozen surface, the MC is having the time of his life, beating the ones Silpha couldn't. Out of the blue, Galilea captures the MC from behind and ruins the kid's playtime. Frustrated to see everyone beaten to a pulp on the ground, he shouts that he got the MC all trapped in his wrists. Further on, he cries out loud that the MC's attacks are of no use when he is about to get headlocked to death. When casting the spell, he shouts Hakikin with single-point focus and almost gushes the attack, but the MC is quicker than he thinks he is. All of a sudden, Galilea meets his fate with a shattering thunderbolt that blows his guts to shreds. The ground surrounding him crumbles into pieces as the web enclosing the MC all crisps to dust, while Galilea gets served the same dish as his guild members. Looks like these assassins have lost their credibility with time since they fought the Silver Blader. For sure as hell, they did not look threatening or deadly to the MC. A bunch of pests were just squashed by the MC and flattened like paper to the ground. Now that just leaves our MC's favorite little poison moth in the end. Let's see what fate has decided for this tiny thing. Watching the scene unfold before her eyes, she was startled in one place, noticing how the seventh heir to Solem beat his crewmates within a few seconds. Watching them on the ground, beaten up like breadcrumbs scattered on the surface. She misses their leader Jade, who, if he were present, would not turn to this at all. Trying to grasp for air as she exclaims that the MC cushioned himself from the blow of Galilea's web so neatly. She exclaims that it was one heavy layer of mucus trapping the MC, but he still managed to blow, clearing himself from the entrapment. Like a mirror reflecting a nightmare that she never assumed would happen, her eyes show the chilling fear taking hold as the MC finishes Galilea and she remembers it is her next. Chilling emptiness born of an absolute terror, Ren stumbles on the ground before the MC as he asks her to come to him. On the verge of crying, she screams that the MC is a lost cause and a maniac. Later, Tao is desperately asking for quests of finding hot guys, to which Katarina asks what's happened to the guys she was searching about. Pouting to avoid such a question, she asks Katarina to find something that fits the MC to tag along as well. Reminding her that he is way too young for her, Tao expresses that he is Albert's little brother, so maybe she might get a chance to have tea after all. As a magnificent sorcerer, the MC looks to be on a roll while turning these assassins into squashed oranges on the ground. Their resume surely depicted them as the most dangerous of all in the nation, with the golden label of defeating the Silver Blader. Well, who doesn't like their resume to boost their popularity and hype? The Assassin's Guild talked big, but ended up doing the bare minimum, like someone's ex-boyfriend. Tough like so-called assassins, but squashed by the fearless hero and progeny of Silpha, the Silver Blader. Being done with the spider, it's time for the showdown of the girl who started all this. Capturing herself in the MC's eyes, she brought hell to their dark alley and let it follow their corners. As the MC slipped right out of the webs of Galilea, dodged the twists of Babylon, and smashed Crow before he muttered a word, the MC has come far along. Not only that, he performed an entertaining, sadistic performance of harming himself while breaking away from Talia's curse and taking her to the grave. But Ren's fate is on the pedestal, as she's shaking like the leaves in the storm, realizing she is next in line to become meat crumbs. With fear gnawing at the corners of their vision while slowly absorbing their resolve, Ren falls to her knees as the MC expects her to start begging right about now. But to his surprise, she calls him a maniac as soon as the MC asks her to come to him. Fear crumbles in her eyes as the MC asks the kitty cat to show her poisonous moves. With tears on his cheeks, he informs her that if she does not come, he will have to come closer. Then, either way, something is about to happen. Out of the blue, the injured Galilea steps in like a leader would to avoid one crewmate jeopardizing the lives of the others. He asks Ren to halt in one place while exclaiming that she has no control over her poisonous mana, so she will end up endangering everyone else. He calls for a plea to the MC to let her be out of the battle so that she doesn't affect anyone with her poison contaminating the air. Out of all people, he desires to fight Ren the most, but it seems disappointing for the MC to find out she cannot even control her mana. After hearing this, the MC notices that none of them even has control over their mana abilities. Remembering how the webs stick unconsciously, and the crow has to stay silent, Galilea accepts that none of them has complete control over their powers. Standing while shielding Ren, Galilea cries out that if they knew how to overpower their powers and control them, they wouldn't have to live like this with a cursing label, like an outcast. Bursting into webs of emotions, he shouts that none would dare call them the Blighted. As the frustration and fury combine, Galilea's emotion makes him attack the MC again to protect their guild, but the MC smashes him on the ground all over again. With a thunderbolt, Galilea loses consciousness for sure now and falls to the ground. Watching this makes Ren extremely furious, and she tries to fight with the MC by trying to kick his face. Covering himself in the force field, the MC suggests Ren not to scatter her poison so carelessly. Eyes blind to fury, she exclaims that the MC will pay for what he did to Galilea and others. All of a sudden, Galilea tries to stand up again, reminding Ren not to engage and reassuring her that he feels better in fact. Feels like their brain just did a tap dance routine, or maybe the thunderbolt struck the wiring. But he cries out that his mana is no longer out of control anymore. Hearing him out loud, everyone trying to hold themselves gasps in shock. While that is happening, the MC fills in while mentioning that he inscribed a spell over his back, so he can control his abilities directly. To elaborate further, he explains to Galilea that if he cannot overcome his powers internally, then he can use external measures to regulate and control his mana. At this point, the spell flows the leaking mana back into the body. On top of that, the MC adds that it is his first time experimenting with casting manipulating spells on a human body, but it looks to be working in his favor. Ren and the other guys are left in shock to understand what is going on, but Galilea is broken in tears before him, exclaiming that the curse has finally been lifted. He cries out that they are no longer the Blighted. Others are still in shock, but the MC adds that the curse is not gone completely. But he added something that can help him activate his powers whenever he wishes to. As they all stand together, the MC points at the three far behind, mentioning that he would like to do the same for them. A few moments later, the MC inscribed the designated spells to their bodies, so that they could finally manipulate their powers to their wishes. Babylon is wonderstruck to find that his mana is no longer haywire and jumping inside him, but now it's flowing in a constant flow with control. Whereas Talia adds that even her wounds are healed up as well. Out of the blue, Crow finally takes away his mask, while sobbing hard like a 5-year-old. He exclaims that it has been a long time since he has normally uttered anything or had a fruitful conversation. Everyone is stunned to hear Crow talk normally, as if it is his first time joining the crew. However, Babylon is happy that he cannot wiggle permanently, and Talia is excited to learn that she can hurt herself without hurting anyone else. With all the adorable commotion and cheers far away, Ren is getting her spell inscribed on her arm by the MC while pouting. Galilea walks to her, and he tells her that she can now wear any dress she likes without worrying about the poison leaking from anywhere. Sobbing a little, she expresses that it is not that great, but Babylon exclaims that to quit lying because she is sobbing like a 3-year-old. For that, she explains that she is only crying because the MC touched her. Touching the dress, she exasperates that she does not care at all. Finally, wearing pants, the MC mentions that all the spells are working like fine wine. The demon, Grim, holding the MC's shoulder, calls everyone to appreciate the MC's efforts for them all and be grateful. Ren asks why they are treating him like he is settling in, to which Talia reminds her that they owe him. Moving on, the MC wishes to see their abilities again, but Galilea mentions that he needs to inform them of something important. However, the MC states that they do not have to tell, and it is all good. But they insist on telling a long story, while Talia adds that they were trapped in this rut for far too long until a savior like him came along to bust them out. Not respecting the MC's wishes, all of them still want to share how they became the disgrace of the nation. As the MC looks so uninterested, Galilea still goes on that they have to begin with how the Assassin's Guild came into existence. On top of that, he adds that they had a leader named Jade, who had the ability to directly teleport across the spaces. Moreover, he expresses that he is known to be the Phantom-Blighted Jade, the Shadow Wolf of the Assassin's Guild. With that kind of name, that sure turns the MC's interest off the charts. In between the cheerful commotion, some battles just end in a better way where everyone wins. Just like in this case, the MC went to battle the worst guild of the nation and ended up fixing their cursed lives. So Ren, the poison moth, finds herself pouting as the MC inscribes the spell over her little arms. Even so, Babylon sees through her facade and accuses her of lying about not being happy to have the curse lifted. But Ren tried her best to blame the MC's touch as the reason for her tears, though we all know it was the dress and the joy of living a normal life. In the meantime, the MC, who learned to craft the spellbound swords, now also crafted pants to cover his ding-a-ling. Grim, the demon, swoops out of his pocket to declare everyone grateful for his master's kindness. Later on, Ren exclaims to everyone as to why they are treating him like family, to which Talia reminds her that they owe him a big time. However, the MC seems unbothered, but all invested in learning about their abilities. However, the group insists on sharing the tale of their disgrace over the nation and how they all found themselves in a rut, trapped for too long. Expressing their sentiments to their savior, Galilea mentions recounting the origins of the Assassin's Guild, beginning with the story of their former leader, Jade, the Shadow Wolf. With a name like that, it is no wonder the MC's curiosity ran off the charts. Recalling back, a man in black with black silky, spiky hair and clothes entered the scene right when they started the story of their demise. To call their attention, he greets everyone in the room, expressing that it has been a while since they reunited. Turning to him, everyone does a jaw-dropping performance, seeing Jade before their eyes. They cry out that where the hell has it been for such a long time, to which he replies that he got teleported to a desert-like place with a pointy monument. He cannot figure out what place he got deported to, but he gives Galilea a souvenir of Egypt's god's hat. On top of that, Jade has always been hard to pin down, which is sort of his personality. Moreover, he is known to be the Phantom Blighted with an unfortunate fate of being shifted to faraway places without his consent. As the MC is munching on the food, Grim wonders about Jade. They add that Jade is the one to keep them socially glued to each other while being always joyful. Eating at a fast pace, the MC notices him as an innate teleporter. After this, Jade showcases a coin-like thing with a wolf on it. He describes it to be the emblem for the Blighted, or he should state it is for the Assassin's Guild. Sitting down on the barrel, the Jade states to do the job even the Adventurers Guild cannot handle, while pointing at those that required to go undercover. Hence, he believes that if they keep up with this strategy, someday they will leave behind this burrow to a better place in the world. With his last words to live under the sun, in the outside world, Jade vanishes again in the mid-air and teleports to somewhere far away again. While that just happened, Galilea continues that ever since this meeting, they are handling the missions that the other guilds are not equipped to handle. Afterward, Jade comes with the news that he has something important to declare. Hence, he announces that the Adventurers Guild has decided to lift bounties over the Assassin's Guild's head. At this point, Babylon cheers that they do not have to feel like caste anymore. No more hiding in the shadows or the dark alley, but Jade reminds them they are only thinking about it, so let's not get ahead of this to get disappointed later. Babylon utters that it is just a matter of time that happens, so let's celebrate, while Galilea asks him to drink with them. Looking at them with a dismayed expression, he expresses that he knows that he is only the roaming drifter. But while shutting his eyes and sweating, he cries out that he is the third son of the Lordos clan. With that, he mentions that he collected all of them to exploit them. However, he expresses that the clan is under the command of his bloodthirsty beasts, like family, but he wishes to stop the war, and for that, he requires absolute strength. He states that he wants people who could help him with this agenda. So he explains that he found them and created this team from scratch for watering his own selfish grounds, and he is utterly sorry for this. Upon sipping the beer, Galilea thinks of it as a fancy place. He shouts that he has dropped a huge bomb and only one of them manages to go bonkers. But Babylon reminds him they are outcasts for a reason, whoever they must be or whatever their reason would be. With that, he conveys that Jade is the name of hope that rises like the sun in their shadows. As they are about to cry, Jade promises them the right to live under the sun. However, Jade decides to battle with this problem on his own, so none of them has to do anything illegally to get themselves ripped off from a place like under the sun. Upon their cries of not letting him do anything alone, he states that even with the blighted curse, the times he spent around with them were the best. Moreover, adding that he was so greedy one time that he just forgot about the Lordos clan's existence and desired to live with them all for eternity. With a smile on his lips, he tells them that he finally realized what family looks like. Even so, he cannot let a war begin when he is standing and expresses that he has a goal set. Furthermore, Jade asks everyone to promise to keep the guild alive even if he does not come any longer. Then he asks them to never stop dreaming about a place under the sun. However, he exclaims that if he does return, he promises them to make blighted heaven once he becomes the head of the Lordos clan. With that said, he mentions that they will strive together from then. Coming back to the present, Grimm has already watered his food with tears, while the MC calls Jade a stand-up guy. Grimm complains that it is the saltiest dinner there has been, to which Galilea asks the deal of this baby goat hovering around MC. With dismay, the MC thinks they barely mention anything about teleportation, but Talia pats him for taking this seriously. Ren doubts him, whereas Galilea mentions that it's been a couple of months since they saw Jade, or that no news of assassination has come by now from the Lordos clan. With that, he adds that the rumor is that Albert and the rest of the aristocracy are now aware of the Lordos clan's plans, so they are working on spellbound swords. Recalling back, the MC now understands why Albert seems on edge all this time. Ren cries out about Jade being right all along, and she mentions that it is their duty to stop the war. But Galillian reminds her that assassinations are murders if not authorized by the guild. However, Ren's journey brought the MC to them, so the crow adds that the MC has given them a new path. Whereas, Adelon mentions that even Jade looked into the seventh prince, so that calls for fate. With the drinks in the air, they all cheered to call the MC their new boss. However, Ren tries to tell them that the MC sees them all as guinea pigs and not friends. Well, she could be somewhat right though. Despite the incoming war raged by the Lordos clan from where Jade comes, he still encourages his guild to keep dreaming of a bright future under the sun. Promising if he returns, then, as a head of the Lordos clan, he will build a blighted heaven to enjoy peace with his guild family. Returning to the present, Grimm complains of having the saltiest dinner ever, but he does not want to admit to crying like a demon, while the MC praises Jade, a standing-up guy. Despite mentioning anything about teleportation, Talia assumes the MC's seriousness is about the somber story of Jade. But with a stiff look, Ren sees through the MC more than anyone else in the guild. On top of that, they tell the MC that Prince Albert and other aristocrats are aware of Lordos clan's plans, so they are manufacturing spellbound swords. With a pleasing gaze, Ren expresses that they need to follow Jade's legacy and keep the plan running. But Galilea shuts her up again, reminding them that Jade would not want this for anyone here and that he wishes them to live under the sun someday. On top of that, assassinations are just murders before the court, if not authorized. But Talia argues that Ren is the one that leads MC here, to which Crow adds that the MC just presented them with a new path to life. Moreover, Babylon expresses that even Jade seems interested in the seventh prince, and seeing this, it all fits in one place. With that said, they all prompt a toast to the MC as their new leader. Although seeing he accepted the offer, Ren reminds all that he thinks of them all as guinea pigs rather than friends, which might be somewhat true. Out of the blue, the seal appears with the guild's emblem. which was given by Jade. Ren asks Galilea to open it up at once, while mentioning that it could be Jade. The MC is waiting for all the drama to just end, and open the letter to end the curiosity, whereas Grimm is all in this melodrama, knees deep. On the verge of crying, Galilea reads the letter out loud as the first sentence says, "This is Jade, and he is sorry." Further on, he mentions not writing enough for so long, but to cut to the chase, he writes that he has assassinated all his brothers and has become the head of the Lordos clan. Also, he mentions that it took such a long time to handle the disasters in the state, but now he is all ready to give them their blighted heaven right close to him. It is expected for the guild members to burst into some fountain, but to find Grimm burst into a waterfall is just adorable. Looks like even the demons can roll into tears with a soul-wrenching story with a happy ending. As everyone is cheering at the top of their lungs, the MC is all immersed in the letter, and within a few seconds, a smile comes on his lips. All the guild members apologize to the MC and wish to run to the Lordos state to meet their beloved former leader, because if he's still breathing, then he's still the leader. Galilea expresses it to be out of the blue, but he pleads to let them go. Grimm, unable to control his tears, asks them all to go find their dumb leader. Ren, before him, expresses that everyone here owes a great debt to the MC, but she asks him if he would like to visit Jade with them. With an adorable gaze, she begs the MC to inscribe the controlling spell on Jade's back like he did to theirs. However, the MC asks her if she knows where this letter could come from, to which she replies that she has no clue about it. Hence, the MC breaks it to them that it was teleported to a particularly selected location. So to elaborate further, he explains that teleportation, being an undiscovered area of study, remains unknown to this day despite generations of research. Although he describes this as beyond his skills, saying that there's no way he could manage to send it. With that said, everyone thinks Jade is lying about his abilities as blighted. Even so, Ren asks what this letter is all about when they know how clumsy he is. So she asks if they should all wait for him to pop again. Upon a series of thoughts, Ren asks if this letter is a set-up trap for them, but she does not wish to doubt her leader. On the verge of crying, Ren cannot help herself from being delusional that Jade must have found a way to overcome his powers. Everyone sobs in the scene, but the MC's charisma of curiosity is still off the charts, while he mentions that he is still going because he is intrigued by Jade's teleportation ability. However, Grimm asks if it's fine to stay away from the castle for this long. So the MC decides to leave a note and trust Ren's intuition to meet this Jade guy. Although Ren expresses that they don't know what's waiting for them, NC reminds her that he trusts her instincts. Patting her head, he mentions that even then, if something worse occurs, he will sweep it off the surface. All of a sudden, everyone cheers in the name of their new hope, the MC, as they claim that he wipes away any doubts they have for now. As Talia holds Ren in her arms, she asks her if she finds it great to have the MC with them. As Ren senses it, a loud thud comes closer, thrashing the walls down, as Silpha enters the scene with Shiro, while calling out to the MC. But to her astonishment, she can smell him, but he seems nowhere to be found. Afterward, Prince Albert's tea is left hanging when horror strikes him while learning that the MC is about to visit the Lordos clan with the Assassin's Guild. Albert cannot seem to grasp this situation, especially when they are on the brink of war. With outrage, Albert exclaims that if the Assassins and Lordos work in unity and take the MC hostage, what is he supposed to do next? Holding his shoulder, Dian asks him to cool his head down first, and then they can think of a way out of this without igniting a war. Soon, Albert remembers his responsibility to keep war as a last resort, but Silpha adds that the MC is strong enough to handle a couple of bandits. Moreover, she presents the MC's clothes that were hanging in the headquarters. With terror-filled eyes, Silpha mentions that they set it to display a warning. Fear gnawing in Dian's pupils, he cries out that the MC is stripped right about now. Silpha adds more horror to Dian's mind by mentioning the clothes are a bit slimy. Petrified with rage, while screaming silently in his mind, Dian's soul is ready to depart until Albert strikes the table hard. As everyone looks at him, calling out for war with soul-shattering terror, his face looks as if air just got sucked out of his body. Afterward, the MC sneezes before Talia as Grimm tries to wipe it off, while he mentions that he should not be wearing clothes like these in this weather. Upon walking to the Lordos state, Galilea cannot help but mention that they feel like carrying a bomb with them, even though the MC is among them. Ren also complains of feeling something heavy in her chest. However, even Grimm complains of feeling a strange vibe about adventure. So Grimm asks the real question to the MC as to what awaits them at the Lordos domain, and who is this guy, Jade, who was interested in the MC before. But MC is writing this horrific feeling in a different mood, expressing that he cannot contain his excitement any longer, so he wishes to be there as soon as possible. Prince Albert, in the bubble of panic, is imagining disastrous scenarios about the MC being held hostage, produced by Sofa with added flavors of drama by Prince Dian. Bracing for the looming threat of war, after finding the slimy clothes of MC, Albert is enraged enough to call out for the battle while slamming the table, sending shockwaves throughout the room. On their way, everyone is on the edge, whereas Grimm passes the question to MC about this mysterious figure, Jade. So everyone is heading on to whatever awaits at the Lordos State, causing the thrill of the unknown. Meanwhile, knowing that it will take ages to get to the Lordos, MC decides to take everyone by flight, while using field expansion. The MC surprises everyone by pulling them all in the air with him, while everyone only expects expert sorcerers to use flight, but to pull them is beyond them. Ready to shoot themselves like rockets in the air, everyone is grateful for having the MC on board with them. After 10 minutes in the forest, near the Lordos domain, everyone is gasping for air after they just saved themselves from falling apart. At this point, they are begging the MC that they cannot take this any longer. With that said, Grimm emphasizes to MC that this is not fit for the faint-hearted, so they have to let them go. Although MC reminds them that it would become a pain in the neck, everyone protests that they did not take it to be that literal, as Babylon can't seem to fold himself back to normal. So they decide to catch a break and go head by foot. Moreover, Ren volunteers happily to fetch some food, to which Babylon whispers to MC that she is trying to impress him. With that said, Babylon mentions that Ren lost her parents due to poison, so she lived her life in the jungle until Jade discovered her. Recalling back, Babylon mentions that Jade desires to keep Ren in the blighted family and promises everyone to make it work. Even when hugging Ren so tight, he didn't fear the poison touching him, and he kept saying that Ren smells like flowers. Galilea mentions that the strip of clothes cannot keep her poison inside, so everyone with her will be at risk. Although the proverb has been said, one man's poison is another man's meat, Jade decides that Ren will continue to live with them, and everyone has to lend a hand in helping her. A few seconds later, one takes charge of her education, and another will tutor her in designing her clothes, whereas one will try to neutralize her poison with new dishes. Within some time, everyone demonstrates a new fashion style for Ren, which is weaved with a single sheet of enchanted poison-blocking fabric. On top of that, sleek black to project style. It can be removed instantly with a combo of function and style. Hence, while Ren cries in silence, Jade assures her that now they can live together in peace. Since then, Ren has thought of Jade as her brother. However, Grimm cannot believe to see the MC taking such interest in another person. Ren comes with a forager's stew that gives Galilea a nightmare vibe, so then MC orders Crow to tell it to taste good. But Ren, with a dramatic blow, swears that it would taste mind-blowing if he just tried, but Crow falls to the ground after taking a bite. The MC is disappointed not to see how Crow's powers would affect the stew. Talia remembers that a prince couldn't eat it, but to their surprise, MC ends up eating half of it by himself with Grimm. Also, the MC praises her for bringing such a rich flavor that makes Ren instantly fleshy red. Afterward, the MC is napping on Galilea as Grimm apologizes that he is fatigued from making spellbound swords all day long. With that, Grimm adds that it's not cute of him to keep barriers intact around us in his sleep. Although, with a wish to roam around the manor, Grimm shares that this still could be a trap, so they shouldn't let themselves run along with it. Upon reaching the manor, Grimm mentions that the MC, awake or not, is unbeatable, but he is more worried about the guild members. If anything scratches them, then Grimm would be in trouble instead, so he wishes to come along. A step ahead, they move on to find Jade while putting the MC on a tree. Upon reaching the manor and leaving behind MC to enjoy his peaceful slumber, the Assassin's Guild, followed by Grimm, enters the premises of the Lordos clan. Sneaking into the bridge, cloaked, they all watch the commotion and the chatter of the workers preparing for some party. One of them asks if this is the soul-shattering, bloodthirsty clan of monsters whom Jade was scared of. Following him, Galilea asks if they are preparing for the feast and waiting for them. One thinks Jade might have changed the way the state worked, followed by Grimm mentioning he doesn't sense any hostility. So one of them suggests going to take the MC and coming back to meet Jade later. However, Grimm mentions that Jade seems interested in the 7th prince. But for what reason? Galilea states that they did not dig into that matter, as they only heard rumors and nothing else. Out of the blue, a man sneaks in to ask if they are all from the Assassin's Guild. Later on, all the people declare that it is time to begin the banquet. The other announces that those the master was waiting for have arrived, and a round of cheers roars through the hallway. Galilea cannot seem to wrap his head around how the man sneaks up behind them. After tasting the dishes, Ren shows a green flag, saying that the food is free of poison. Grimm, on the other hand, expresses that all the commotion and tension were for nothing after all. Furthermore, as the anxiety starts wrapping everyone together, they start calling for the MC to teach them table etiquette. As soon as Grimm tries to leave to fetch the MC, Ren holds him hard while expressing that it's been a while since she met Jade, so she is nervous. Upon asking Jade's whereabouts, the Hat Man assures him that he will appear in a short time. A few moments later, the members of the Assassin's Guild hear the most familiar footsteps coming towards them, and they all burst into tears. Suddenly, they all scream Jade's name in unison as he tells them they're early. With a snap, he switches to the attire that is familiar to the guild members, leaving everyone stunned. Amazed to experience his control over his powers, he answers to Galilea that he got better as he kept practicing with his abilities. With that, they are still sobbing while expressing that they are all happy to find him alive. Ren, with her joyful tears, looks at Grimm, who is sharing their sentiments. Taking the banquet out, Ren calls out to Jade and starts mumbling. She expresses that she can't pick words while the guild members cannot stop crying behind her. As Grimm takes a flight to fetch the MC, Ren, with her shiny, water-filled eyes, asks Jade where they can start. The moment Grimm reaches the sky, suddenly, the air around them weighs heavier than before, and Grimm smells something reeking of stink. Jade's recognizable face gets inconspicuous within a moment, including his workers at Lordos Manor, as he calls them to kneel. Within a snap, all the members slam on the ground, as if something is sticking them to the floor. As fear shrieks inside them, like nails scraping a chalkboard and sending shivers down their spine, they cannot seem to figure out how Jade is doing invocation is more dominating than Crow. Hence, Jade represents a fine-looking, freshly blighted before his underlings, to whom they praise their master. Ren, looking at Jade with a pleading gaze, asks him what is wrong with him. Ignoring her, Jade announces his freshly tuned, good selections of blighteds ready to be loaded and sold. Further on, Jade calls everyone's attention to Ren, saying that he has forgotten her name but they call her the Poison One. Out of nowhere, Grimm launches an attack with his Arctis Obscura Forta at Jade to lift his spell over others, screaming on top of his lungs as fear pierces his heart. He commands to leave the manor immediately because he is too dangerous even for him. As Grimm was about to reveal his identity, Jade smashed his guts with a gut-wrenching kick that made his eyeballs jump out of their sockets. With blood spouting out of his mouth, Grimm gets shot out of the manor like a rocket, leaving everyone appalled on the spot. As the air charges with anticipation, Grimm's blood splashes on the guild members who cannot seem to flicker a muscle in fear. Standing upright with a devilish expression, he laughs at Grimm's daring attempt and asks if he has lost his head. With that, he calls the poor demon a fool as the longest night begins. With a gut-wrenching kick to our little demon, Grimm, Jade sends him out of the Lordos Manor as if he launched a rocket which coincidentally lands beside the MC. As Grimm manages to spook the heck out of the animals, the MC finally wakes up, yawning like a little kid on the grass. Upon waking up, he asks where everyone has gone. A few seconds later, Grimm crawls to the MC declaring that they weren't hostile at all, and he damns his senses not to detect the trap sooner. Breaking into vengeful tears before the MC, he demands why they have to go through something so worse like this. As the MC notices how Grimm is breaking, Grimm further shares what has happened until now. At the same time, in the banquet hall, Ren cannot seem to grasp the situation while asking what is going on. With fear cloaking her voice, she screams the name Jade as everyone crackles in laughter, looking at her pitiful self. Jade utters to Ren asking if she still hasn't connected the dots yet. As Galilea notices them with soul-shattering fear, he remembers the stories he heard about creatures living as spirits by taking human bodies as their vessels. He recalls back the rumor about them bringing havoc in the Solemn Kingdom and taking them to a brink of destruction. Smiling like a literal freak show, Jade introduces his brethren demons straight from the netherworld, with all possessing capabilities to wreck nations apart. Drenching in sweat, Ren asks what the netherworld is, to which Jade tells them it is a land way ahead from the continent and at the brink of the ocean where he hails. With evil-grippled greed, he asks them if they know what he forever longed for here. Looking at them with haunting eyes, he shares that he desired to take over a teleporter's body. That was Jade's. The time has come for the introduction, so he calls himself Gizarm, the cataclysm incarnate from the netherworld who has killed Jade, and with that, he claims his body, calling it to be worth every effort as he corrupted his soul for several months, but he finds the time more satisfying where he chipped his heart slowly. Mentioning that Jade met his ends right after he left them all for good. On the verge of crying, Ren screams at Gizarm for what he did to Jade. He slams her down, telling her to be patient. He recalls Jade mumbling about leaving his friends out of this, although he did love every little possum here. With every inch of his mind eroded away, he learned Jade's schemes and his blighted family, which only made him desperate. Jade learned their plans when he experienced how the blighted are perfect vessels for the demons here, so he chose to die instead. Certainly, the demon chuckled at his sacrifice and dared to kill him, but he did not stop him. Recalling his pitiful words that he could die knowing his friends are safe and sound, the memories flash before his eyes as he meets his demise. However, the demon battled his every attempt of suicide to bring him back all healthy, thinking how amusing it was for him. Ren shouting to the demon to quit disgracing Jade. While that is going on, the demon remembers him crawling for salvation in his death as he disappeared. Further on, he mentions that they slaughtered everyone in Lordos to take over their bodies as well. All the demons complaining about their vessels are drooling to get their hands on the blighteds. Showing Ren like trash, he announces that her vessel seems wasteful as she cannot even control her powers and murdered her own kin. Hearing the demon, every guild member breaks in agonizing fury as they all want to grab his neck and wish to destroy the demon in shreds. Chained against their will, the demon declares first come, first served. A few moments later, he recognizes a spell over her arm that vandalized his possessions. Hence, he orders Ren to answer him, but she bites her lips instantly. The demon commands her to betray everyone and answer who inscribed the spell on her. A sudden shift in the air takes everyone's attention to the sky where the MC is glaring at the demon from the far, declaring that it would be him. As the demon screams for the name who inscribed spells at Ren, she resists betraying the MC with all her might, until a sudden lightning bolt wrecks the manor. With such a ground-shaking entrance, the MC again has ruled the stage with his mind-boggling performance. Stuttering, while Ren can't seem to form words, the MC holds her face, saying that biting her tongue was a silly action. As he heals her, he mentions Grim keeping him up with all that has happened so far, so he tells her to escape because they're after her. Hence, Galilia pulls Ren when the MC declares to leave everything to him. Ren, putting some sense into Galilia, reminds him that the MC is in the midst of demons that are crowding the manor. Running out of this shrouded place, he reasons with Ren that they will only get in MC's way. Hence, Gizarm steps up from the grave that MC specially created for him. Suddenly, he demands other demons what they are standing here for. He reminds them the Blighteds are masters of stealth, so run after them or he will send them back to hell. As the demons are about to sneak off after the Blighteds, the MC declines their schemes and wreaks havoc with ultimate spells on the Lordos Manor. Jolting away from the manor, they are shaken to experience the MC's brilliant sorcery. The demons on the edge try to corner the MC, where Gizarm launches an attack that couldn't pass through his force field but slithered inside a bit. The MC, recalling him saying, dies, so he figures what's coming next, but can't put his head around knowing what he should do about it. As he finds getting hit to be more interesting, Grim screams that he doesn't get a choice at all. Later on, the MC is using an analysis class spell to analyze the demons trying to attack him. The MC notes that the demon and the vessel dies if the heart stops, so the demon sparks events by using mana without spells. Comparing it with Ren, Crow, and even Pazuzu's transmutation, so the MC puts in brief that these attacks utilize mana directly that makes the defenses fail. Although these are much more powerful than the ones he experienced before. With that, he calls mana as water that can slither through the net like a magical barrier. Grim mentions that the MC overwhelmed Pazuzu's mana, but the MC adds that Gizarm's mana might slash through him. Laughing at his pitiful subject, he giggles at them being weak enough to fear from mere spells. Grim shares to MC out the rankings among demons, calling him at rank 3, whereas Pazuzu ranked 8. Gobbling up the information, the MC asks if this is rank 1 demon, to which Grime emphasizes him to be from the nobility of the demon lords. Drenching in sweat, as fear cripples Grim's tiny body, he expresses the demon lord to be itself a soul-shattering force of nature. He believes them to be beyond the hundreds of rank 1 demons, which makes the MC's eyes reeks of intriguing force. Spotting him over the top, the MC thinks before he just has a bad attitude, whereas Grim, sweating before the MC, trying to get through his head to make him escape immediately. Knowing the seventh prince, Gizarm recalls Jade desired to meet him someday, to which Grim adds that it would have been nice knowing him. Glaring at him, he says that he ruined his chance of meeting Jade, so he ought to be the worst demon he has seen. Well, Gizarm mentions seeing the MC with the same glance, as he ruined his manner and shattered his subjects' will to live. Ignoring his mumbling, the MC with open arms accuse him of preying upon the guild members to advance his potential plans. As both of them weigh each other at how much worse they are about to terrorize the manor as the battleground. Gizarm desires to have vessels that the MC is trying to protect, and he calls them his prized possession for his ilk, whereas MC demands that he doesn't permit this to continue anymore. As they both exchange the gaze that could chill anyone to the bone and pierce to the very core, they both declare to let them have some fun now. A look that could shatter anyone's core, as anyone could feel their essence crackling at the edges of their soul. With that gaze, they begin their play. Grim asks the MC to make him clear that the odds aren't in their favors. Moreover, he exclaims that sorcery will not disintegrate his soul into dust, as compared to those pests down there. On top of that, he mentions that ordinary sorcery will not even scratch the bottom ones, let alone the demon lord himself. The MC, intrigued to learn, asks Grim if he can obliterate the wish by using water, to which he replies only if he absolutely blasts it. Reasoning with the MC, Grim mentions Demon Lord being on a whole different level, as if the magic pulses for him flow gently like waves. Grim compares him to the giant sea beast roaming around the deep sea in the midst of darkness. With a single twist, Gizarm creates a sharp, piercing needle and projects it towards the MC's force field. Cracking through the barrier, Grim screams in shock, noting that his pinch of mana went through the MC's 2 diamond-grade barriers. With that, Gizarm exclaims of noticing quite a few layers surrounding his bubble, but he shouts in amusement that he's got enough of these. With that, he projects tens of needle-like spears bathed in his mana to the MC's force field, shattering them apart. As the MC notices his barriers crackling, the demon teleports to his force field with a snap and smashes the barrier ball with a kick towards the incoming spears. The fear crippling Grim's soul as he reports that his kick just bended the barrier, while Gizarm made the spear shift into a piercing tornado. However, calling out for the spell, Sismo Terishir instantly, the MC makes the tower take the blow for them. Though they know that is not enough to stop the blow, it pierced right through the tower, cutting his top off. As the guild members try to flee from the Lord Elf's premises, they are baffled to find crippling crumbs of a tower falling from the edge before them. Spotting the demons reaching them soon enough, Galilea demands Babylon to hurry up and open the gates right away. As Ren calls out for the MC, he hears the call, whereas Grim proves to have an emotional range of a teaspoon while declaring that he can't stop his tears. The MC tells him enough with the crying and gets ready for some smacking showdown live. He asks Grim to fetch something he desires right now. Whereas the demon, Gizarm understands that the MC is not just flustered about his teleportation abilities as he stands on the topeless tower, to which MC corrects him that it is not his, but Jade's powers, with a grinning expression as if the demon finds it amusing to explain it to a little master of sorcery. He expresses that Jade was dumb enough not to harness such ability. Moreover, he adds that humans are fragile creatures that can only harness magic through spells. He shares that demons can handle mana as birds handle flying with instincts alone. He calls his breed Agents of Mana. On top of that, he calls Blighteds born with wings but not blessed with the innate ability to fly. With that, he calls Jade's wings magnificent enough to cause vibrational beats to reach the netherworld. However, mentioning to MC, he doesn't understand why the pathetic souls resist them when their own shut them out, although he expects them to relinquish the demons with open arms. Weaving the mana out, he states that Blighteds are sacrificial pawns for the demons. With that, he calls MC's attention, while saying that he will entertain him with a show of his powers shrouded in the shadows when made whole. Gizarm dares the MC that if he would take it, or he would flip his tail and run like a coward dog. The spear stabbing his heart, the demons declare that it is not his choice to make. With MC bowing, Gizarm exclaims that there is no running from one's instant delivery of death. As he stabs every inch of the MC's body, he exclaims to name this epithet over the man who died to attain this power, the Shadow Wolf. The demon, Gizarm, unleashed his shattering move of Shadow Wolf, named over his sacrificial pawn, Jade, onto the MC. With that, every inch of MC's body is stabbed through him as he is stuck in the spears over the top. Down there, the demons are raging on to the guild members, who are shielding Ren with all they have. The demons demand the Blighted to surrender, so they can relinquish their bodies as their own. Galilea, ready to shoot some webs, calls out to the pitiful demons that they just learned to overcome their powers. So giving up is not in the Assassin's Guild's rulebook. With that, he releases his mucus, while sticking the demons to the floor instantly. As Galileo informs them of mucus hardening in a few seconds, the demon is enraged to get his hands on him in order to kill him. As Crow joins the battle, he screams at them to sink down with his invocation. Screaming over his lungs, Babylon informs everyone that the gate is about to open and close as soon as possible, so hurry up and crawl out. Appalled to see this, the demons have stood on the grounds with bricks sticking to every inch of their body. Clenching his teeth in shock, Galileo cannot wrap his head around thinking how they can manage to get up with Invocation's sync and his webbing ability. He claims that those civilians' bodies have gotten strong with demons ruling them. The demons crumble the bricks into pieces, while they announce that they can run all they want, but they are still coming for those bodies. Talia swoops in, focusing not to look at one but to look at everyone. Suddenly, she is slashing her ankle with her sword, calling out for mass affliction, synchrony the 100 pains. All of them demons fall headfirst, as the blood splashes through their ankles, making Talia smirk while thanking the MC for his blessings. Further on, she moves the bloody sword under Galilea's neck, forcing him to escape, as she holds them inside. Moreover, she demands him to stay out of her sight because of her inability to selectively focus. She further commands them to hide their presence as soon as they reach the deep forest. Watching her sacrificing herself, Ren shrieks of seeing Talia left behind, as she asks how she will join them with an injured leg. Regenerating with a blink, they remind them that demons can heal faster than they think. But oh well, they don't know one thing about our Queen Talia. The Queen of Sadism is before them, ready to massacre herself with her peers in front of them. Lastly, she assures Ren that she will not let her body go so easily. Pulling Ren out, Babylon shuts the door while calling Talia a fool, but Galilea joins her ground even if she asked him to stay away from his sight. Realizing what she means, Galilea tells him to take him as well with her last resort as he assists in executing them all. Caressing her blade as she smiles, everyone at the back is stunned to expect she would go this high. As the demon shouts to kill Talia, Galilea rages on to teach them a slimy lesson. Ren's cries echo the ground as Talia shares their emotional turmoil as despised Blighted while remembering how Jade sacrificed himself repeatedly to save them. Expressing that with the curse gone, the bounties will be lifted, but Jade will not be here with them. As Ren shouts that she doesn't want this, Talia exclaims that they were so close to living the life under the sun. She exclaims that the bond of the Assassin's Guild is not to be trifled with. Gizarm mocks Talia's pitiful attempt, whereas he blames the MC's inability to entertain him longer to make the sacrifices count a bit. Bewildered to see the MC with a new sword, Gizarm is glad that the fun isn't over as he notices that it was a clay dummy all along. Scratching his head, the MC shares that he seems to run into an issue. He asks him if they can change the location a bit, as the demon notices more company incoming. Prince Albert shouts to call the spellbound battalion to rage on and rescue his little brother. As Galileo and Talia rescue themselves, hell is wrecked on the poor demons, with Prince Albert noticing that something is a bit off out here. The Prince Albert of Solem has come to take his little brother back to the castle, only when he is finished teaching the lesson to every soul of the Lordost Manor. As he calls for the open fire, Silpha asks Shiro to keep her precious sword safe, unless she really can't help using it in a dire situation. As the prince notices the swarm of demons, Diane complains that he did not receive what he was expecting. Ren breaks into tears spotting the second prince, while Crow finds Silpha a bit familiar. As the guard informs founding Babylon on top, Silpha demands to deal with these people first, whereas Diane is cutting the obvious by calling them to pay attention to the swarm coming to hoard them. Silpha commands the Assassin's Guild to spill the beans and tell the whereabouts of the MC if they wish to live to see the next day. So they exclaim that the MC is fighting on the Lordos Manor grounds. Upon asking whom, Talia cries out that he's fighting for the Assassin's Guild. As Ren is about to mention the demon, Babylon shuts her mouth, instantly reminding what promise they made with the MC. Reminiscing back, he mentions that the MC doesn't wish to attract attention from anyone, so that he can study sorcery in peace. That is why he asked them all to keep his powers in Grimm a secret, so she mentions the MC of fighting some tiny obnoxious demon. What to expect from our little Ren-chan, as she throws the truth bomb with some pretty makeover. Well, Silpha ain't buying this pretty lollipop, so she is about to bid her first farewell. As Albert stops Silpha, Galilea believes that he would have mercy on them, but Albert only asks her to start with the jacked man there instead of a kid. Silencing Galilea on the spot, Albert shows the MC's underwear while asking why the MC fought for some loser that hung these as warnings. With that, Galilea calls this misunderstanding, while exclaiming he hung this because his slime stained his clothes. Silpha and Albert cannot seem to buy it, as Diane believes they surely lost it. On top of her lungs, Ren asks them to believe they too are worried for the MC. Ren exclaims that she can take all the punishments they have, as she is grateful to them for saving her family from the demon's treacherous ground. On the verge of crying, she tells Albert that they took her brother, which is the reason for MC to battle for them. Swooping at the front, Princess Elise wishes to trust her, because Leroux would have chewed her by now if any malicious intent was detected. As everyone takes on the horde, Silpha is assigned to the MC. Suddenly, the bridge falls from above with demons horde onto the coast. Albert shouts at them to gather at the coast. Upon asking, Guisarme has collapsed the bridge for the MC, while telling him that his gaze cannot seem to look away from him. He asks if he is the same, to which Grimm thinks he has got a point. Although he can smell that he is worried about the pest down there, but even the MC cannot seem to look away from his sword, thinking that they can leave the rest to them, while ignoring Guisarme asking who he is. With open fires, Albert believes that these demons do not seem as resistant as Pazuzu was. Even with Dillard, Diane believes ordinary spells can't pull it off. Elise reminds them to store their mana and use it well, while they think putting Leroux and Silpha in there can flip the tables around. But Silpha is nowhere to be found. On the collapsed bridge, Silpha asks Shiro to head onwards to the MC, whereas Crow mentions that she will not reach that side like this. Silpha thought of using the rope, so Shiro jumped like a stupid dog to test it out but without the rope. Asking Shiro to join the others, she battles with the demon heading to her, whereas the demon praises her confidence in handling the swordsmanship. The demon introduces himself from rank 8 with the demonic blade form. Silpha, in return, wishes to give an unfortunate advice that there is poop on his head. Prince Albert comes to conclusion while seeing the hordes of demons charging onto them, in the bodies of those that lived in these very grounds of Lordos. As a prince, he is trying to think of a way to rescue the civilians from the demons' control. The demons call dibs on Albert's head. Babylon swoops in to throw him out of the field, while Dane mentions that they are surrounded. Babylon pays his respect, exclaiming that he saved him, so he is on the same side. As he mentions that Albert reminds him of his former leader, he asks to be part of this battle and help them make some amends. He assures Albert even on the job, they never disrespected anyone's life. As Albert asks that he didn't even hesitate, Babylon states that he's a nice guy like their former leader. However, he states that there is no hope for the civilians of the Lordos, that they are already gone, because they become demons with vacant human bodies. With that, he exclaims that their hearts are beyond saving. While making a seal, Albert thanks Babylon for his advice. Calling out rising flames, Albert states that the Lordos clan were always warmongers and he has nothing but feeling shame for them, but he asks for forgiveness for reaching too late. As Albert calls out with blind equity, raising to the ground. While calling Infernum Immortier, Albert shouts to bring salvation as he asks warriors to head on the battle to honor the fallen. However, the demonic blade form calls out for Nightwalker, whereas Silpha rages on with twin dragons rising and unholy centipede. The guild members seem appalled, bearing witness to Silpha's power on the field with demons, but they expect the MC's power to be otherworldly. However, the demon reminds her that unlike them, they can stretch vessels beyond their own limits. Silpha realizes that one blow can either take them all out or they just keep regenerating. The demon trying to outsmart Silpha with his witty, snarky remarks by saying that he will rule over her body. Looks like this poopy head does not see who he is standing before. The woman can unleash hell if her master is at stake. Get ready to be fried to crispy. The demon expresses to find her body worthy enough to boost the demonic blade form to new heights with her langless techniques. Further on, he calls for the Lordos-style art of the draw, as Silpha notices him swapping hands while he shouts, "Gale wins." Moreover, the demon adds that the Lordos clan were warmongers, so they fit nicely as vessels while mentioning that this spell belongs to the previous owner. Showing calloused hands, he is sure the owner practiced with all his might for the war, excluding the ring that he threw away. Hence their memories, their sufferings now all belong to the ones ruling the vessels. Therefore, he calls humans, the demonic gowns, and he wishes to wear the housemaid gown until it shreds into pieces. At the same time, Galilea objects asking how lowly he thinks humans are, to which the demon replies that resemblance with bugs are uncanny. All of a sudden, Silpha calls out for demonic blade form, Great Tengu, which startles the demon as she wreaks soul-wrenching hell on him. Asking if she knew demonic blade forms all this time, to which Silpha mentions she only learns by watching. Disappointed to see her enemy stealing someone's body to battle, especially with poop all over his head. Calling out to Shiro, the demon is amazed to see a bear-wolf climbing up the mountain all this time. However, the demon is startled to find a bear-wolf clinging to her. With that, Silpha, holding the spellbound sword, asks the MC to allow her to use this. Silpha expresses that humans can attain things that no other can by dedicating themselves to training. Sitting on her knees beautifully, she asks the demon to allow her to demonstrate how humans differentiate from the stinking demons. With that, caressing her hair to the side, she wishes to teach the demon a lesson of what happens when he borrows things and doesn't return. Reminiscing to those days when the wind used to hit differently while training. Silpha swiped open the roll of the dummy with one blow, causing a mess on the floor. In the tight black training suit, Silpha with his sword casts a spell through sorcery on a hay blade compressing its limit. She believes that it can slash through, but now, it might not look good enough. Taking alongside, she thinks if she swings with force, the blade bends, which means it's not good enough to make the sword bale unravel. Recalling as she is unable to use her potential or the sword might not last long, she only hopes to control her strength further on. However, she remembers Pazuzu being harder than the hay bale, so she thinks to slash it down as she asks the MC to make her sword spellbound as well. Later on, the MC comes running with Diane, with her new sword, presenting Silpha's specially spellbounded sword before her. Adding to that, the MC shows off his new sword as well with a special forged spell. Holding her sword, the MC assures her that he only puts spells to enhance the flexibility and sturdiness, and expects no fancy tricks up the sword's sleeves. Furthermore, he adds that if this sword withstands her absolute powers, then it might be able to slash her way through the demons. Diane asks if the demons like those that almost bring Solem to the brink of ruin and get locked up. Nodding on it, the MC adds that the sorcery might not bring demons to destruction, but they can beat the demons. Moreover, he educates them that demons can either create or steal someone else's body, as their core is corporeal. So to put it like this, the body is still largely human even if a demon resides in it, so if the human body dies, so does the demon in it. On top of that, he mentions that a human body manipulated by the demon is powerful, so mere ordinary attacks do not scratch their back at all. Though if they manage to hurt a demon, they will regenerate with a snap and heal back, exclaiming to be good as new. However, to kill a demon, one must make a killing blow stronger than an ordinary attack. Seeing how the MC is a complete know-it-all, Diane praises the MC's bookworm soul. Upon asking why choose these spells, the MC tells Silpha that she restrains herself when using the sword. So he realized that she did not go all out because the sword keeps holding her back, and soon Silpha embraces the MC in a maid hug. Silpha promises not to betray her master's expectations ever again. Coming to reality, Silpha calls this sword Demon Bane as she is honored to wield it. The demons burst into laughter hearing the name of the sword, whilst he informs that her fate is already set in the future. Not only that, according to the demon, the world will shift to a chain of nightmare, becoming a playground for everyone. Adding to it, the demon mentioned desiring Jade's body, but Jade left the warmongering castle, which led to the demons unleashing hell on the civilians. However, he mentions that as soon as they steal their bodies, Jade comes flapping his wings to them, screaming that Jade despised war among everything. Ren screams that she will not see them initiate another war. Swooping in, Silpha pats Ren down as Shiro pulls her back to his side. As she takes her sword out, she asks Ren to leave her worries to her, because this world of nightmares will never see the day as she is ready to slay the demon. The demon calls for the most advanced powers as he declares to show them the advancing demonic blade forms. While that is going on, Silpha and the demon are standing before each other, both waiting to look for any muscle twitch to figure when the attack starts. All of a sudden, Silpha calls for the House of Langlis as everyone braces themselves for this intriguing battle. Silpha's expression gets colder each second as she calls out for leading Tiger Bite. Snapping back to her old adventurer's deadly gaze, Galilea remembers instantly that she is none other than the Silver Blader herself. As Silpha stands beside the demon whom she was terrorizing just a few moments ago, she leans in and whispers dramatically. She thought he was a fearless, brave fighter before he got taken down by the likes of these monsters. Silpha wishes that she could honor the Lordo style in the right way, while saying that she would have preferred the real him to fight against her. Noticing their sobbing faces, she mentions that they don't make very good assassins themselves. After a few moments, a hot steam reaches the bridge's surface as Silpha demands to know where the steam is rising from. Galilea exclaims that the river just evaporated within seconds, to which Talia finds only MC to be capable of this move. Somewhere on the top of the Lordos Manor, the MC is battling with Gizarm, the demon lord, as the demon calls out for Mana Spears Mandela. Within his force field, he is analyzing through his moves, trying to find one single opportunity to fry him for good. Thinking of better ways to deal with these attacks, he counts the Mana Spears Mandela in the list with a few variants just like them. Adding to that, he notices them to easily crack through the force field, with high energy and high speed with much greater risk of death. The MC believes not to cause a fuss when he is secured in his layers of force field, but if he keeps them as the only defense, the demon starts using invocation. He finds the moves to slither in the barrier due to their unconjured nature. But if one makes it to him, the MC would die instantly. He does analyze the spears he's putting on, to be slow, but on the other hand, he has to keep up with the demon and maintain the barrier at the same time. Furthermore, the MC exclaims the Shadow Wolf to be the most ridiculous move of all time, which is making him dance around the battlefield at high speed. Recalling back, he believes Gizarm to locate him within 2 seconds and teleport the Shadow Wolf instantly toward the MC. Moreover, Gizarm, out of the zone, is trying his best to wear the MC of his stamina, to which the MC decides to take initiative against him finally. Calling out for rapid cell activation, he tries hitting the demon in less than 2 seconds before he activates his Shadow Wolf again. Baffled to experience it, the demon finds it amusing enough to even bruise him, but he dodges the attack instantly. Calling for spectral detection, he blames the Shadow Wolf for granting him the agility to dance around the field while the MC has to track him over the sky. Spotting him somewhere down, the MC isn't sure if sorcery can work on a demon lord. Suddenly, Grimm reminds him not to stop shifting locations. Remembering that the demon does not possess any detection abilities, the MC cannot wrap his head around thinking how he is able to pinpoint his location without breaking a sweat. So the MC finally picks the fact that his detection is through sight, so he finds the steam to be in his favor after all. The MC is looking for an opportunity to get close to him, so he can hit him with the finishing blow of this sword. To the MC's luck, the demon finds it annoying to have the misty fog cover all the ground and wrap the sky. Within a moment, the MC flashes with his dummies toward Gizarm, while reminding him that he possesses no options to escape. Oh well, that's one hell of a Naruto thing to pull off in the battle. The MC keeps on rocking the stage, grabbing the MC. Gizarm whispers that his sword is the only one that didn't feel like clay, so it must be him. With a snap, he pulls the Shadow Wolf on the MC, making all the spears slither through his body. The demon reminds him that no brain-crushing sorcery would work against him because he will regenerate on the spot. Further on, he mentions of withstanding physical and sorcery attacks, with the help of regeneration, which is far better than normal demons. Though, as the demon notices the dummies not disappearing, he realizes the original must have passed the sword ahead. The demon predicted the MC to be on top of him, but he had a bigger advantage of sneaking to his back and blasting him away. Fried to the crisp, the demon demands if he really wished it worked. The MC, running out of battle strategies, is still trying to read the room to decide what's the best way to obliterate the filthy bug of Netherworld. As a scumbag, he finds these replicas only capable of doing simple movements, so he believes he can overpower them all. Clenching his sword, he exclaims to Grimm that this plan comes with far too many risks. If he gets his hand on what he needs. For the replicas, the demon has proposed a simple solution for the vermin, as he calls for Mana Spears, Regan Storm. All of a sudden, he projects a spear to MC's direction as he teleports above the force field, clenching his hair. With a scornful look, he expresses to see him naturally protecting his body with the barrier, but as he crushes the MC's head to crumbs, he finds it to be the clay doll. The demon thought he almost had him. Looks like the MC's giving even the demon lord a run for his money. Although he believes the MC will not venture out unprotected, he exclaims that out of all the legion of demon lords, the MC sure keeps the demon's mind fixated on himself. Has the demon drenched in sweat and tears, the demon can't think how far the MC is thinking to go when using Obscure to hide himself. Grimm recalls MC mentioning that he inscribed spell taking on this spellbound sword to absorb the spells. Adding to that, he describes that this sword can convert spells in their mana or reflection, and shoot them back or analyze them. But he mentions to have spells ready continuously if they wish to absorb. So MC believes inscribing into the spellbound sword might skip the incantation part and absorb the spell by waving at it. Grimm is utterly going bonkers, watching the MC trying to master the Shadow Wolf when Jade spent eternity cracking the spell. On the verge of despair, Grimm desperately asks MC to escape with Obscure still hiding him if he can't win with either sorcery or brute force. However, Grimm is aware that MC won't leave the ground without testing an unknown spell, as he is the biggest sorcery nerd of all mankind. So Grimm wishes him good luck saving Jade's last will. Reaching into the darkness, the MC calls out to Jade, saying that everyone with Ren is waiting for him outside. The demon spots the MC in the midst of dummies thinking if he actually thinks he is invisible, or the dolls were not keeping his attention as much anymore. The demon states to bless his heart if he ever thought he had a chance against the demon lord. The demon asks what he is fighting for, surely not the pitiful blighteds that even humans despise. Gazarm showing MC the mirror that he is more like him than he thinks he is. The demon asks MC to put differences aside and embrace their destiny to make this world their playground together. The air grew thick with unspoken judgment, as his eyes turned into ice daggers. The demon believes the MC to have all the great strength, but he never suffered limitations, which makes his motion dull. At this point, the MC explains how people born with limitations strive for more, so they run after sorcery because every spell exists out of the wish someone once had. But the MC reminds him that with sorcery, expect endless possibilities and always prepared to be amazed, as it is not at all limitless, but way beyond anyone's capacity. Seeing the MC firmly set in his ways as his convictions deeply rooted, the demon mentions not knowing what he is spitting, but it definitely does not matter. Out of the blue, the MC punches his guts in a second, as his fist is visible on the other end, making the demon's eyes all bulge out. That is when he utters that he did not use sorcery this time, but IQ. The demon, enduring the immense pain, dares to ask what IQ is, as he mentions the sorcery involves techniques from all disciplines as it absorbs the phenomenon to move ahead. Accepting that this child is correct, the demon asks what he is going to show him next, as he tries his best to stand up after taking a gut-wrenching punch. However, the MC calls his invocation and spear sorcery just boosted versions. So the MC asks how much he is going to amuse him, or let's dive in to keep the momentum running. So it looks like the MC now means business, as he reminds the demon to get on with it, as it is time to put the pedal into the metal. Holding his gut, the demon chuckles, seeing how arrogant the MC has become so suddenly that he has to hear a darn lowly creature's orders. With just a few lucky hits, the demon states that the MC is living in his own delusional bubble. So the demon tries to burst his bubble by mentioning that even chi can be regenerated. With that, the MC asks Gazarm about what were Jade's last words to him. As this surprise question inflated his eyes like balloons, the demon muttered, saying it does not look much. A mischievous glint, twinkle in his eyes, which makes the demon scream in fury. Hence, the MC punches a devastating blow to the demon's guts again, as the demon flies away with a soul-shattering blow. The demon asks the kid to calm down while mentioning that the injuries are not even that much of a problem, because he is going to get healed anyway. Though that is not enough for MC, as he flashes on top of his face and smashes a kick to the scumbag's face. Though the demon is trying to hide his pain, so as long as the MC continues, he screams in agonizing pain until he starts begging him to stop. The demon cannot wrap his head around seeing how this child is capable of going on like this, whereas MC already has fit the pieces to his puzzle. Constantly being beaten to the pulp, the demon cannot see how the MC is spotting his Shadow Wolf. However, the MC calls for the dual incantation class spell as he launches his absolute merciless attack at where Gazarm is. Unbelievable to find him so deep into the earthly surface, the demon figures that he is sinking into magma, and he has to move out immediately. But to his surprise, the MC is still not done yet, as he dives in the hole and smashes a kick that flies out of the hole in the sky. Upon remembering his question, he recalls his fantasies taking flight, always revolving around sorcery books, asking himself what could be the reason behind the discovery of a certain spell, thinking about the creator, what he did to figure the spell out this way, or if he had a dream that spelled it out for him. The MC in his past or this life has always found himself fascinated only with sorcery. Scrolling through the books and memoirs of the sorcerers coming before him, he used to judge if one is humble, fierce, jovial, or treacherous. Therefore, the MC exclaims that the fantasy is all he had as he woke up in this world. However, he adds that he might have gotten the opportunity to meet 1 or 2 sorcerers in his lifetime. As he keeps on reading the book, he raises the question as to what still matters. The demon is all dipped in magma, as his body is all crispy fried like a chicken nugget, trying his best to regenerate back to normal. As the MC is standing above him, he asks how boring the demon has to be. He demands the demon to entertain him while he can, or if he desires to end his misery right away, then just get on with it. After a few seconds, the MC declares that there are no options for a scumbag like him, so he must prepare to go nose deep in his grave. The demon remembers that the gigantic difference between demons and demon lords is all about controlling the mana and the air. Moreover, he adds while pointing at all the mana stored in the air, that it is a concentrated gathering of mana surrounding them in the atmosphere. On top of that, the MC is glad to learn something from the dying loser as the demon mentions that the barriers and force fields are all teleported to the pseudo realms. Noticing a black magic ball of shadow erupting in the sky as its size gets bigger with every second, sitting on the demon's hand. Behold, as Gazarm, the demon calls out the MC's attention, introducing him to the ultimate formation of mana. With that said, he exclaims that it has the power to turn everything and anything into dust, as he calls it, the umbilical Morty sphere. A young man sitting in a hallroom, with the longest white hair ever to be recorded at such an age, exclaims that it has been done. A black shadow-like figure is standing before him, looking down at him with curiosity. The shadow asks if he is ready to dig his grave and die out now, to which Jade replies that he must not think he can just waltz in here to run the show his way. Grinning, Jade mocks his attempt to challenge him, as he tells him he is in a world of defeat if he tries to outsmart him. The demon dares ask who he is talking about. In deep thoughts, Gazarm judges Jade to tamper with the spell in his last moment, so he wishes to slip in his last memories to find the dirt he is missing. All of his memories flood with his friends trying to blur the mana signature of the teleportation skill. The demon believes that Jade must have manipulated the mana signature that might not affect his activation process. However, due to his friends occupying most of his memories, he cannot have a good look at what he has done. Laughing at the Assassin's Guild, he could not careless to understand the spell in order to utilize it. As his subjects congratulate him for taking over Jade's body, he reminds them that he has some tasty vessels ready for them as well. Drooling over the thought, the subject wishes to start preparing this on the go as Gazarm assures them that he will send out a letter to the Assassin's Guild headquarters right away. Therefore, he asks his underling to prepare a sham letter with a fake banquet on the Lordos Manor. Recalling Jade's last words that he will be defeated, the demon's horror-struck eyes bulged out as he sees his umbral mortisphere vanishes in thin air from his hands. With a clear indication, the MC tells him that it nullified itself when he used the same spell to hit it. Mortified by what just occurred, the demon accuses the MC of lying as if he cannot fathom how the MC uses the same spell. However, the MC calls out for a special class spell, Void. Gazarm recalls as everything is transferred to the pseudo-realms. The phenomenon must turn the same even with a different name. However, MC shares that when he snuck out the castle playing with this spell, that's when he wondered if the two of them collided to see what burst out of it. Hearing how the MC used the chains of Mortisphere to test them out, he cannot fathom how much mana the MC can utilize when the demon has run out with just one. But to his surprise, the MC is all out remembering his intrigued feeling that time. So he mentions that the collision made them cancel each other out. However, NC describes that his feelings for that test result are the same as for the demon right now. Well, that is enough to short-circuit the demon lord, screaming on top of his lungs as he continually roasted the MC for using the Mortisphere, which is demon lord's greatest feature. Calling him a worthless vermin, he swears to steal his mana to exploit it for himself. As he continues his chatter, the MC sneezes, which just enrages the demon even more. Meanwhile, the MC mentions one way the demon can still amuse him. On the other hand, the Grim is sweating just to think what the MC is cooking up for the demon. With piercing hides like icy daggers, as if the MC absorbed Grim's demonic self when he cooks another experiment in his head. The MC asks the demon, he's armed to be the deer and contribute to sorcery as his fate is already set. He mentions that if two voids can nullify each other, then what can happen if his body gets ever hit by the void? As the MC has set his mind and eyes on the guinea pig, he creates chains of voids lining up with a snap. Fear cripples down the demon's spine as his eyes widen in sheer terror while seeing the voids ready to hit him. Gazarm, the demon lord, is jolting away as his own death is chasing him in the form of void, which is a haunting truth. As Grim watches him taste his demise, The demon lord is almost vanishing into dust as he tries his best to dodge the void. The MC, with his terrorizing curiosity, brought out the demise of the demon lord, Gizarm with his playful tricks of the void. Who knew the MC just had to pull out his bag of tricks to vaporize a demon lord? I'm pretty sure Grimm has already cancelled his plan to avenge his powers. On the ground, Prince Albert thinks he heard an explosion, but he barely sees anything as he fights alongside Diane, who finds it amusing. Diane thinks of it as their advantage, because the demons are having a hard time spotting them. As Liru chews a demon out, Diane believes that Liru, Shiro, and Silpha have an upper hand due to their acute smell in dominating the field. However, Princess Elise senses a sweet smell, as Silpha informs that the demons are unusually slowing down. Suddenly, Ren asks the No to follow that smell as it is poison, because she is having a hard time redirecting it to demons. She exclaims that it might not affect them greatly, but she must do everything to stop any more killings. Silpha teases Ren as she is not just a show-off exhibitionist, to which Ren shouts that it is designed to stop her poison leaking. Drenching in his sweat, Prince Albert wishes for the sun to come up already, so he gets the better view to judge the battle's progress. Someone exclaims that it is the stream in the air, blocking the sun's rays to hit the land. Galileo with Babylon cannot fathom while seeing a dark, steamy-filled sky, thinking if it is night. The night is darkened to a great extent, with two skull-filled eyes watching over the Lordell's castle, sending chills down anyone who dares to look up. On the sky, as the MC intriguingly watches how his experiment is going, the demon is half dusted into almost nothing but invisible particles. The demon, seeing his body, finds the void too overwhelming for him to activate Shadow Wolf or regeneration, as it is sucking mana all in. Considering the vessel is done for, Gizarm almost erupts out of the body to abandon Jade's vessel, but to his surprise, Jade is not done with him yet. Clenching his shadow with his teeth, he refuses to let the demon go as he calls for rigor mortis now. With a snap, he goes right back inside his vessel, as Jade's body is obliterated into dust till his chest. All of a sudden, Jade calls out to the MC, telling that the demon is sucked out of him, making conscious again. However, MC is making another void, while Jade calls out to everyone in Assassin's Guild, as he utters to kill this brat once and for all. Afterward, the sky clears out after the demon is dusted into nothing, where Jade's soul stands behind the MC in the brightening sky. With that, the MC feels his presence, smiling to leave the world with content. Everyone is appalled to get sun-kissed by such an illuminating sun, as the demons dusted away with it. So that means the night is over. Hence, Ren recalls Jade muttering about the rumors of the 7th Prince of Solem. As Galilea thinks the 7th has no chance of getting the throne, Jade nods in disagreement, saying the rumor tells a different tale. So he reminds everyone about the big blast in Solem on the day he was born, to which Talia mentions the word on the street was the misfired fireworks. With an intriguing eye to finally share this with them, he tells them that it was the 7th Prince blasting his way into the world with his sorcery. While Jade is mumbling about how ironic and interesting it is, he exclaims the kid could be a sorcery genius. Ren is looking at Jade with an adorable gaze, as Jade mentions the kid would be enough genius to vanish their curses and blow the burrow up on the ground under the sun. Hearing Jade's silly stories, Galilea commands him to pay attention in bringing better jobs. Jumping in frustration, he exclaims if that happens to be true someday, he will serve the prince for eternity. With Jade trying his best to keep this possibility as hope for them to live under the sun, Ren finds it an amazing idea to work under a prince altogether. Standing under the sun, remembering all the memories, Ren cries out for Jade. After defeating the demon lord of Netherworld, Gizarm took over the body of Jade and vandalized it to the worst. On top of that, he did his best to capture the blighted bodies to serve his subjects with flawless vessels. But the MC saves the day again, by using the void to finally obliterate the demon into dust, while letting Jade's soul go back to light. This day, all the Assassin's Guild members together stand under the sun crying out for Jade. Later on, the MC joins the crowd as Shiro falls on him with all his love and worry. Adding to that, the soldiers dig graves for the departed souls that left in this battle. Reaching the hole that was dug deep enough to dip Gizarm in magma, Albert is now sure about the explosion, as Dian finds the river following again, which answers the steaming. Galilea thinks that chaos was way too natural for even Albert, for not to think of it as an artificial disaster, such as his little brother. Elise thanks for their steamy luck, whereas Albert thanks the power of webs to help them get to the ground safely. However, Silpha teases them for not using it sooner, and with that she announces a funeral ceremony for the fallen soldiers of Lordos. Silpha whispers that it has been a great tragedy for the Lordos clan. Albert assumes there will be many whose remains will never be able to recover in presence of such calamities, although he adds that there are many unidentified points he wishes to clear soon. So he declares to recall how it all began with the MC and the guild getting sucked into this. Somewhere on a mountaintop, the MC is setting the grave of Jade with the help of Shiro and Grim. Grim asks if the MC is sure to put it here when the void sucked away Jade's body, and now it will become a monument. Sitting on the ground taking a long sigh, Grim praises the MC for hitting his arm with the void, which is usually a lot slower to handle. Hence, the MC tells that the mana signature of Shadow Wolf was already cracked, so he used a spell to figure Shadow Wolf's activation, which in return aids him in avoiding his attacks and launches void at the demon. Grim exclaims that he pulled off such an incredible stunt, but the MC states that the demon was immensely powerful. He believes that he took blind risks in analyzing the spell and attempting to fight with the demon altogether. However, the MC mentions that he would not forgive himself for not analyzing an unknown spell if he did not take the shot right away. Taking a sigh of relief, the MC remembers how the Shadow Wolf spell was beautifully laid out, so Grim realizes that Jade already completed gathering Mana's signature just before he died. Moreover, he kept it safe enough to wait for someone else to dig it out in order to defeat Gizarm. As Ren is crying behind a tree with an Urshot, the MC confesses that he did not kill the demon, but Jade did. He explains it to be incomprehensible, whereas Grim, knowing the depth of this kid's abyss, tells him only he could have killed this demon. The wind blows away their ears in silence, as Ren wishes to thank the MC for all his efforts till now. Suddenly, the leaves rustle to reveal Albert standing behind him. Prince Albert figures out that the grave is for honoring the former leader, Jade of Assassin's Guild. Shivers run down the MC's spine when Albert explains how the MC learned of Jade's rebellion while wishing to join their battle as a fellow sorcerer. But when they all reached there, all that was left were the hordes of demons that took over Lordos clan and Jade's body. With that, Albert exclaims that he is proud to have a strong, kind brother, but it can't be that simple, so he mentions arresting them here with all the illegal violations in their crimes. However, accepting their crimes, they all wish to serve the seventh prince for eternity, or else any punishment would deem appropriate. Albert leaves the choice on him and reminds him it is not like keeping a pet. Moreover, he reminds him that he will be held responsible for any disgrace that befalls the House of Solom if the guild ever missteps. So again, with a sword on the MC's neck, Albert asks what is his decision. So gather around, folks, because we are about to dive into the adventures of the nerdy seventh heir of the Solom, Prince Lloyd. But picture this, Sulfa, our queen of comebacks, is giving our heroes a deadly glare for not using their wits soon enough. But amidst the banter, she softly announces a funeral ceremony for the fallen soldiers of Lordos. The poor souls met their ends by the army of demons from the Netherlands. So to respect the lost kingdom with a somber reminder of the great tragedy that has befallen the Lordos clan, a funeral ceremony is arranged with Prince Albert at the front. Now enter Prince Albert, the sorcerer-savvy and enigmatic figure who surely has more secrets to hide than a treasure chest in a haunted dungeon. It cannot be processed how this little lad got out of his way to take such risky jobs and still has not gotten caught yet, courtesy of Liberto. In the meantime, our brave protagonist, Prince Lloyd, is carving out the grave for the fallen Jade, the friend he wanted but could never have. With the help of trusted buddies Shiro and the demon Grim, he is turning tragedy into tribute as they settle down by the grave. It looks like Grim has become the MC's fan, as he has a maddening respect for his talents after seeing the demon Lord Gizarm dusted by the void. That is like landing a smashing hit but with a rubber chicken. Who knew the demon lord could not handle some bubbles of voids and get all dusty all the way? But the MC did not rest in peace until he heard Jade's voice call out to him, diving into the depths of spells and sorcery magic, analyzing the Shadow Wolf's mana signature like Detective Conan. As the demons are down on the blighted patrol, he's ready to take blind risks to face the evil head-on. Talk about the MC's all-out bravery. Later, as Ren sheds a tear behind a tree, she overhears the MC mentioning that the one who killed Gizarm was Jade. Talk about a plot twist that could not just stop thickening. As one believes that things just couldn't get any wilder, Prince Albert jumps to the scene with all the swagger of a prince on a quest to serve justice, connecting the dots together about Jade's rebellion and the demon lord's onslaught, which is more tangled than a pest web to the net. Now, the real deal has come with Prince Albert coming to have some business chit-chat from one prince to another prince, with everyone else as their witness. With a sword at the MC's neck and the wave the Kingdom of Solom at his shoulders, Albert reminds MC about the laws of royalty. He asks the MC if he feels it worthy of them to serve under the 7th prince, while taking responsibility for everything, or let them face the consequences. So one must grab their swords and summon up lots of courage, because this adventure is about to get all twisted and wild. The wind rustles the leaves as the fallen ones shower over both Albert and the MC beside Jade's grave. Shiro growls over Albert's shadow, showing his true loyalty to the MC, while Albert asks the MC what he has decided for the Blighteds. Every one of them is horror-struck as their fate is dancing on the palms of the MC while waiting for the answer. A few seconds later, the MC pets Shiro to make him calm once and for all, as he settles down on the ground. With stoic expressions, the MC mentions Albert's concerns as valid and on point, so he exclaims that he will do his best to emphasize what to expect from them and instruct them on how to behave. Rin is startled to see him vouch for the Blighteds that he just met a day before. Moreover, he adds that if they still continue to fail, then he will take on and accept all the responsibility that falls over the MC's head, trying to see through his eyes so that Albert can understand if he means it or not. He asks once again if he means it totally. However, with an adorable gaze with eyes widened, he expresses that he accepts them all with all his heart. That leaves everyone appalled at where they stand, as they did not expect this from such a young kid. Adding to that, Albert dares to set him straight by mentioning to the MC that he must not think he can get away due to this position. The prince must be highly responsible for his duties. But to his surprise, Prince Albert, the second heir of the Kingdom of Solom, mentions that he couldn't care less about MC's status as royalty. While that is happening, Albert sits on his knees as Shiro gets closer to the MC just in case. With that, Albert expresses that just because he is the 7th heir, he must not think nobody gives a damn about him. Hence, everyone else starts looking for tissues, as they see two brothers caring for each other. As Silpha wipes her tears away, Albert exclaims to MC not to ever stop asking for help from his elder brother. Moreover, he asks the MC to count on him for everything, as he is going to stand right by his side. As both of the princes of Solom winked at each other to seal their deal, Albert expresses that even if MC is their 7th heir right now, he will never stop being his little brother. All of a sudden, Albert pulls the MC into his embrace, and he starts tearing up as well while muttering how he is going to miss him so much as he keeps on growing up. As Dian passes a stoic expression, he puts it in words that Albert desired the MC to run and ask for his help. Although Dian is not wrong, that Albert is fond of acting like a supportive older brother to MC all the time, not forgetting Silpha, who has the same syndrome as the 2nd prince. Both seem to be head over heels for the MC. Out of the blues with a sudden jolt, Tao's son comes running down to the MC as Dian expresses that one more just added to the list of MC's fan base. As Tao gets closer to the MC and Albert while asking if they feel safe now. While that is happening, they surely did not expect Tao to be here, as Silpha gets all startled to see her lurking around near the Lordost. As suspicious as one can get, she immediately shares that she went to the castle to check up on the tea party that Prince Albert had promised. But upon reaching the castle, the news hits hard when she learns that the MC has gotten kidnapped by the Assassin's Guild heading to the Lordos Kingdom. But she exclaims that now she is here, all the things mentioned by the Solon guards seem to look like a prank on her. But all good if the MC and Albert can breathe fine. However, she is coughing on the ground, trying to catch as many breaths as she can in one go, while being all drenched in sweat. Out of the blue, she thinks that Eddie Chiet Art's vibe detection as she stands on her feet while trying to read the room. She notices the grave in place, thinking that either someone has died or they are paying respect to the dead. On top of that, she can figure Silpha to pass the deadly gaze to her side, and it is piercing enough to feel like a sudden stab to her heart. Even more so, she can feel that everyone is just about to wrap things here totally and get back to the castle immediately. She definitely believes that she missed this all, only if she couldn't take many breaks to catch some breath. The rug feels pulled out from underneath her as she finds herself trapped in an awkward position and feeling all extra to the happening moment. She then jumps to the other side, while being on the verge of crying as she exclaims that she is sorry for interfering in such an important part of the ending. Whereas, the MC smiles at her stupidity as he thanks her for saving him from such a sentimental part of the scene. Though he expected her to lose her head all this time, Tao never stops to amaze the MC. With that, Grimm mentions the MC for being humble and kind with this. As Tao sprints away like a maniac, Albert asks Silpha to tackle her immediately, saying that he wants to thank her the other day for helping him. While Silpha is getting handed over this task, he seems not to take it seriously. As she gets closer to Tao, all she wants is to choke her right there. Sliding Grimm's mark aside, he mentions it not to be an act of kindness, but a way to open further possibilities for sorcery. Surely the MC has greater plans for a person like Ren. There is nothing else he has seen thinking, while Grimm smiles hearing his remarks. So to end this, the MC reminds Grimm that nothing can come between him and trampling the seeds of new sorcery magic. The hunger must be given some attention, so that is all, whereas Ren behind the tree cannot stop sobbing after MC's kind gesture. Every Blighteds is sitting all joyful about their new healthy adventure of life under Prince 7. Looking at him with such maddening respect, they together wish to help the MC in every possible way because they believe they owe him their life. So they asked Jade with such adorable smiles and gritted teeth, while saying that they finally made it here. Aside from that, Tao asks Albert to forget about the tea party, especially when they just attended a funeral and are still in mourning. But to her surprise, Prince Albert surely could turn a mountain hike into one rushed tea party to celebrate their big one. As Silpha calls out to the MC to give him the snacks, Albert, looking at Tao, pays his gratitude where it is due for helping him the other day with the monsters. Sitting beside Diane, Albert is sipping tea, whereas the sixth heir, Prince Elise, is busy with all the pets, while MC is relaxing on top of the Shiro after such a tiresome day. On top of that, Prince Albert asks everyone to enjoy the best way possible. He wishes everyone to forget the formalities and eat up in the name of celebrating this victory. While the Blighted watches everyone gets along, and that it is actually a star-studded roster while looking at the pets. Whereas Tao exclaims of not expecting to run into something like that. However, she recalls that she did not realize how many VIPs there would be, so she felt nervously cracking up before him. Upon asking for tea, she calls out to Silpha as the dumb maid to send some tea on her side, which is enough to make Silpha explode inside. As Grimm watches a girl fight break out, Prince Albert exclaims what is going on there as they try to settle it down right there. While Galilea stands up for the Blighted's sake as he pays their respect to the just Prince of Solem, and they pay their gratitude for considering the likes of them. Upon saying that, he adds that our leader did not like such lousy endings to get all sentimental in the end. He always preferred to go as loud with a big bash. With that, Prince Albert chuckles while mentioning that the next tea party will be in the Assassin Guild style, so he shouts to run this big bash underway. However, Galilea feels baffled to be respected this much by the prince, and to think he would allow a tea party like Assassin's Guild is flattering even for him. An hour later, Galilea is laughing at the top of his lungs while drinking his booze, hence he screams for some more, but after some minutes, they all are cuddling up the gravestone, while asking Jade why he needed to cry and leave them behind like this. Tao, hugging the grave with Kro-kun, expresses how this is all making her all mopey for these guys. She cries even louder knowing that Jade is one handsome lad, and she curses the demon that ate him up. If only she could have met the demon at the right time. Aside from that, Babylon asks if this is an invocation he is experiencing, whereas Albert is happy to attend the commoner's tea party. Hence, he is overjoyed and wants to make these similar events common at the palace as well, as he suggests to Diane, who seems to be filling his guts with the booze. On the other hand, the drunkard is all boozed up and making a move on everyone as she falls on Prince Albert, asking if he would like to share a glass with her. Watching this break in front of him down is screaming in jealousy together with Tao on the sidelines. But to their surprise, Albert turns down the offer in the name of his official duties, so he must decline respectfully. However, he asks Talia to invite him sometime later for sure. Looking at that, Tao believes him to be impervious as shocks pass through her thick head. Whereas, Diane chuckles seeing the attempt at Talia, while thinking how many girls they think have tried to tangle Prince Albert and failed miserably. While calling out her affliction's synchrony, she embraces the prince as she says that she insists, leaving him all blushing, while adding that intoxication is a form of injury after all. Afterward, Albert remembers to ask why the MC was covered in mucus all over by calling out Galilea, which is enough to shake the man to his core. Everyone is still looking for Ren, who is nowhere to be found yet as someone informs all the girls leaving for somewhere else a while ago. Later on, the girls found the pool as they all bathed together while being all sweaty and blushing. Though the MC somehow always finds himself in the middle of this, due to his dear maid, Silpha. As they all start liking this new place, they are thinking of making this a new Lordos tourist River Springs. Therefore, Silpha believes that is going to attract more people here than ever, which will make this place all lively again. All of a sudden, Silpha catches Ren bathing in the midst of them, and she asks the reason for following them all to the bathroom. Stuttering like hell, she expresses to be a clean slate and assigned to the MC from now on. But to her surprise, Silpha shakes her to the core by mentioning that she would not permit any criminals to stay by the MC's side. However, Elise calms her down by mentioning that a single wink has wiped her slate clean, so rest assured. However, standing in front of Silpha, she asks her to let Ren of the Assassin's Guild serve the MC from now on. Moreover, she mentions that she desires to relay his kindness for what he has done for them in Jade. She believes no one else could have stepped up for them like this, so they will never betray his trust or the kingdom's trust. While sweating and being breathless as Silpha takes a steamy bath in front of Ren, which is leaving Ren all fleshy red as well, Silpha tells Ren to ask the MC herself to favor this. Well, looks like the MC has no problem in riding on the same frequency as Ren. Out of the blue, Ren is having a series of mini heart attacks by seeing the MC in the midst of everyone when they all are sitting naked. She is shivering to ask what he is doing here, so Silpha adds that she dragged him here with them, because the MC seems all muddied up due to the battle. However, she reminds her that the MC has accepted her plea, so she must stop shrinking away from him onwards if she wants to repay the kindness. However, Ren asks if a poison-blighted like her would be good enough for the MC. The MC is quick to respond as he informs her that she is a really good blighted, so he has no problem with it at all. However, he commands her to stop calling herself the blighted, as she is not aware of her gift of helping people. With these poison abilities, she might be able to cure many people from their miseries. Sitting in the lap of Silpha, he adds that her powers are incomprehensible even for the likes of him. But he expresses that she can learn all about it if she strips it down and gives herself to the sorcery. However, he mentions that compiling the mana signature of her power is going to be his one focused goal from now on. Remembering that Jade could pull this off, he expects her to have no problems. Though recalling everything that has already happened and how she suffered from her poison curse, she cannot express how she feels thankful to the MC for coming into her life. The MC assures her that it would be a waste not to make use of her poison powers. Adding to that, MC mentions that she has a pile of work coming her way, so she must rest all she wants. Remembering how the MC is the only one not calling them blighted, she breaks into utter joy by accepting the MC's offer to help along and understand the true nature of her poison powers. But Silpha will not let Ren run around the castle without manners, so she is going to have some classes as well.